While this had been passing, Eva had flown like a bird through the porch and parlor to a little boudoir opening likewise on the veranda. A tall, dark-eyed, sallow woman half rose from a couch on which she was reclining. "Mama," said Eva, in a sort of a rapture, throwing herself on her neck and embracing her over and over again. "That'll do. Take care, child, don't. You make my head ache," said the mother, after she had languidly kissed her. St. Clair came in, embraced his wife in true, orthodox, husbandly fashion, and then presented to her his cousin. Marie lifted her large eyes on her cousin with an air of some curiosity, and received her with languid politeness. A crowd of servants now pressed to the entry door, and among them a middle-aged mulatto woman, of very respectable appearance, stood foremost, in a tremor of expectation and joy, at the door. "Oh, there's Mammy," said Eva, as she flew across the room, and, throwing herself into her arms, she kissed her repeatedly. This woman did not tell her that she made her head ache, but, on the contrary, she hugged her, and laughed, and cried, till her sanity was a thing to be doubted of, and when released from her, Eva flew from one to another, shaking hands and kissing, in a way that Miss Ophelia afterwards declared fairly turned her stomach. "Well," said Miss Ophelia, "you Southern children can do something that I couldn't." "What now, pray?" said St. Clair. "Well, I want to be kind to everybody, and I wouldn't have anything hurt, but as to kissing—" "Niggers," said St. Clair, "that you're not up to, hey?" "Yes, that's it. How can she?" St. Clair laughed as he went into the passage. "Hello, here. What's to pay out here? Here, you all, Mammy, Jimmy, Polly, Sukey. Glad to see Mossar," he said, as he went shaking hands from one to another. "Look out for the babies," he added, as he stumbled over a sooty little urchin, who was crawling upon all fours. "If I step upon anybody, let 'em mention it." There was an abundance of laughing and blessing Mossar, as St. Clair distributed small pieces of change among them. "Come, now, take yourselves off, like good boys and girls," he said, and the whole assemblage, dark and light, disappeared through a door into a large veranda, followed by Eva, who carried a large satchel, which she had been filling with apples, nuts, candy, ribbons, laces, and toys of every description during her whole homeward journey. As St. Clair turned to go back, his eye fell upon Tom, who was standing uneasily, shifting from one foot to the other, while Adolphe stood negligently leaning against the banisters, examining Tom through an opera glass, with an air that would have done credit to any dandy living. "Pooh, you puppy," said his master, striking down the opera glass. "Is that the way you treat your company? Seems to me, Dolph," he added, laying his finger on the elegant figured satin vest that Adolphe was sporting, "seems to me that's my vest." "Oh, master, this vest all stained with wine. Of course, a gentleman in master's standing never wears a vest like this. I understood I was to take it. It does for a poor nigger fellow like me." And Adolphe tossed his head and passed his fingers through his scented hair with a grace. "So, that's it, is it?" said St. Clair carelessly. "Well, here, I'm going to show this Tom to his mistress, and then you take him to the kitchen, and mind you don't put on any of your airs to him. He's worth 2 such puppies as you." "Master always will have his joke," said Adolphe, laughing. "I'm delighted to see master in such spirits." "Here, Tom," said Street Claire, beckoning. Tom entered the room. He looked wistfully on the velvet carpets and the before unimagined splendors of mirrors, pictures, statues, and curtains, and, like the Queen of Sheba before Solomon, there was no more spirit in him. He looked afraid even to set his feet down. "See here, Marie," said Street Claire to his wife, "I've bought you a coachman, at last, to order. I tell you, he's a regular hearse for blackness and sobriety, and will drive you like a funeral if you want. Open your eyes, now, and look at him. Now, don't say I never think about you when I'm gone." Marie opened her eyes and fixed them on Tom without rising. "I know he'll get drunk," she said. "No, he's warranted a pious and sober article." "Well, I hope he may turn out well," said the lady. "It's more than I expect, though." "Dolph," said Street Claire, "show Tom downstairs, and mind yourself," he added. "Remember what I told you." Adolphe tripped gracefully forward, and Tom, with lumbering tread, went after. "He's a perfect behemoth," said Marie. "Come, now, Marie," said Street Claire, seating himself on a stool beside her sofa, "be gracious, and say something pretty to a fellow." "You've been gone a fortnight beyond the time," said the lady, pouting. "Well, you know I wrote you the reason." "Such a short, cold letter," said the lady. "Dear me. The mail was just going, and it had to be that or nothing." "That's just the way, always," said the lady. "Always something to make your journeys long, and letters short. See here, now," he added, drawing an elegant velvet case out of his pocket and opening it. "Here's a present I got for you in New York." It was a daguerreotype, clear and soft as an engraving, representing Eva and her father sitting hand in hand. Marie looked at it with a dissatisfied air. "What made you sit in such an awkward position?" she said. "Well, the position may be a matter of opinion, but what do you think of the likeness?" "If you don't think anything of my opinion in one case, I suppose you wouldn't in another," said the lady, shutting the daguerreotype. "Hang the woman," said Street Claire mentally, but aloud he added, "Come now, Marie, what do you think of the likeness? Don't be nonsensical, now." "It's very inconsiderate of you, St. Clair," said the lady, "to insist on my talking and looking at things. You know I've been lying all day with the sick headache, and there's been such a tumult made ever since you came, I'm half dead." "You're subject to the sick headache, ma'am," said Miss Ophelia, suddenly rising from the depths of the large armchair, where she had sat quietly, taking an inventory of the furniture and calculating its expense. "Yes, I'm a perfect martyr to it," said the lady. "Juniper berry tea is good for sick headache," said Miss Ophelia. "At least, Auguste, Deacon Abraham Perry's wife, used to say so, and she was a great nurse." "I'll have the first juniper berries that get ripe in our garden by the lake brought in for that especial purpose," said Street Clair, gravely pulling the bell as he did so. "Meanwhile, cousin, you must be wanting to retire to your apartment and refresh yourself a little after your journey. Dolph," he added, "tell Mammy to come here." The decent mulatto woman whom Eva had caressed so rapturously soon entered. She was dressed neatly, with a high red and yellow turban on her head, the recent gift of Eva, and which the child had been arranging on her head. "Mammy," said Street Clair, "I put this lady under your care. She is tired and wants rest. Take her to her chamber, and be sure she is made comfortable." And Miss Ophelia disappeared in the rear of Mammy. Chapter 16. Tom's mistress and her opinions. "And now, Marie," said Street Claire, "your golden days are dawning. Here is our practical, businesslike New England cousin who will take the whole budget of cares off your shoulders and give you time to refresh yourself and grow young and handsome." The ceremony of delivering the keys had better come off forthwith. This remark was made at the breakfast table, a few mornings after Miss Ophelia had arrived. "I'm sure she's welcome," said Marie, leaning her head languidly on her hand. "I think she'll find one thing, if she does, and that is, that it's we mistresses that are the slaves, down here." "Oh, certainly, she will discover that, and a world of wholesome truths besides, no doubt," said Street Claire. "Talk about our keeping slaves, as if we did it for our convenience," said Marie. "I'm sure, if we consulted that, we might let them all go at once." Evangeline fixed her large, serious eyes on her mother's face with an earnest and perplexed expression, and said, simply, "What do you keep them for, Mama?" "I don't know, I'm sure, except for a plague. They are the plague of my life. I believe that more of my ill health is caused by them than by any one thing, and ours, I know, are the very worst that ever anybody was plagued with." "Oh, come, Marie, you've got the blues this morning," said Street Claire. "You know 'tisn't so. There's Mammy, the best creature living. What could you do without her?" "Mammy is the best I ever knew," said Marie. "And yet Mammy now is selfish, dreadfully selfish. It's the fault of the whole race." "Selfishness is a dreadful fault," said Street Claire gravely. "Well, now, there's Mammy," said Marie. "I think it's selfish of her to sleep so sound nights. She knows I need little attentions almost every hour when my worst turns are on, and yet she's so hard to wake. I absolutely am worse, this very morning, for the efforts I had to make to wake her last night." "Hasn't she sat up with you a good many nights, lately, Mama?" said Eva. "How should you know that?" said Marie sharply. "She's been complaining, I suppose." "She didn't complain. She only told me what bad nights you'd had, so many in succession." "Why don't you let Jane or Rosa take her place a night or two," said St. Claire, "and let her rest?" "How can you propose it?" said Marie. "Street Claire, you really are inconsiderate. So nervous as I am, the least breath disturbs me, and a strange hand about me would drive me absolutely frantic. If Mammy felt the interest in me she ought to, she'd wake easier, of course she would. I've heard of people who had such devoted servants, but it never was my luck," and Marie sighed. Miss Ophelia had listened to this conversation with an air of shrewd, observant gravity, and she still kept her lips tightly compressed, as if determined fully to ascertain her longitude and position before she committed herself. "Now, Mammy has a sort of goodness," said Marie. "She's smooth and respectful, but she's selfish at heart. Now, she never will be done fidgeting and worrying about that husband of hers. You see, when I was married and came to live here, of course, I had to bring her with me, and her husband my father couldn't spare. He was a blacksmith, and, of course, very necessary, and I thought and said, at the time, that Mammy and he had better give each other up, as it wasn't likely to be convenient for them ever to live together again. I wish, now, I'd insisted on it and married Mammy to somebody else, but I was foolish and indulgent and didn't want to insist. I told Mammy, at the time, that she mustn't ever expect to see him more than once or twice in her life again, for the air of Father's place doesn't agree with my health, and I can't go there, and I advised her to take up with somebody else, but no, she wouldn't. Mammy has a kind of obstinacy about her, in spots, that everybody don't see as I do." "Has she children?" said Miss Ophelia. "Yes, she is too." "I suppose she feels the separation from them?" "Well, of course, I couldn't bring them. They were little dirty things I couldn't have them about, and, besides, they took up too much of her time. But I believe that Mammy has always kept up a sort of sulkiness about this. She won't marry anybody else, and I do believe, now, though she knows how necessary she is to me, and how feeble my health is, she would go back to her husband tomorrow, if she only could." "I do, indeed," said Marie. "They are just so selfish, now, the best of them." "It's distressing to reflect upon," said Street Claire dryly. Miss Ophelia looked keenly at him, and saw the flush of mortification and repressed vexation, and the sarcastic curl of the lip, as he spoke. "Now, Mammy has always been a pet with me," said Marie. "I wish some of your northern servants could look at her closets of dresses, silks and muslins, and one real linen cambric she is hanging there. I've worked sometimes whole afternoons, trimming her caps and getting her ready to go to a party. As to abuse, she don't know what it is. She never was whipped more than once or twice in her whole life. She has her strong coffee or her tea every day, with white sugar in it. It's abominable, to be sure, but Street Claire will have high life below stairs, and they every one of them live just as they please. The fact is, our servants are overindulged. I suppose it is partly our fault that they are selfish and act like spoiled children, but I've talked to St. Clair till I am tired." "And I, too," said Street Claire, taking up the morning paper. Eva, the beautiful Eva, had stood listening to her mother with that expression of deep and mystic earnestness which was peculiar to her. She walked softly round to her mother's chair and put her arms round her neck. "Well, Eva, what now?" said Marie. "Mamma, couldn't I take care of you one night, just one? I know I shouldn't make you nervous, and I shouldn't sleep. I often lie awake nights thinking." "Oh, nonsense, child, nonsense," said Marie. "You're such a strange child." "But may I, Mamma?" "I think," she said, timidly, "that Mammy isn't well. She told me her head ached all the time lately." "Oh, that's just one of Mammy's fidgets. Mammy is just like all the rest of them, makes such a fuss about every little headache or finger ache. It'll never do to encourage it, never. I'm principled about this matter," said she, turning to Miss Ophelia. "You'll find the necessity of it. If you encourage servants in giving way to every little disagreeable feeling and complaining of every little ailment, you'll have your hands full. I never complain myself. Nobody knows what I endure. I feel it a duty to bear it quietly, and I do." Miss Ophelia's round eyes expressed an undisguised amazement at this peroration, which struck Street Claire as so supremely ludicrous that he burst into a loud laugh. "Street Claire always laughs when I make the least allusion to my ill health," said Marie, with the voice of a suffering martyr. "I only hope the day won't come when he'll remember it," and Marie put her handkerchief to her eyes. Of course, there was rather a foolish silence. Finally, St. Clair got up, looked at his watch, and said he had an engagement down street. Eva tripped away after him, and Miss Ophelia and Marie remained at the table alone. "Now, that's just like Street Clair," said the latter, withdrawing her handkerchief with somewhat of a spirited flourish when the criminal to be affected by it was no longer in sight. "He never realizes, never can, never will, what I suffer and have for years. If I was one of the complaining sort, or ever made any fuss about my ailments, there would be some reason for it. Men do get tired, naturally, of a complaining wife. But I've kept things to myself and borne, till Street Claire has got in the way of thinking I can bear anything. Miss Ophelia did not exactly know what she was expected to answer to this. While she was thinking what to say, Marie gradually wiped away her tears and smoothed her plumage in a general sort of way, as a dove might be supposed to make toilet after a shower, and began a housewifely chat with Miss Ophelia concerning cupboards, closets, linen presses, store, rooms, and other matters, of which the latter was, by common understanding, to assume the direction, giving her so many cautious directions and charges that a head less systematic and businesslike than Miss Ophelia's would have been utterly dizzied and confounded. "And now," said Marie, "I believe I've told you everything, so that, when my next sick turn comes on, you'll be able to go forward entirely, without consulting me, only about Eva. She requires watching." "She seems to be a good child, very," said Miss Ophelia. "I never saw a better child." "Eva's peculiar," said her mother, "very. There are things about her so singular. She isn't like me, now, a particle," and Marie sighed, as if this was a truly melancholy consideration. Miss Ophelia in her own heart said, "I hope she isn't," but had prudence enough to keep it down. Eva always was disposed to be with servants, and I think that well enough with some children. Now, I always played with father's little negroes. It never did me any harm. But Eva somehow always seems to put herself on an equality with every creature that comes near her. It's a strange thing about the child. I never have been able to break her of it. St. Clair, I believe, encourages her in it. The fact is, St. Clair indulges every creature under this roof but his own wife." Again Miss Ophelia sat in blank silence. "Now, there's no way with servants," said Marie, "but to put them down and keep them down. It was always natural to me, from a child. Eva is enough to spoil a whole houseful. What she will do when she comes to keep house herself, I'm sure I don't know. I hold to being kind to servants, I always am, but you must make 'em know their place. Eva never does. There's no getting into the child's head the first beginning of an idea what a servant's place is. You heard her offering to take care of me nights, to let Mammy sleep. That's just a specimen of the way the child would be doing all the time, if she was left to herself." "Why," said Miss Ophelia, bluntly, "I suppose you think your servants are human creatures, and ought to have some rest when they are tired." "Certainly, of course. I'm very particular in letting them have everything that comes convenient, anything that doesn't put one at all out of the way, you know. Mammy can make up her sleep, some time or other. There's no difficulty about that. She's the sleepiest concern that ever I saw. Sewing, standing, or sitting, that creature will go to sleep, and sleep anywhere and everywhere. No danger, but Mammy gets sleep enough. But this treating servants as if they were exotic flowers or china vases is really ridiculous," said Marie, as she plunged languidly into the depths of a voluminous and pillowy lounge and drew towards her an elegant cut-glass vinaigrette. "You see," she continued, in a faint and ladylike voice, like the last dying breath of an Arabian jessamine, or something equally ethereal, "you see, Cousin Ophelia, I don't often speak of myself. It isn't my habit, 'tisn't agreeable to me. In fact, I haven't strength to do it. But there are points where Street Claire and I differ. St. Clair never understood me, never appreciated me. I think it lies at the root of all my ill health. St. Clair means well, I am bound to believe, but men are constitutionally selfish and inconsiderate to women. That, at least, is my impression. Miss Ophelia, who had not a small share of the genuine New England caution and a very particular horror of being drawn into family difficulties, now began to foresee something of this kind impending, so, composing her face into a grim neutrality, and drawing out of her pocket about 1.25 yards of stocking, which she kept as a specific against what Dr. Watts asserts to be a personal habit of Satan when people have idle hands, she proceeded to knit most energetically, shutting her lips together in a way that said, as plain as words could, "You needn't try to make me speak. I don't want anything to do with your affairs." In fact, she looked about as sympathizing as a stone lion. But Marie didn't care for that. She had got somebody to talk to, and she felt it her duty to talk, and that was enough, and reinforcing herself by smelling again at her vinaigrette, she went on. "You see, I brought my own property and servants into the connection when I married St. Clair, and I am legally entitled to manage them my own way. St. Clair had his fortune and his servants, and I'm well enough content he should manage them his way, but Street Clair will be interfering. He has wild, extravagant notions about things, particularly about the treatment of servants. He really does act as if he set his servants before me, and before himself, too, for he lets them make him all sorts of trouble, and never lifts a finger. Now, about some things, St. Clair is really frightful. He frightens me, good-natured as he looks, in general. Now he has set down his foot that, come what will, there shall not be a blow struck in this house, except what he or I strike, and he does it in a way that I really dare not cross him. Well, you may see what that leads to, for St. Clair wouldn't raise his hand if every one of them walked over him, and you see how cruel it would be to require me to make the exertion. Now, you know these servants are nothing but grown-up children. I don't know anything about it, and I thank the Lord that I don't, said Miss Ophelia shortly. Well, but you will have to know something, and know it to your cost, if you stay here. You don't know what a provoking, stupid, careless, unreasonable, childish, ungrateful set of wretches they are. Marie seemed wonderfully supported, always, when she got upon this topic, and she now opened her eyes, and seemed quite to forget her languor. You don't know, and you can't, the daily, hourly trials that beset a housekeeper from them, everywhere and every way. But it's no use to complain to St. Clair. He talks the strangest stuff. He says we have made them what they are and ought to bear with them. He says their faults are all owing to us, and that it would be cruel to make the fault and punish it too. He says we shouldn't do any better in their place, just as if one could reason from them to us, you know. Don't you believe that the Lord made them of one blood with us? Said Miss Ophelia shortly. No, indeed, not I. A pretty story, truly. They are a degraded race. Don't you think they've got immortal souls? Said Miss Ophelia, with increasing indignation. Oh, well, said Marie, yawning, that, of course, nobody doubts that. But as to putting them on any sort of equality with us, you know, as if we could be compared, why, it's impossible. Now, St. Clair really has talked to me as if keeping Mammy from her husband was like keeping me from mine. There's no comparing in this way. Mammy couldn't have the feelings that I should. It's a different thing altogether, of course it is, and yet Street Clair pretends not to see it. And just as if Mammy could love her little dirty babies as I love Eva. Yet Street Claire once really and soberly tried to persuade me that it was my duty, with my weak health and all I suffer, to let Mammy go back and take somebody else in her place. That was a little too much even for me to bear. I don't often show my feelings. I make it a principle to endure everything in silence. It's a wife's hard lot, and I bear it. But I did break out that time, so that he has never alluded to the subject since. But I know by his looks and little things that he says that he thinks so as much as ever, and it's so trying, so provoking. Miss Ophelia looked very much as if she was afraid she should say something, but she rattled away with her needles in a way that had volumes of meaning in it, if Marie could only have understood it. So, you just see, she continued, what you've got to manage. A household without any rule, where servants have it all their own way, do what they please, and have what they please, except so far as I, with my feeble health, have kept up government. I keep my cowhide about, and sometimes I do lay it on, but the exertion is always too much for me. If Street Claire would only have this thing done as others do. And how's that? Why, send them to the calaboose or some of the other places to be flogged. That's the only way. If I wasn't such a poor, feeble piece, I believe I should manage with twice the energy that Street Claire does. And how does Street Claire contrive to manage? Said Miss Ophelia. You say he never strikes a blow. Well, men have a more commanding way, you know, it is easier for them. Besides, if you ever looked full in his eye, it's peculiar, that eye, and if he speaks decidedly, there's a kind of flash. I'm afraid of it, myself, and the servants know they must mind. I couldn't do as much by a regular storm and scolding as Street Claire can by one turn of his eye, if once he is in earnest. Oh, there's no trouble about Street Claire. That's the reason he's no more feeling for me. But you'll find, when you come to manage, that there's no getting along without severity. They are so bad, so deceitful, so lazy. The old tune, said Street Claire, sauntering in. What an awful account these wicked creatures will have to settle, at last, especially for being lazy. You see, cousin, said he, as he stretched himself at full length on a lounge opposite to Marie, it's wholly inexcusable in them, in the light of the example that Marie and I set them, this laziness. Come, now, St. Clair, you are too bad, said Marie. Am I now? Why, I thought I was talking good, quite remarkably for me. I try to enforce your remarks, Marie, always. You know you meant no such thing, St. Clair, said Marie. Oh, I must have been mistaken then. Thank you, my dear, for setting me right. You do really try to be provoking, said Marie. Oh, come, Marie, the day is growing warm, and I have just had a long quarrel with Dolph, which has fatigued me excessively. So, pray be agreeable, now, and let a fellow repose in the light of your smile. What's the matter about Dolph? Said Marie. That fellow's impudence has been growing to a point that is perfectly intolerable to me. I only wish I had the undisputed management of him a while. I'd bring him down. What you say, my dear, is marked with your usual acuteness and good sense, said Street Clair. As to Dolph, the case is this, that he has so long been engaged in imitating my graces and perfections, that he has, at last, really mistaken himself for his master, and I have been obliged to give him a little insight into his mistake. How? Said Marie. Why, I was obliged to let him understand explicitly that I preferred to keep some of my clothes for my own personal wearing, Also, I put his magnificence upon an allowance of cologne water, and actually was so cruel as to restrict him to 12 of my cambric handkerchiefs. Dolph was particularly huffy about it, and I had to talk to him like a father to bring him round.
Oh.
St. Clair, when will you learn how to treat your servants? It's abominable, the way you indulge them, said Marie. Why, after all, what's the harm of the poor dog's wanting to be like his master? And if I haven't brought him up any better than to find his chief good in cologne and cambric handkerchiefs, why shouldn't I give them to him? And why haven't you brought him up better? Said Miss Ophelia, with blunt determination. Too much trouble, laziness, cousin, laziness, which ruins more souls than you can shake a stick at. If it weren't for laziness, I should have been a perfect angel myself. I'm inclined to think that laziness is what your old Dr. Botherham, up in Vermont, used to call the essence of moral evil. It's an awful consideration, certainly. I think you slaveholders have an awful responsibility upon you, said Miss Ophelia. I wouldn't have it for 1,000 worlds. You ought to educate your slaves and treat them like reasonable creatures, like immortal creatures that you've got to stand before the bar of God with. That's my mind, said the good lady, breaking suddenly out with a tide of zeal that had been gaining strength in her mind all the morning.
Oh.
Come, come, said St. Clair, getting up quickly. What do you know about us? And he sat down to the piano and rattled a lively piece of music. St. Clair had a decided genius for music. His touch was brilliant and firm, and his fingers flew over the keys with a rapid and bird-like motion, airy and yet decided. He played piece after piece, like a man who is trying to play himself into a good humor. After pushing the music aside, he rose up and said, gaily, "Well, now, cousin, you've given us a good talk and done your duty. On the whole, I think the better of you for it. I make no manner of doubt that you threw a very diamond of truth at me, that you see it hit me so directly in the face that it wasn't exactly appreciated at first." "For my part, I don't see any use in such sort of talk," said Marie. "I'm sure, if anybody does more for servants than we do, I'd like to know who, and it don't do 'em a bit good, not a particle. They get worse and worse. As to talking to them, or anything like that, I'm sure I have talked till I was tired and hoarse, telling them their duty and all that, and I'm sure they can go to church when they like, though they don't understand a word of the sermon, more than so many pigs. So it isn't of any great use for them to go, as I see, but they do go, and so they have every chance. But, as I said before, they are a degraded race, and always will be, and there isn't any help for them. You can't make anything of them if you try. You see, Cousin Ophelia, I've tried, and you haven't. I was born and bred among them, and I know." Miss Ophelia thought she had said enough, and therefore sat silent. St. Clair whistled a tune. "St. Clair, I wish you wouldn't whistle," said Marie. "It makes my head worse." "I won't," said St. Clair. "Is there anything else you wouldn't wish me to do?" "I wish you would have some kind of sympathy for my trials. You never have any feeling for me." "My dear accusing angel," said St. Clair. "It's provoking to be talked to in that way." "Then, how will you be talked to?" "I'll talk to order, any way you'll mention, only to give satisfaction." A gay laugh from the court rang through the silken curtains of the veranda. St. Clair stepped out, and, lifting up the curtain, laughed too. "What is it?" said Miss Ophelia, coming to the railing. There sat Tom, on a little mossy seat in the court, every one of his button-holes stuck full of Cape jessamines, and Eva, gaily laughing, was hanging a wreath of roses round his neck, and then she sat down on his knee, like a chipped sparrow, still laughing. "Oh, Tom, you look so funny." Tom had a sober, benevolent smile and seemed, in his quiet way, to be enjoying the fun quite as much as his little mistress. He lifted his eyes when he saw his master with a half-deprecating, apologetic air. "How can you let her?" said Miss Ophelia. "Why not?" said Street Claire. "Why, I don't know. It seems so dreadful. You would think no harm in a child's caressing a large dog, even if he was black, but a creature that can think and reason and feel and is immortal, you shudder at. Confess it, cousin. I know the feeling among some of you Northerners well enough. Not that there is a particle of virtue in our not having it, but custom with us does what Christianity ought to do, obliterates the feeling of personal prejudice. I have often noticed, in my travels north, how much stronger this was with you than with us. You loathe them as you would a snake or a toad, yet you are indignant at their wrongs. You would not have them abused, but you don't want to have anything to do with them yourselves. You would send them to Africa, out of your sight and smell, and then send a missionary or two to do up all the self-denial of elevating them compendiously. Isn't that it?" "Well, cousin," said Miss Ophelia, thoughtfully, "there may be some truth in this." "What would the poor and lowly do without children?" said Street Claire, leaning on the railing and watching Eva as she tripped off, leading Tom with her. "Your little child is your only true Democrat. Tom, now, is a hero to Eva. His stories are wonders in her eyes. His songs and Methodist hymns are better than an opera, and the traps and little bits of trash in his pocket of mine of jewels, and he the most wonderful Tom that ever wore a black skin. This is one of the roses of Eden that the Lord has dropped down expressly for the poor and lowly, who get few enough of any other kind." "It's strange, cousin," said Miss Ophelia. "One might almost think you were a professor, to hear you talk." "A professor?" said Street Claire. "Yes, a professor of religion." "Not at all. Not a professor, as your town folks have it, and, what is worse, I'm afraid, not a practicer either." "What makes you talk so, then?" "Nothing is easier than talking," said Street Claire. "I believe Shakespeare makes somebody say, 'I could sooner show 20 what were good to be done, than be one of the 20 to follow my own showing.' Nothing like division of labor. My forte lies in talking, and yours, cousin, lies in doing." In Tom's external situation, at this time, there was, as the world says, nothing to complain of. Little Eva's fancy for him, the instinctive gratitude and loveliness of a noble nature, had led her to petition her father that he might be her especial attendant whenever she needed the escort of a servant, in her walks or rides. And Tom had general orders to let everything else go, and attend to Miss Eva whenever she wanted him, orders which our readers may fancy were far from disagreeable to him. He was kept well dressed, for St. Clair was fastidiously particular on this point. His stable services were merely a sinecure, and consisted simply in a daily care and inspection, and directing an under-servant in his duties, for Marie Street Claire declared that she could not have any smell of the horses about him when he came near her, and that he must positively not be put to any service that would make him unpleasant to her, as her nervous system was entirely inadequate to any trial of that nature, one snuff of anything disagreeable being, according to her account, quite sufficient to close the scene and put an end to all her earthly trials at once. Tom, therefore, in his well-brushed broadcloth suit, smooth beaver, glossy boots, faultless wristbands and collar, with his grave, good-natured black face, looked respectable enough to be a bishop of Carthage, 7 as men of his color were in other ages. Then, too, he was in a beautiful place, a consideration to which his sensitive race are never indifferent, and he did enjoy with a quiet joy the birds, the flowers, the fountains, the perfume, and light and beauty of the court, the silken hangings and pictures, and lustres and statuettes and gilding, that made the parlors within a kind of Aladdin's palace to him. If ever Africa shall show an elevated and cultivated race, and come it must, some time, her turn to figure in the great drama of human improvement, life will awake there with a gorgeousness and splendor of which our cold Western tribes faintly have conceived. In that far-off mystic land of gold and gems and spices and waving palms and wondrous flowers and miraculous fertility will awake new forms of art, new styles of splendor, and the Negro race, no longer despised and trodden down, will, perhaps, show forth some of the latest and most magnificent revelations of human life. Certainly they will. In their gentleness, their lowly docility of heart, their aptitude to repose on a superior mind and rest on a higher power, their childlike simplicity of affection and facility of forgiveness. In all these they will exhibit the highest form of the peculiarly Christian life, and, perhaps, as God chasteneth whom he loveth, he hath chosen poor Africa in the furnace of affliction, to make her the highest and noblest in that kingdom which he will set up, when every other kingdom has been tried and failed, for the first shall be last, and the last first. Was this what Marie Street Clare was thinking of as she stood, gorgeously dressed, on the veranda on Sunday morning, clasping a diamond bracelet on her slender wrist? Most likely it was. Or, if it wasn't that, it was something else, for Marie patronized good things, and she was going now, in full force, diamonds, silk and lace and jewels and all, to a fashionable church, to be very religious. Marie always made a point to be very pious on Sundays. There she stood, so slender, so elegant, so airy and undulating in all her motions, her lace scarf enveloping her like a mist. She looked a graceful creature, and she felt very good and very elegant indeed. Miss Ophelia stood at her side, a perfect contrast. It was not that she had not as handsome a silk dress and shawl, and as fine a pocket handkerchief, but stiffness and squareness and bolt uprightness enveloped her with as indefinite yet appreciable a presence as did Grace, her elegant neighbor. Not the grace of God, however, that is quite another thing. "Where's Eva?" said Marie. The child stopped on the stairs to say something to Mammy. And what was Eva saying to Mammy on the stairs? Listen, reader, and you will hear, though Marie does not. "Dear Mammy, I know your head is aching dreadfully." "Lord bless you, Miss Eva. My head allers aches lately. You don't need to worry." "Well, I'm glad you're going out, and here," and the little girl threw her arms around her, "Mammy, you shall take my vinaigrette." "What? Your beautiful gold thing thar, with them diamonds." "Lor, miss, 'tolden't be proper, no ways." "Why not? You need it, and I don't." Mama always uses it for headache, and it'll make you feel better. No, you shall take it to please me now. Do you hear the darlin' talk? Said Mammy, as Eva thrust it into her bosom, and, kissing her, ran down the stairs to her mother. What were you stopping for? I was just stopping to give Mammy my vinaigrette to take to church with her. Eva, said Marie, stamping impatiently, your gold vinaigrette to Mammy. When will you learn what's proper? Go and take it right back this moment. Eva looked downcast and aggrieved, and turned slowly. I say, Marie, let the child alone. She shall do as she pleases, said St. Claire. Street Claire, how will she ever get along in the world? Said Marie. The Lord knows, said Street Claire, but she'll get along in heaven better than you or I. Oh, Papa, don't, said Eva, softly touching his elbow. It troubles Mother. Well, cousin, are you ready to go to meeting? Said Miss Ophelia, turning square about on St. Clair. I'm not going, thank you. I do wish Street Claire ever would go to church, said Marie, but he hasn't a particle of religion about him. It really isn't respectable. I know it, said Street Claire. You ladies go to church to learn how to get along in the world, I suppose, and your piety sheds respectability on us. If I did go at all, I would go where Mammy goes. There's something to keep a fellow awake there, at least. What? Those shouting Methodists? Horrible, said Marie. Anything but the Dead Sea of your respectable churches, Marie. Positively, it's too much to ask of a man. Eva, do you like to go? Come, stay at home and play with me. Thank you, Papa, but I'd rather go to church. Isn't it dreadful tiresome? Said Street Claire. I think it is tiresome, said Eva, and I am sleepy too, but I try to keep awake. What do you go for then? Why, you know, Papa, she said, in a whisper, Cousin told me that God wants to have us, and he gives us everything, you know, and it isn't much to do it, if he wants us to. It isn't so very tiresome, after all. You sweet, little obliging soul, said Street Claire, kissing her. Go along, that's a good girl, and pray for me. Certainly, I always do, said the child, as she sprang after her mother into the carriage. St. Clair stood on the steps and kissed his hand to her. As the carriage drove away, large tears were in his eyes. Oh, Evangeline! Rightly named, he said, hath not God made thee an evangel to me? So he felt a moment, and then he smoked a cigar, and read the Picayune, and forgot his little gospel. Was he much unlike other folks? You see, Evangeline, said her mother, it's always right and proper to be kind to servants, but it isn't proper to treat them just as we would our relations, or people in our own class of life. Now, if Mammy was sick, you wouldn't want to put her in your own bed. I should feel just like it, Mama, said Eva, because then it would be handier to take care of her, and because, you know, my bed is better than hers. Marie was in utter despair at the entire want of moral perception evinced in this reply. What can I do to make this child understand me? She said. Nothing, said Miss Ophelia, significantly. Eva looked sorry and disconcerted for a moment, but children, luckily, do not keep to one impression long, and in a few moments she was merrily laughing at various things which she saw from the coach windows, as it rattled along. Well, ladies, said Street Claire, as they were comfortably seated at the dinner table, and what was the bill of fare at church today? Oh, Dr. G. preached a splendid sermon, said Marie. It was just such a sermon as you ought to hear, It expressed all my views exactly. It must have been very improving, said Street Claire. The subject must have been an extensive one. Well, I mean all my views about society and such things, said Marie. The text was, He hath made everything beautiful in its season, and he showed how all the orders and distinctions in society came from God, and that it was so appropriate, and beautiful, that some should be high and some low, and that some were born to rule and some to serve, and all that, and he applied it so well to all this ridiculous fuss that is made about slavery, and he proved distinctly that the Bible was on our side and supported all our institutions so convincingly. I only wish you'd heard him. Oh, I didn't need it, said Street Claire. I can learn what does me as much good as that from the Picayune any time and smoke a cigar besides, which I can't do, in a church. Why, said Miss Ophelia, don't you believe in these views? Who, I? I'm such a graceless dog that these religious aspects of such subjects don't edify me much. If I was to say anything on this slavery matter, I would say out, fair and square, we're in for it. We've got and mean to keep It's for our convenience and our interest, for that's the long and short of it. That's just the whole of what all this sanctified stuff amounts to, after all, and I think that will be intelligible to everybody everywhere. I do think, Augustine, you are so irreverent, said Marie. I think it's shocking to hear you talk. Shocking. It's the truth. This religious talk on such matters, why don't they carry it a little further and show the beauty, in its season, of a fellow's taking a glass too much and sitting a little too late over his cards and various providential arrangements of that sort, which are pretty frequent among us young men. We'd like to hear that those are right and godly, too. Well, said Miss Ophelia, do you think slavery right or wrong? I'm not going to have any of your horrid New England directness, cousin, said Street Claire gaily. If I answer that question, I know you'll be at me with 6 others, each one harder than the last, and I'm not going to define my position. I am one of the sort that lives by throwing stones at other people's glass houses, but I never mean to put up one for them to stone. That's just the way he's always talking, said Marie. You can't get any satisfaction out of him. I believe it's just because he don't like religion that he's always running out in this way he's been doing. Religion, said Street Claire in a tone that made both ladies look at him. Religion. Is what you hear at church religion? Is that which can bend and turn and descend and ascend to fit every crooked phase of selfish, worldly society religion? Is that religion which is less scrupulous, less generous, less just, less considerate for man than even my own ungodly, worldly, blinded nature? No. When I look for a religion, I must look for something above me, and not something beneath. Then you don't believe that the Bible justifies slavery, said Miss Ophelia. The Bible was my mother's book, said Street Claire. By it she lived and died, and I would be very sorry to think it did. I'd as soon desire to have it proved that my mother could drink brandy, chew tobacco, and swear, by way of satisfying me that I did right in doing the same. It wouldn't make me at all more satisfied with these things in myself, and it would take from me the comfort of respecting her, and it really is a comfort, in this world, to have anything one can respect. In short, you see, said he, suddenly resuming his gay tone, all I want is that different things be kept in different boxes. The whole framework of society, both in Europe and America, is made up of various things which will not stand the scrutiny of any very ideal standard of morality. It's pretty generally understood that men don't aspire after the absolute right, but only to do about as well as the rest of the world. Now, when anyone speaks up, like a man, and says slavery is necessary to us, we can't get along without it, we should be beggared if we give it up, and, of course, we mean to hold on to it. This is strong, clear, well-defined language. It has the respectability of truth to it, and if we may judge by their practice, the majority of the world will bear us out in it. But when he begins to put on a long face and snuffle and quote scripture, I incline to think he isn't much better than he should be. You are very uncharitable, said Marie. Well, said Street Claire, suppose that something should bring down the price of cotton once and forever, and make the whole slave property a drug in the market. Don't you think we should soon have another version of the scripture doctrine? What a flood of light would pour into the church, all at once, and how immediately it would be discovered that everything in the Bible and reason went the other way. Well, at any rate, said Marie, as she reclined herself on a lounge, I'm thankful I'm born where slavery exists, and I believe it's right, indeed. I feel it must be, and at any rate, I'm sure I couldn't get along without it. I say, what do you think, Pussy? Said her father to Eva, who came in at this moment, with a flower in her hand. What about Papa? Why, which do you like the best, to live as they do at your uncle's, up in Vermont, or to have a house full of servants, as we do? Oh, of course, our way is the pleasantest, said Eva. Why so? Said Street Claire, stroking her head. Why, it makes so many more around you to love, you know, said Eva, looking up earnestly. Now, that's just like Eva, said Marie, just one of her odd speeches. Is it an odd speech, Papa? Said Eva, whisperingly, as she got upon his knee. Rather, as this world goes, Pussy, said Street Claire. But where has my little Eva been all dinner time? Oh, I've been up in Tom's room, hearing him sing, and Aunt Dinah gave me my dinner. Hearing Tom sing, hey? Oh, yes. He sings such beautiful things about the New Jerusalem, and bright angels, and the land of Canaan. I dare say, it's better than the opera, isn't it? Yes, and he's going to teach them to me. Singing lessons, hey, you are coming on. Yes, he sings for me, and I read to him in my Bible, and he explains what it means, you know. On my word, said Marie, laughing, that is the latest joke of the season. Tom isn't a bad hand now at explaining scripture, I'll dare swear, said Street Claire. Tom has a natural genius for religion. I wanted the horses out early this morning, and I stole up to Tom's cubiculum there, over the stables, and there I heard him holding a meeting by himself, and, in fact, I haven't heard anything quite so savory as Tom's prayer this some time. He put in for me, with a zeal that was quite apostolic. Perhaps he guessed you were listening. I've heard of that trick before. If he did, he wasn't very politic, for he gave the Lord his opinion of me, pretty freely. Tom seemed to think there was decidedly room for improvement in me, and seemed very earnest that I should be converted. I hope you'll lay it to heart, said Miss Ophelia. I suppose you are much of the same opinion, said Street Claire. Well, we shall see, shan't we, Eva? Chapter 17. The Free Man's Defense. There was a gentle bustle at the Quaker house as the afternoon drew to a close. Rachel Halliday moved quietly to and fro, collecting from her household stores such needments as could be arranged in the smallest compass for the wanderers who were to go forth that night. The afternoon shadows stretched eastward, and the round red sun stood thoughtfully on the horizon, and his beams shone yellow and calm into the little bedroom where George and his wife were sitting. He was sitting with his child on his knee and his wife's hand in his. Both looked thoughtful and serious, and traces of tears were on their cheeks. "Yes, Eliza," said George, "I know all you say is true. You are a good child, a great deal better than I am, and I will try to do as you say. I'll try to act worthy of a free man. I'll try to feel like a Christian. God Almighty knows that I've meant to do well, tried hard to do well, when everything has been against me, and now I'll forget all the past, and put away every hard and bitter feeling, and read my Bible, and learn to be a good man." "And when we get to Canada," said Eliza, "I can help you. I can do dressmaking very well, and I understand fine washing and ironing, and between us we can find something to live on." "Yes, Eliza, so long as we have each other and our boy."
Oh,
"Eliza, if these people only knew what a blessing it is for a man to feel that his wife and child belong to him. I've often wondered to see men that could call their wives and children their own, fretting and worrying about anything else. Why, I feel rich and strong, though we have nothing but our bare hands. I feel as if I could scarcely ask God for any more. Yes, though I've worked hard every day, till I am 25 years old, and have not a cent of money, nor a roof to cover me, nor a spot of land to call my own, yet, if they will only let me alone now, I will be satisfied, thankful. I will work, and send back the money for you and my boy. As to my old master, he has been paid 5 times over for all he ever spent for me. I don't owe him anything." "But yet we are not quite out of danger," said Eliza. "We are not yet in Canada." "True," said George, "but it seems as if I smelt the free air, and it makes me strong." At this moment, voices were heard in the outer apartment, in earnest conversation, and very soon a rap was heard on the door. Eliza started and opened it. Simeon Halliday was there, and with him a Quaker brother, whom he introduced as Phineas Fletcher. Phineas was tall and lathy, red-haired, with an expression of great acuteness and shrewdness on his face. He had not the placid, quiet, unworldly air of Simeon Halliday. On the contrary, a particularly wide-awake and au fait appearance, like a man who rather prides himself on knowing what he is about, and keeping a bright lookout ahead. Peculiarities which sorted rather oddly with his broad brim and formal phraseology. "Our friend Phineas hath discovered something of importance to the interests of thee and thy party, George," said Simeon. "It were well for thee to hear it." "That I have," said Phineas, "and it shows the use of a man's always sleeping with one ear open, in certain places, as I've always said. Last night I stopped at a little lone tavern, back on the road. Thee remembers the place, Simeon, where we sold some apples last year to that fat woman with the great earrings. Well, I was tired with hard driving, and after my supper I stretched myself down on a pile of bags in the corner and pulled a buffalo over me to wait till my bed was ready, and what does I do but get fast asleep." "With one ear open, Phineas?" said Simeon quietly. "No, I slept, ears and all, for an hour or 2, for I was pretty well tired, but when I came to myself a little, I found that there were some men in the room, sitting round a table, drinking and talking, and I thought, before I made much muster, I'd just see what they were up to, especially as I heard them say something about the Quakers. So, says one, they are up in the Quaker settlement, No doubt, says he. Then I listened with both ears, and I found that they were talking about this very party. So I lay and heard them lay off all their plans. This young man, they said, was to be sent back to Kentucky to his master, who was going to make an example of him, to keep all niggers from running away, and his wife, 2 of them, were going to run down to New Orleans to sell on their own account. And they calculated to get $1,600 or $1,800 for her, and the child, they said, was going to a trader who had bought him. And then there was the boy, Jim, and his mother. They were to go back to their masters in Kentucky. They said that there were 2 constables in a town a little piece ahead who would go in with them to get em taken up, and the young woman was to be taken before a judge, and one of the fellows, who is small and smooth-spoken, was to swear to her for his property, and get her delivered over to him to take south. They've got a right notion of the track we are going tonight, and they'll be down after us 6 or 8 strong. So, now, what's to be done? The group that stood in various attitudes after this communication were worthy of a painter. Rachel Halliday, who had taken her hands out of a batch of biscuit to hear the news, stood with them upraised and flowery, and with a face of the deepest concern. Simeon looked profoundly thoughtful. Eliza had thrown her arms around her husband and was looking up to him. George stood with clenched hands and glowing eyes, and looking as any other man might look, whose wife was to be sold at auction, and son sent to a trader, all under the shelter of a Christian nation's laws. "What shall we do, George?" said Eliza, faintly. "I know what I shall do," said George, as he stepped into the little room and began examining his pistols. "Aye, said Phineas, nodding his head to Simeon. "Thou sayest, Simeon, how it will work." "I see," said Simeon, sighing. "I pray it come not to that." "I don't want to involve anyone with or for me," said George. "If you will lend me your vehicle and direct me, I will drive alone to the next stand. Jim is a giant in strength and brave as death and despair, and so am I." "Ah, well, friend," said Phineas, "but they'll need a driver for all that. Thee's quite welcome to do all the fighting thee knows, but I know a thing or 2 about the road that thee doesn't." "But I don't want to involve you," said George. "Involve," said Phineas, with a curious and keen expression of face. "When thee does involve me, please to let me know." "Phineas is a wise and skilful man," said Simeon. "Thee does well, George, to abide by his judgment, and," he added, laying his hand kindly on George's shoulder, and pointing to the pistols, "be not over hasty with these. Young blood is hot." "I will attack no man," said George. "All I ask of this country is to be let alone, and I will go out peaceably." But he paused, and his brow darkened and his face worked. "I've had a sister sold in that New Orleans market. I know what they are sold for, and am I going to stand by and see them take my wife and sell her, when God has given me a pair of strong arms to defend her? No, God help me. I'll fight to the last breath, before they shall take my wife and son. Can you blame me?" "Mortal man cannot blame thee, George. Flesh and blood could not do otherwise," said Simeon. "Woe unto the world because of offenses, but woe unto them through whom the offense cometh. Would not even you, sir, do the same in my place?" "I pray that I be not tried," said Simeon. "The flesh is weak." "I think my flesh would be pretty tolerable strong in such a case," said Phineas, stretching out a pair of arms like the sails of a windmill. I ain't sure, friend George, that I shouldn't hold a fellow for thee, if thee had any accounts to settle with him. If man should ever resist evil, said Simeon, then George should feel free to do it now, but the leaders of our people taught a more excellent way. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God, but it goes sorely against the corrupt will of man, and none can receive it save they to whom it is given. Let us pray the Lord that we be not tempted. And so I do, said Phineas, but if we are tempted too much, why, let them look out, that's all. It's quite plain thee wasn't born a friend, said Simeon, smiling. The old nature hath its way in thee pretty strong as yet. To tell the truth, Phineas had been a hardy, two-fisted backwoods man, a vigorous hunter, and a dead shot at a buck, but, having wooed a pretty Quakeress, had been moved by the power of her charms to join the society in his neighborhood. And though he was an honest, sober, and efficient member, and nothing particular could be alleged against him, yet the more spiritual among them could not but discern an exceeding lack of savor in his developments. Friend Phineas will ever have ways of his own, said Rachel Halliday, smiling, but we all think that his heart is in the right place after all. Well, said George, isn't it best that we hasten our flight? I got up at 4 o'clock and came on with all speed, full 2 or 3 hours ahead of them, if they start at the time they planned. It isn't safe to start till dark at any rate, for there are some evil persons in the villages ahead that might be disposed to meddle with us if they saw our wagon, and that would delay us more than the waiting, but in 2 hours I think we may venture. I will go over to Michael Cross and engage him to come behind on his swift nag, and keep a bright lookout on the road, and warn us if any company of men come on. Michael keeps a horse that can soon get ahead of most other horses, and he could shoot ahead and let us know if there were any danger. I am going out now to warn Jim and the old woman to be in readiness and to see about the horse. We have a pretty fair start and stand a good chance to get to the stand before they come up with us. So have good courage, friend George. This isn't the first ugly scrape that I've been in with thy people, said Phineas, as he closed the door. Phineas is pretty shrewd, said Simeon. He will do the best that can be done for thee, George. All I am sorry for, said George, is the risk to you. They'll much oblige us, friend George, to say no more about that. What we do we are conscience-bound to do, we can do no other way. And now, mother, said he, turning to Rachel, hurry thy preparations for these friends, for we must not send them away fasting. And while Rachel and her children were busy making corn cake and cooking ham and chicken, and hurrying on the et-ceteras of the evening meal, George and his wife sat in their little room, with their arms folded about each other, in such talk as husband and wife have when they know that a few hours may part them forever. Eliza, said George, people that have friends and houses and lands and money and all those things can't love as we do, who have nothing but each other. Till I knew you, Eliza, no creature ever had loved me but my poor, heartbroken mother and sister. I saw poor Emily that morning the traitor carried her off. She came to the corner where I was lying asleep and said, "Poor George, your last friend is going. What will become of you, poor boy?" And I got up and threw my arms round her and cried and sobbed, and she cried too, and those were the last kind words I got for 10 long years, and my heart all withered up and felt as dry as ashes till I met you. And your loving me, why, it was almost like raising one from the dead. I've been a new man ever since. And now, Eliza, I'll give my last drop of blood, but they shall not take you from me. Whoever gets you must walk over my dead body." "Oh, Lord, have mercy," said Eliza, sobbing. "If he will only let us get out of this country together, that is all we ask." "Is God on their side?" said George, speaking less to his wife than pouring out his own bitter thoughts. "Does he see all they do? Why does he let such things happen? And they tell us that the Bible is on their side. Certainly, all the power is. They are rich and healthy and happy. They are members of churches, expecting to go to heaven, and they get along so easy in the world and have it all their own way, and poor, honest, faithful Christians, Christians as good or better than they, are lying in the very dust under their feet. They buy and sell and make trade of their heart's blood and groans and tears, and God lets them." "Friend George," said Simeon from the kitchen, "listen to this psalm. It may do thee good." George drew his seat near the door, and Eliza, wiping her tears, came forward also to listen, while Simeon read as follows. "But as for me, my feet were almost gone, my steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious of the foolish, when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. They are not in trouble like other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasseth them as a chain, violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness, they have more than heart could wish. They are corrupt, and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak loftily. Therefore his people return, and the waters of a full cup are wrung out to them, and they say, How doth God know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Is not that the way thee feels, George?" "It is so, indeed," said George, "as well as I could have written it myself." "Then here," said Simeon, "when I thought to know this, it was too painful for me until I went unto the sanctuary of God. Then understood I their end. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places, thou castest them down to destruction. As a dream when one awaketh, so, O Lord, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image. Nevertheless, I am continually with thee. Thou hast holden me by my right hand. Thou shalt guide me by thy counsel, and afterwards receive me to glory. It is good for me to draw near unto God. I have put my trust in the Lord God." The words of holy trust, breathed by the friendly old man, stole like sacred music over the harassed and chafed spirit of George, and after he ceased, he sat with a gentle and subdued expression on his fine features. "If this world were all, George," said Simeon, "thee might, indeed, ask, Where is the Lord? But it is often those who have least of all in this life whom he chooseth for the kingdom. Put thy trust in him, and, no matter what befalls thee here, he will make all right hereafter." If these words had been spoken by some easy, self-indulgent exhorter, from whose mouth they might have come merely as pious and rhetorical flourish, proper to be used to people in distress, perhaps they might not have had much effect. But coming from one who daily and calmly risked fine and imprisonment for the cause of God and man, they had a weight that could not but be felt, and both the poor, desolate fugitives found calmness and strength breathing into them from it. And now Rachel took Eliza's hand kindly and led the way to the supper table. As they were sitting down, a light tap sounded at the door, and Ruth entered. "I just ran in," she said, "with these little stockings for the boy, 3 pair, nice, warm woolen ones. It will be so cold, thee knows, in Canada. Does thee keep up good courage, Eliza?" she added, tripping round to Eliza's side of the table, and shaking her warmly by the hand, and slipping a seed cake into Harry's hand. "I brought a little parcel of these for him," she said, tugging at her pocket to get out the package. "Children, thee knows, will always be eating." "Oh, thank you. You are too kind," said Eliza. "Come, Ruth, sit down to supper," said Rachel. "I couldn't, anyway. I left John with the baby and some biscuits in the oven, and I can't stay a moment, else John will burn up all the biscuits and give the baby all the sugar in the bowl." "That's the way he does," said the little Quakeress, laughing. "So, goodbye, Eliza. Goodbye, George. The Lord grant thee a safe journey." And, with a few tripping steps, Ruth was out of the apartment. A little while after supper, a large covered wagon drew up before the door. The night was clear starlight, and Phineas jumped briskly down from his seat to arrange his passengers. George walked out of the door, with his child on one arm and his wife on the other. His step was firm, his face settled and resolute. Rachel and Simeon came out after them. "You get out a moment," said Phineas to those inside, "and let me fix the back of the wagon. There, for the women folks and the boy." "Here are the 2 buffaloes," said Rachel. "Make the seats as comfortable as may be. It's hard riding all night." Jim came out first and carefully assisted out his old mother, who clung to his arm and looked anxiously about, as if she expected the pursuer every moment. "Jim, are your pistols all in order?" said George in a low, firm voice. "Yes, indeed," said Jim. "And you've no doubt what you shall do if they come?" "I rather think I haven't," said Jim, throwing open his broad chest and taking a deep breath. "Do you think I'll let them get Mother again?" During this brief colloquy, Eliza had been taking her leave of her kind friend, Rachel, and was handed into the carriage by Simeon and, creeping into the back part with her boy, sat down among the buffalo skins. The old woman was next handed in and seated, and George and Jim placed on a rough board seat front of them, and Phineas mounted in front. "Farewell, my friends," said Simeon from without. "God bless you," answered all from within. And the wagon drove off, rattling and jolting over the frozen road. There was no opportunity for conversation on account of the roughness of the way and the noise of the wheels. The vehicle, therefore, rumbled on through long, dark stretches of woodland, over wide, dreary plains, up hills and down valleys, and on they jogged, hour after hour. The child soon fell asleep and lay heavily in his mother's lap. The poor, frightened old woman at last forgot her fears, and even Eliza, as the night waned, found all her anxieties insufficient to keep her eyes from closing. Phineas seemed, on the whole, the briskest of the company, and beguiled his long drive with whistling certain very unquaker-like songs as he went on. But about 3 o'clock George's ear caught the hasty and decided click of a horse's hoof coming behind them at some distance, and jogged Phineas by the elbow. Phineas pulled up his horses and listened. "That must be Michael," he said. "I think I know the sound of his gallop," and he rose up and stretched his head anxiously back over the road. A man riding in hot haste was now dimly described at the top of a distant hill. "There he is, I do believe," said Phineas. George and Jim both sprang out of the wagon before they knew what they were doing. All stood intensely silent, with their faces turned towards the expected messenger. On he came. Now he went down into a valley where they could not see him, but they heard the sharp, hasty tramp, rising nearer and nearer. At last they saw him emerge on the top of an eminence, within hail. "Yes, that's Michael," said Phineas, and, raising his voice, "Hello there, Michael." "Phineas, is that thee?" "Yes. What news they coming?" Right on behind, 8 or 10 of them, hot with brandy, swearing and foaming like so many wolves. And, just as he spoke, a breeze brought the faint sound of galloping horsemen towards them. "In with you, quick, boys, in," said Phineas. "If you must fight, wait till I get you a piece ahead." And with the word, both jumped in, and Phineas lashed the horses to a run, the horsemen keeping close beside them. The wagon rattled, jumped, almost flew over the frozen ground, but plainer and still plainer came the noise of pursuing horsemen behind. The women heard it, and, looking anxiously out, saw, far in the rear, on the brow of a distant hill, a party of men looming up against the red-streaked sky of early dawn. Another hill, and their pursuers had evidently caught sight of their wagon, whose white cloth-covered top made it conspicuous at some distance, and a loud yell of brutal triumph came forward on the wind. Eliza sickened and strained her child closer to her bosom. The old woman prayed and groaned, and George and Jim clenched their pistols with the grasp of despair. The pursuers gained on them fast. The carriage made a sudden turn and brought them near a ledge of a steep overhanging rock that rose in an isolated ridge or clump in a large lot, which was, all around it, quite clear and smooth. This isolated pile, or range of rocks, rose up black and heavy against the brightening sky, and seemed to promise shelter and concealment. It was a place well known to Phineas, who had been familiar with the spot in his hunting days, and it was to gain this point he had been racing his horses. "Now for it," said he, suddenly checking his horses and springing from his seat to the ground. "Out with you, in a twinkling, every one, and up into these rocks with me. Michael, thee tie thy horse to the wagon, and drive ahead to Amaria's, and get him and his boys to come back and talk to these fellows." In a twinkling they were all out of the carriage. "There," said Phineas, catching up Harry, "you each of you, see to the women, and run now if you ever did run." There needed no exhortation. Quicker than we can say it, the whole party were over the fence, making with all speed for the rocks, while Michael, throwing himself from his horse and fastening the bridle to the wagon, began driving it rapidly away. "Come ahead," said Phineas, as they reached the rocks and saw, in the mingled starlight and dawn, the traces of a rude but plainly marked path leading up among them. "This is one of our old hunting dens. Come up." Phineas went before, springing up the rocks like a goat, with the boy in his arms. Jim came second, bearing his trembling old mother over his shoulder, and George and Eliza brought up the rear. The party of horsemen came up to the fence, and with mingled shouts and oaths, were dismounting to prepare to follow them. A few moments' scrambling brought them to the top of the ledge. The path then passed between a narrow defile, where only one could walk at a time, till suddenly they came to a rift or chasm more than a yard in breadth, and beyond which lay a pile of rocks, separate from the rest of the ledge, standing full 30 feet high, with its sides steep and perpendicular as those of a castle. Phineas easily leaped the chasm, and sat down the boy on a smooth, flat platform of crisp white moss that covered the top of the rock. "Over with you," he called. "Spring now once for your lives," said he, as one after another sprang across. Several fragments of loose stone formed a kind of breastwork, which sheltered their position from the observation of those below. "Well, here we all are," said Phineas, peeping over the stone breastwork to watch the assailants, who were coming tumultuously up under the rocks. "Let 'em get us if they can. Whoever comes here has to walk single file between those two rocks, in fair range of your pistols. Boys, do ye see?" "I do see," said George, "and now, as this matter is ours, let us take all the risk and do all the fighting." "Thee's quite welcome to do the fighting, George," said Phineas, chewing some checkerberry leaves as he spoke, "but I may have the fun of looking on, I suppose. But see, these fellows are kinder debating down there, and looking up, like hens when they are going to fly up onto the roost. Hadn't thee better give 'em a word of advice, before they come up, just to tell 'em handsomely they'll be shot if they do?" The party beneath, now more apparent in the light of the dawn, consisted of our old acquaintances, Tom Loker and Marks, with 2 constables, and a posse consisting of such rowdies at the last tavern as could be engaged by a little brandy to go and help the fun of trapping a set of niggers. "Well, Tom, your coons are farly treed," said one. "Yes, I see 'em go up right here," said Tom, "and here's a path. I'm for going right up. They can't jump down in a hurry, and it won't take long to ferret 'em out." "But, Tom, they might fire at us from behind the rocks," said Marks. "That would be ugly, you know." "Ugh," said Tom with a sneer. "Always for saving your skin, Marks. No danger. Niggers are too plaguey scared." "I don't know why I shouldn't save my skin," said Marks. "It's the best I've got, and niggers do fight like the devil sometimes." At this moment, George appeared on the top of a rock above them, and, speaking in a calm, clear voice, said, "Gentlemen, who are you, down there, and what do you want?" "We want a party of runaway niggers," said Tom Loker. "One George Harris and Eliza Harris and their son and Jim Selden and an old woman. We've got the officers here and a warrant to take 'em, and we're going to have 'em, too. Do ye hear? Ain't you George Harris? That belongs to Mr. Harris of Shelby County, Kentucky." "I am George Harris. A Mr. Harris of Kentucky did call me his property, but now I'm a free man, standing on God's free soil, and my wife and my child I claim as mine. Jim and his mother are here. We have arms to defend ourselves, and we mean to do it. You can come up if you like, but the first one of you that comes within the range of our bullets is a dead man, and the next, and so on till the last." "Oh, come, come," said a short, puffy man, stepping forward and blowing his nose as he did so. "Young man, this ain't no kind of talk at all for you. You see, we're officers of justice. We've got the law on our side, and the power, and so forth, so you'd better give up peaceably, you see, for you'll certainly have to give up at last." "I know very well that you've got the law on your side, and the power," said George bitterly. "You mean to take my wife to sell in New Orleans, and put my boy like a calf in a trader's pen, and send Jim's old mother to the brute that whipped and abused her before, because he couldn't abuse her son. You want to send Jim and me back to be whipped and tortured, and ground down under the heels of them that you call masters, and your laws will bear you out in it. More shame for you and them. But you haven't got us. We don't own your laws. We don't own your country. We stand here as free under God's sky as you are, and by the great God that made us, we'll fight for our liberty till we die. George stood out in fair sight on the top of the rock as he made his declaration of independence. The glow of dawn gave a flush to his swarthy cheek, and bitter indignation and despair gave fire to his dark eye, and, as if appealing from man to the justice of God, he raised his hand to heaven as he spoke. If it had been only a Hungarian youth, 8 now bravely defending in some mountain fastness the retreat of fugitives escaping from Austria into America, this would have been sublime heroism, but as it was a youth of African descent, defending the retreat of fugitives through America into Canada, of course we are too well instructed and patriotic to see any heroism in it, and if any of our readers do, they must do it on their own private responsibility. When despairing Hungarian fugitives make their way, against all the search warrants and authorities of their lawful government, to America, press and political cabinet ring with applause and welcome. When despairing African fugitives do the same thing, it is, what is it? Be it as it may, it is certain that the attitude, voice, manner of the speaker for a moment struck the party below to silence. There is something in boldness and determination that for a time hushes even the rudest nature. Marx was the only one who remained wholly untouched. He was deliberately cocking his pistol, and, in the momentary silence that followed George's speech, he fired at him. "Ye see ye get just as much for dead as alive in Kentucky," he said, coolly, as he wiped his pistol on his coat sleeve. George sprang backward. Eliza uttered a shriek. The ball had passed close to his hair, had nearly grazed the cheek of his wife, and struck in the tree above. "It's nothing, Eliza," said George, quickly. "Thee'd better keep out of sight with thy speechifying," said Phineas. "They're mean scamps." "Now, Jim," said George, "look that your pistols are all right, and watch that pass with me. The first man that shows himself I fire at, you take the second, and so on. It won't do, you know, to waste 2 shots on one." "But what if you don't hit?" "I shall hit," said George, coolly. "Good. Now, there's stuff in that fellow," muttered Phineas, between his teeth. The party below, after Marx had fired, stood, for a moment, rather undecided. "I think you must have hit some on 'em," said one of the men. "I heard a squeal." "I'm going right up for one," said Tom. "I never was afraid of niggers, and I ain't going to be now." "Who goes after?" he said, springing up the rocks. George heard the words distinctly. He drew up his pistol, examined it, pointed it towards that point in the defile where the first man would appear. One of the most courageous of the party followed Tom, and, the way being thus made, the whole party began pushing up the rock, the hindermost pushing the front ones faster than they would have gone of themselves. On they came, and in a moment the burly form of Tom appeared in sight, almost at the verge of the chasm. George fired. The shot entered his side, but though wounded, he would not retreat, but, with a yell like that of a mad bull, he was leaping right across the chasm into the party. "Friend," said Phineas, suddenly stepping to the front, and meeting him with a push from his long arms, "thee isn't wanted here." Down he fell into the chasm, crackling down among trees, bushes, logs, loose stones, till he lay, bruised and groaning, 30 feet below. The fall might have killed him, had it not been broken and moderated by his clothes catching in the branches of a large tree, but he came down with some force, however, more than was at all agreeable or convenient. "Lord help us, they are perfect devils," said Marks, heading the retreat down the rocks with much more of a will than he had joined the ascent, while all the party came tumbling precipitately after him, the fat constable, in particular, blowing and puffing in a very energetic manner. "I say, fellers," said Marks, "you just go round and pick up Tom, there, while I run and get on to my horse, to go back for help, that's you," and, without minding the hootings and jeers of his company, Marks was as good as his word, and was soon seen galloping away. "Was ever such a sneaking varmint," said one of the men, "to come on his business, and he clear out and leave us this way." "Well, we must pick up that feller," said another. "Cuss me if I much care whether he is dead or alive." The men, led by the groans of Tom, scrambled and crackled through stumps, logs, and bushes, to where that hero lay groaning and swearing, with alternate vehemence. "Ye keep it a-going pretty loud, Tom," said one. "Ye much hurt?" "Don't know. Get me up, can't ye? Blast that infernal Quaker. If it hadn't been for him, I'd a pitched some on 'em down here, to see how they liked it." With much labor and groaning, the fallen hero was assisted to rise, and, with one holding him up under each shoulder, they got him as far as the horses. "If you could only get me a mile back to that AR tavern. Give me a handkerchief or something to stuff into this place and stop this infernal bleeding." George looked over the rocks and saw them trying to lift the burly form of Tom into the saddle. After 2 or 3 ineffectual attempts, he reeled and fell heavily to the ground. "Oh, I hope he isn't killed," said Eliza, who, with all the party, stood watching the proceeding. "Why not?" said Phineas. "Serves him right." "Because after death comes the judgment," said Eliza. "Yes," said the old woman, who had been groaning and praying in her Methodist fashion during all the encounter. "It's an awful case for the poor critter's soul." "On my word, they're leaving him, I do believe," said Phineas. It was true, for after some appearance of irresolution and consultation, the whole party got on their horses and rode away. When they were quite out of sight, Phineas began to bestir himself. "Well, we must go down and walk a piece," he said. "I told Michael to go forward and bring help, and be along back here with the wagon, but we shall have to walk a piece along the road, I reckon, to meet them. The Lord grant he be along soon. It's early in the day. There won't be much travel afoot yet a while. We ain't much more than 2 miles from our stopping place. If the road hadn't been so rough last night, we could have outrun them entirely." As the party neared the fence, they discovered in the distance, along the road, their own wagon coming back, accompanied by some men on horseback. "Well, now, there's Michael and Stephen and Maria," exclaimed Phineas, joyfully. "Now we are made as safe as if we'd got there." "Well, do stop, then," said Eliza, "and do something for that poor man. He's groaning dreadfully." "It would be no more than Christian," said George. "Let's take him up and carry him on." "And doctor him up among the Quakers," said Phineas. "Pretty well that." "Well, I don't care if we do. Here, let's have a look at him." And Phineas, who, in the course of his hunting and backwoods life, had acquired some rude experience of surgery, kneeled down by the wounded man and began a careful examination of his condition. "Marks," said Tom, feebly, "is that you, Marks?" No, I reckon t'ant, friend, said Phineas. Much Marks cares for thee if his own skin's safe. He's off, long ago. I believe I'm done for, said Tom. The cussed sneaking dog, to leave me to die alone. My poor old mother always told me 'twould be so. Law sakes, just hear the poor critter. He's got a mammy now, said the old negress. I can't help kinder pitying on him. Softly, softly, don't thee snap and snarl, friend, said Phineas, as Tom winced and pushed his hand away. Thee has no chance unless I stop the bleeding. And Phineas busied himself with making some offhand surgical arrangements with his own pocket handkerchief, and such as could be mustered in the company. You pushed me down there, said Tom, faintly. Well, if I hadn't, thee would have pushed us down, thee sees, said Phineas, as he stooped to apply his bandage. There, let me fix this bandage. We mean well to thee. We bear no malice. Thee shall be taken to a house where they'll nurse thee first rate, as well as thy own mother could. Tom groaned and shut his eyes. In men of his class, vigor and resolution are entirely a physical matter, and ooze out with the flowing of the blood, and the gigantic fellow really looked piteous in his helplessness. The other party now came up. The seats were taken out of the wagon. The buffalo skins, doubled in fours, were spread all along one side, and 4 men, with great difficulty, lifted the heavy form of Tom into it. Before he was gotten in, he fainted entirely. The old negress, in the abundance of her compassion, sat down on the bottom and took his head in her lap. Eliza, George, and Jim bestowed themselves, as well as they could, in the remaining space, and the whole party set forward. What do you think of him? Said George, who sat by Phineas in front. Well, it's only a pretty deep flesh wound, but then, tumbling and scratching down that place didn't help him much. It has bled pretty freely. Pretty much drained him out, courage and all, but he'll get over it, and maybe learn a thing or two by it. I'm glad to hear you say so, said George. It would always be a heavy thought to me if I'd caused his death, even in a just cause. Yes, said Phineas, killing is an ugly operation. Any way they'll fix it, man or beast. I've been a great hunter in my day, and I tell thee I've seen a buck that was shot down and a dying look that way on a feller with his eye, that it really most made a feller feel wicked for killing on him, and human creatures is a more serious consideration yet, bein', as thy wife says, that the judgment comes to 'em after death. So I don't know as our people's notions on these matters is too strict, and, considerin' how I was raised, I fell in with them pretty considerably. What shall you do with this poor fellow? Said George. Oh, carry him along to Amaria's. There's old Grandmam Stevens there. Dorcas, they call her. She's most an amazin' nurse. She takes to nursing real natural, and ain't never better suited than when she gets a sick body to tend. We may reckon on turning him over to her for a fortnight or so. A ride of about an hour more brought the party to a neat farmhouse, where the weary travelers were received to an abundant breakfast. Tom Loker was soon carefully deposited in a much cleaner and softer bed than he had ever been in the habit of occupying. His wound was carefully dressed and bandaged, and he lay languidly opening and shutting his eyes on the white window curtains and gently gliding figures of his sick room, like a weary child. And here, for the present, we shall take our leave of one party. Chapter 18. Miss Ophelia's Experiences and Opinions. Our friend Tom, in his own simple musings, often compared his more fortunate lot in the bondage into which he was cast with that of Joseph in Egypt, and, in fact, as time went on, and he developed more and more under the eye of his master, the strength of the parallel increased. St. Clair was indolent and careless of money. Hitherto the providing and marketing had been principally done by Adolphe, who was, to the full, as careless and extravagant as his master, and, between them both, they had carried on the dispersing process with great alacrity. Accustomed for many years to regard his master's property as his own care, Tom saw, with an uneasiness he could scarcely repress, the wasteful expenditure of the establishment, and, in the quiet, indirect way which his class often acquire, would sometimes make his own suggestions. St. Clair at first employed him occasionally, but, struck with his soundness of mind and good business capacity, he confided in him more and more, till gradually all the marketing and providing for the family were entrusted to him. "No, no, Adolphe," he said, one day, as Adolphe was deprecating the passing of power out of his hands, "let Tom alone. You only understand what you want. Tom understands cost and come to, and there may be some end to money, by and by, if we don't let somebody do that." Trusted to an unlimited extent by a careless master, who handed him a bill without looking at it, and pocketed the change without counting it, Tom had every facility and temptation to dishonesty, and nothing but an impregnable simplicity of nature, strengthened by Christian faith, could have kept him from it. But to that nature, the very unbounded trust reposed in him was bond and seal for the most scrupulous accuracy. With Adolphe the case had been different. Thoughtless and self-indulgent, and unrestrained by a master who found it easier to indulge than to regulate, he had fallen into an absolute confusion as to meum tuum with regard to himself and his master, which sometimes troubled even St. Clair. His own good sense taught him that such a training of his servants was unjust and dangerous. A sort of chronic remorse went with him everywhere, although not strong enough to make any decided change in his course, and this very remorse reacted again into indulgence. He passed lightly over the most serious faults, because he told himself that, if he had done his part, his dependents had not fallen into them. Tom regarded his gay, airy, handsome young master with an odd mixture of fealty, reverence, and fatherly solicitude. That he never read the Bible, never went to church, that he jested and made free with any and everything that came in the way of his wit, that he spent his Sunday evenings at the opera or theater, that he went to wine parties and clubs and suppers, oftener than was at all expedient, were all things that Tom could see as plainly as anybody, and on which he based a conviction that Mossar wasn't a Christian, a conviction, however, which he would have been very slow to express to anyone else, but on which he founded many prayers, in his own simple fashion, when he was by himself in his little dormitory. Not that Tom had not his own way of speaking his mind occasionally, with something of the tact often observable in his class, as, for example, the very day after the Sabbath we had described. St. Clair was invited out to a convivial party of choice spirits and was helped home between 1 and 2 o'clock at night, in a condition when the physical had decidedly attained the upper hand of the intellectual. Tom and Adolphe assisted to get him composed for the night, the latter in high spirits, evidently regarding the matter as a good joke and laughing heartily at the rusticity of Tom's horror, who really was simple enough to lie awake most of the rest of the night, praying for his young master. "Well, Tom, what are you waiting for?" said St. Clair the next day as he sat in his library in dressing gown and slippers. St. Clair had just been entrusting Tom with some money and various commissions. "Isn't all right there, Tom?" he added as Tom still stood waiting. "I'm afraid not, Mossar," said Tom with a grave face. St. Clair laid down his paper and set down his coffee cup and looked at Tom. "Why, Tom, what's the case? You look as solemn as a coffin." "I feel very bad, Mossar. I always have thought that Mossar would be good to everybody." "Well, Tom, haven't I been? Come, now, what do you want?" "There's something you haven't got, I suppose, and this is the preface. Mossar allay's been good to me. I haven't nothing to complain of on that head. But there is one that Mossar isn't good to." "Why, Tom, what's got into you? Speak out, what do you mean?" "Last night, between 1 and 2, I thought so. I studied upon the matter then. Mossar isn't good to himself." Tom said this with his back to his master and his hand on the doorknob. St. Clair felt his face flush crimson, but he laughed. "Oh, that's all, is it?" he said gaily. "All," said Tom, turning suddenly round and falling on his knees. "Oh, my dear young Mossar, I'm afraid it will be loss of all body and soul. The good book says, 'It biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder,' my dear Mossar." Tom's voice choked, and the tears ran down his cheeks. "You poor, silly fool," said St. Clair, with tears in his own eyes. "Get up, Tom. I'm not worth crying over." But Tom wouldn't rise and looked imploring. "Well, I won't go to any more of their cursed nonsense, Tom," said St. Clair. "On my honor, I won't. I don't know why I haven't stopped long ago. I've always despised it, and myself for it, so now, Tom, wipe up your eyes and go about your errands. Come, come," he added, "no blessings. I'm not so wonderfully good, now," he said, as he gently pushed Tom to the door. "There, I'll pledge my honor to you, Tom, you don't see me so again," he said, and Tom went off, wiping his eyes, with great satisfaction. "I'll keep my faith with him, too," said St. Clair as he closed the door. And St. Clair did so, for gross sensualism, in any form, was not the peculiar temptation of his nature. But, all this time, who shall detail the tribulations manifold of our friend Miss Ophelia, who had begun the labors of a Southern housekeeper? There is all the difference in the world in the servants of Southern establishments, according to the character and capacity of the mistresses who have brought them up. South as well as North, there are women who have an extraordinary talent for command and tact in educating. Such are enabled, with apparent ease and without severity, to subject to their will and bring into harmonious and systematic order the various members of their small estate, to regulate their peculiarities, and so balance and compensate the deficiencies of one by the excess of another, as to produce a harmonious and orderly system. Such a housekeeper was Mrs. Shelby, whom we have already described, and such our readers may remember to have met with. If they are not common at the South, it is because they are not common in the world. They are to be found there as often as anywhere, and, when existing, find in that peculiar state of society a brilliant opportunity to exhibit their domestic talent. Such a housekeeper Marie St. Clair was not, nor her mother before her. Indolent and childish, unsystematic and improvident, it was not to be expected that servants trained under her care should not be so likewise, and she had very justly described to Miss Ophelia the state of confusion she would find in the family, though she had not ascribed it to the proper cause. The first morning of her regency, Miss Ophelia was up at 4 o'clock, and having attended to all the adjustments of her own chamber, as she had done ever since she came there, to the great amazement of the chambermaid, she prepared for a vigorous onslaught on the cupboards and closets of the establishment of which she had the keys. The storeroom, the linen presses, the china closet, the kitchen and cellar, that day, all went under an awful review. Hidden things of darkness were brought to light to an extent that alarmed all the principalities and powers of kitchen and chamber, and caused many wonderings and murmurings about "dese your northern ladies" from the domestic cabinet. Old Dinah, the head cook, and principal of all rule and authority in the kitchen department, was filled with wrath at what she considered an invasion of privilege. No feudal baron in Magna Carta 9 times could have more thoroughly resented some incursion of the crown. Dinah was a character in her own way, and it would be injustice to her memory not to give the reader a little idea of her. She was a native and essential cook, as much as Aunt Chloe, cooking being an indigenous talent of the African race, but Chloe was a trained and methodical one, who moved in an orderly domestic harness, while Dinah was a self-taught genius and, like geniuses in general, was positive, opinionated, and erratic to the last degree. Like a certain class of modern philosophers, Dinah perfectly scorned logic and reason in every shape, and always took refuge in intuitive certainty, and here she was perfectly impregnable. No possible amount of talent, or authority, or explanation could ever make her believe that any other way was better than her own, or that the course she had pursued in the smallest matter could be in the least modified. This had been a conceded point with her old mistress, Marie's mother, and Miss Marie, as Dinah always called her young mistress, even after her marriage, found it easier to submit than contend, and so Dinah had ruled supreme. This was the easier, in that she was perfect mistress of that diplomatic art which unites the utmost subservience of manner with the utmost inflexibility as to measure. Dinah was mistress of the whole art and mystery of excuse-making in all its branches. Indeed, it was an axiom with her that the cook can do no wrong, and a cook in a southern kitchen finds abundance of heads and shoulders on which to lay off every sin and frailty, so as to maintain her own immaculateness entire. If any part of the dinner was a failure, there were 50 indisputably good reasons for it, and it was the fault undeniably of 50 other people, whom Dinah berated with unsparing zeal. But it was very seldom that there was any failure in Dinah's last results. Though her mode of doing everything was peculiarly meandering and circuitous, and without any sort of calculation as to time and place, though her kitchen generally looked as if it had been arranged by a hurricane blowing through it, and she had about as many places for each cooking utensil as there were days in the year, yet, if one would have patience to wait her own good time, up would come her dinner in perfect order, and in a style of preparation with which an epicure could find no fault. It was now the season of incipient preparation for dinner. Dinah, who required large intervals of reflection and repose, and was studious of ease in all her arrangements, was seated on the kitchen floor, smoking a short, stumpy pipe, to which she was much addicted and which she always kindled up as a sort of censer whenever she felt the need of an inspiration in her arrangements. It was Dinah's mode of invoking the domestic muses. Seated around her were various members of that rising race with which a southern household abounds, engaged in shelling peas, peeling potatoes, picking pin feathers out of fowls, and other preparatory arrangements. Dinah every once in a while interrupting her meditations to give a poke or a rap on the head to some of the young operators with the pudding stick that lay by her side. In fact, Dinah ruled over the woolly heads of the younger members with a rod of iron, and seemed to consider them born for no earthly purpose, but to save her steps, as she phrased it. It was the spirit of the system under which she had grown up, and she carried it out to its full extent. Miss Ophelia, after passing on her reformatory tour through all the other parts of the establishment, now entered the kitchen. Dinah had heard, from various sources, what was going on, and resolved to stand on defensive and conservative ground, mentally determined to oppose and ignore every new measure, without any actual and observable contest. The kitchen was a large brick-floored apartment, with a great old-fashioned fireplace stretching along one side of it, an arrangement which Street Clare had vainly tried to persuade Dinah to exchange for the convenience of a modern cook stove. Not she. No Puseyite or conversative of any school was ever more inflexibly attached to time-honored inconveniences than Dinah. When Street Clare had first returned from the north, impressed with the system and order of his uncle's kitchen arrangements, he had largely provided his own with an array of cupboards, drawers, and various apparatus to induce systematic regulation, under the sanguine illusion that it would be of any possible assistance to Dinah in her arrangements. He might as well have provided them for a squirrel or a magpie. The more drawers and closets there were, the more hiding holes could Dinah make for the accommodation of old rags, hair combs, old shoes, ribbons, cast-off artificial flowers, and other articles of virtu, wherein her soul delighted. When Miss Ophelia entered the kitchen, Dinah did not rise, but smoked on in sublime tranquillity, regarding her movements obliquely out of the corner of her eye, but apparently intent only on the operations around her. Miss Ophelia commenced opening a set of drawers. "What is this drawer for, Dinah?" she said. "It's handy for most anything, Mrs.," said Dinah. So it appeared to be. From the variety it contained, Miss Ophelia pulled out first a fine damask tablecloth, stained with blood, having evidently been used to envelop some raw meat. "What's this, Dinah? You don't wrap up meat in your Mistress' best table cloths?" "Oh, lor, Mrs., no. The towels was all a-missin', so I just did it. I laid out to wash that AR, that's why I put it there." "Shiftless," said Miss Ophelia to herself, proceeding to tumble over the drawer, where she found a nutmeg grater and 2 or 3 nutmegs, a Methodist hymn book, a couple of soiled Madras handkerchiefs, some yarn and knitting work, a paper of tobacco and a pipe, a few crackers, 1 or 2 gilded china saucers with some pomade in them, 1 or 2 thin old shoes, a piece of flannel carefully pinned up enclosing some small white onions, several damask table napkins, some coarse crash towels, some twine and darning needles, and several broken papers, from which sundry sweet herbs were sifting into the drawer. "Where do you keep your nutmegs, Dinah?" said Miss Ophelia, with the air of one who prayed for patience. "Most anywhar, Mrs. There's some in that cracked teacup up there, and there's some over in that AR cupboard. Here are some in the grater, said Miss Ophelia, holding them up. Laws, yes, I put 'em there this morning. I likes to keep my things handy, said Dinah. You, Jake. What are you stopping for? You'll catch it. Be still, thar, she added, with a dive of her stick at the criminal. What's this? Said Miss Ophelia, holding up the saucer of pomade. Laws, it's my hair grease. I put it there to have it handy. Do you use your mistress' best saucers for that? La, it was 'cause I was drive, and in sich a hurry. I was gwine to change it this very day. Here are 2 damask table napkins. Them table napkins I put thar to get 'em washed out some day. Don't you have some place here on purpose for things to be washed? Well, Moss our street Claire got dat AR chest, he said, for dat, but I likes to mix up biscuit and HEV my things on it some days, and then it ain't handy a liftin' up the lid. Why don't you mix your biscuits on the pastry table there? Law, missus, it gets sot so full of dishes, and one thing and another, der ain't no room, no ways. But you should wash your dishes and clear them away. Wash my dishes, said Dinah in a high key, as her wrath began to rise over her habitual respective manner. What does ladies know about work, I want to know. When'd Mossar ever get his dinner if I was to spend all my time a-washin' and a-puttin' up dishes? Miss Marie never telled me so nohow. Well, here are these onions. Laws, yes, said Dinah. Thar is where I put 'em now. I couldn't, 'member. Them's particular onions I was a savon for dis your very stew. I'd forgot they was in dat AR old flannel. Miss Ophelia lifted out the sifting papers of sweet herbs. I wish Mrs. wouldn't touch dem AR. I likes to keep my things where I knows where to go to, said Dinah rather decidedly. But you don't want these holes in the papers. Them's handy for siftin' on out, said Dinah. But you see it spills all over the drawer. Laws, yes. If Mrs. will go a-tumblin' things all up so, it will. Mrs. has spilt lots dat AR way, said Dinah, coming uneasily to the drawers. If Mrs. only will go upstairs till my clarin' up times comes, I'll have everything right, but I can't do nothin' when ladies is round a-henderin'. You, Sam, don't you give the baby dat AR sugar bowl. I'll crack ye over if you don't mind. I'm going through the kitchen and going to put everything in order once, Dinah, and then I'll expect you to keep it so. Lor, now, Miss Ophelia, dat AR ain't no way for ladies to do. I never did see ladies doin' no sich. My old Mrs. nor Miss Marie never did, and I don't see no kinder need on't, and Dinah stalked indignantly about, while Miss Ophelia piled and sorted dishes, emptied dozens of scattering bowls of sugar into one receptacle, sorted napkins, tablecloths, and towels for washing, wiping, and arranging with her own hands, and with a speed and alacrity which perfectly amazed Dinah. Lor, now, if dat AR de way dem northern ladies do, dey ain't ladies, nohow, she said to some of her satellites, when at a safe hearing distance. I has things as straight as anybody, when my clarin' up time comes, but I don't want ladies round, a-henderin' and getting my things all where I can't find 'em. To do Dinah justice, she had, at irregular periods, paroxysms of reformation and arrangement, which she called clarin' up times, when she would begin with great zeal and turn every drawer and closet wrong side outward, on to the floor or tables, and make the ordinary confusion 7-fold more confounded. Then she would light her pipe, and leisurely go over her arrangements, looking things over and discoursing upon them, making all the young fry scour most vigorously on the tin things, and keeping up for several hours a most energetic state of confusion, which she would explain to the satisfaction of all inquirers by the remark that she was a clarin up. She couldn't hev things a gwine on so as they had been, and she was gwine to make these your young ones keep better order, for Dinah herself, somehow, indulged the illusion that she, herself, was the soul of order, and it was only the young UNS, and the everybody else in the house, that were the cause of anything that fell short of perfection in this respect. When all the tins were scoured, and the tables scrubbed snowy white, and everything that could offend tucked out of sight in holes and corners, Dinah would dress herself up in a smart dress, clean apron, and high, brilliant madras turban, and tell all marauding young UNS to keep out of the kitchen, for she was gwine to have things kept nice. Indeed, these periodic seasons were often an inconvenience to the whole household, for Dinah would contract such an immoderate attachment to her scoured tin as to insist upon it that it shouldn't be used again for any possible purpose, at least, till the ardor of the clarin up period abated. Miss Ophelia, in a few days, thoroughly reformed every department of the house to a systematic pattern, but her labors in all departments that depended on the cooperation of servants were like those of Sisyphus or the Danaides. In despair, she one day appealed to St. Clair. "There is no such thing as getting anything like system in this family." "To be sure, there isn't," said Street Clair. "Such shiftless management, such waste, such confusion I never saw." "I dare say you didn't. You would not take it so coolly if you were housekeeper." "My dear cousin, you may as well understand, once for all, that we masters are divided into two classes, oppressors and oppressed. We who are good-natured and hate severity make up our minds to a good deal of inconvenience. If we will keep a shambling, loose, untaught set in the community for our convenience, why, we must take the consequence. Some rare cases I have seen of persons who, by a peculiar tact, can produce order and system without severity, but I'm not one of them, and so I made up my mind, long ago, to let things go just as they do. I will not have the poor devils thrashed and cut to pieces, and they know it, and, of course, they know the staff is in their own hands. But to have no time, no place, no order, all going on in this shiftless way. My dear Vermont, you natives up by the North Pole set an extravagant value on time. What on earth is the use of time to a fellow who has twice as much of it as he knows what to do with? As to order and system, where there is nothing to be done but to lounge on the sofa and read, an hour sooner or later in breakfast or dinner isn't of much account. Now, there's Dinah gets you a capital dinner, soup, ragout, roast fowl, dessert, ice, creams and all, and she creates it all out of chaos and old night down there in that kitchen. I think it really sublime, the way she manages. But, heaven bless us, if we are to go down there and view all the smoking and squatting about and hurry-scurriation of the preparatory process, we should never eat more. My good cousin, absolve yourself from that. It's more than a Catholic penance and does no more good. You'll only lose your own temper and utterly confound Dinah. Let her go her own way. But, Augustine, you don't know how I found things. Don't I? Don't I know that the rolling pin is under her bed, and the nutmeg grater in her pocket with her tobacco, that there are 65 different sugar bowls, one in every hole in the house, that she washes dishes with a dinner napkin one day, and with a fragment of an old petticoat the next. But the upshot is, she gets up glorious dinners, makes superb coffee, and you must judge her as warriors and statesmen are judged by her success. But the waste, the expense. Oh, well, lock everything you can and keep the key. Give out by driblets and never inquire for odds and ends. It isn't best. That troubles me, Augustine. I can't help feeling as if these servants were not strictly honest. Are you sure they can be relied on? Augustine laughed immoderately at the grave and anxious face with which Miss Ophelia propounded the question. Oh, cousin, that's too good. Honest. As if that's a thing to be expected. Honest, why, of course, they aren't. Why should they be? What upon earth is to make them so? Why don't you instruct? Instruct.
Oh, fiddle chic.
What instructing do you think I should do? I look like it. As to Marie, she has spirit enough, to be sure, to kill off a whole plantation, if I'd let her manage, but she wouldn't get the cheatery out of them. Are there no honest ones? Well, now and then one, whom nature makes so impracticably simple, truthful, and faithful that the worst possible influence can't destroy it. But, you see, from the mother's breast the colored child feels and sees that there are none but underhand ways open to it. It can get along no other way with its parents, its mistress, its young master and missy playfellows. Cunning and deception become necessary, inevitable habits. It isn't fair to expect anything else of him. He ought not to be punished for it. As to honesty, the slave is kept in that dependent, semi-childish state that there is no making him realize the rights of property, or feel that his master's goods are not his own, if he can get them. For my part, I don't see how they can be honest. Such a fellow as Tom here is a moral miracle. And what becomes of their souls? Said Miss Ophelia. That isn't my affair, as I know of, said Street Claire. I am only dealing in facts of the present life. The fact is that the whole race are pretty generally understood to be turned over to the devil for our benefit in this world, however it may turn out in another. This is perfectly horrible, said Miss Ophelia. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. I don't know as I am. We are in pretty good company, for all that, said Street Claire, as people in the broad road generally are. Look at the high and the low, all the world over, and it's the same story. The lower class used up body, soul, and spirit for the good of the upper. It is so in England, it is so everywhere, and yet all Christendom stands aghast with virtuous indignation, because we do the thing in a little different shape from what they do it. It isn't so in Vermont. Well, in New England and in the Free States, you have the better of us, I grant. But there's the bell, so, cousin, let us for a while lay aside our sectional prejudices and come out to dinner. As Miss Ophelia was in the kitchen in the latter part of the afternoon, some of the sable children called out la sakes. There's Prue a-coming, grunting along like she allers does. A tall, bony, colored woman now entered the kitchen, bearing on her head a basket of rusks and hot rolls. "Ho, Prue, you've come," said Dinah. Prue had a peculiar scowling expression of countenance and a sullen, grumbling voice. She set down her basket, squatted herself down, and resting her elbows on her knees said, "Oh, Lord, I wished I's dead." "Why do you wish you were dead?" said Miss Ophelia. I'd be out, oh my misery, said the woman, gruffly, without taking her eyes from the floor. What need you getting drunk, then, and cutting up, Prue, said a spruce quadroon chambermaid, dangling, as she spoke, a pair of coral eardrops. The woman looked at her with a sour, surly glance. Maybe you'll come to it, one of these year days. I'd be glad to see you, I would. Then you'll be glad of a drop, like me, to forget your misery. Come, Prue, said Dinah, let's look at your rusks. Here's Mrs. will pay for them. Miss Ophelia took out a couple of dozen. There's some tickets in that AR old cracked jug on the top shelf, said Dinah. You, Jake, climb up and get it down. Tickets? What are they for? Said Miss Ophelia. We buys tickets of her Mossar, and she gives us bread for 'em. And they counts my money in tickets, when I gets home, to see if I's got the change, and if I haunt, they half kills me. And serves you right, said Jane, the pert chambermaid, if you will take their money to get drunk on. That's what she does, missus. And that's what I will do. I can't live no other ways. Drink and forget my misery. You are very wicked and very foolish, said Miss Ophelia, to steal your master's money to make yourself a brute with. It's mighty likely, missus, but I will do it, yes, I will. Oh, Lord. I wish I's dead, I do. I wish I's dead, and out of my misery. And slowly and stiffly the old creature rose, and got her basket on her head again. But before she went out, she looked at the quadroon girl, who still stood playing with her eardrops. Ye think ye're mighty fine with them AR, a frolickin' and a tossin' your head, and a lookin' down on everybody. Well, never mind, you may live to be a poor, old, cut-up critter, like me. Hope to the Lord you will, I do. Then see if you won't drink yourself into torment, and sarve you right, too, ugh. And, with a malignant howl, the woman left the room. Disgusting old beast, said Adolphe, who was getting his master's shaving water. If I was her master, I'd cut her up worse than she is. You couldn't do that, AR, no ways, said Dinah. Her back's a far sight now. She can't never get a dress together over it. I think such low creatures ought not to be allowed to go round to genteel families, said Miss Jane. What do you think, Mr. Street Clare? She said, coquettishly tossing her head at Adolphe. It must be observed that, among other appropriations from his master's stock, Adolphe was in the habit of adopting his name and address, and that the style under which he moved, among the colored circles of New Orleans, was that of Mr. Street Clare. I'm certainly of your opinion, Miss Benoit, said Adolphe. Benoit was the name of Marie St. Clair's family, and Jane was one of her servants. Pray, Miss Benoit, may I be allowed to ask if those drops are for the ball tomorrow night? They are certainly bewitching. I wonder, now, Mr. Street Clare, what the impudence of you men will come to, said Jane, tossing her pretty head till the eardrops twinkled again. I shan't dance with you for a whole evening if you go to asking me any more questions. Oh, you couldn't be so cruel now. I was just dying to know whether you would appear in your pink tarlatan, said Adolphe. What is it? Said Rosa, a bright, piquant little quadroon, who came skipping downstairs at this moment. Why, Mr. St. Clair's so impudent. On my honor, said Adolphe, I'll leave it to Miss Rosa now. I know he's always a saucy creature, said Rosa, poising herself on one of her little feet and looking maliciously at Adolphe. He's always getting me so angry with him. Oh. Ladies, You will certainly break my heart between you, said Adolphe. I shall be found dead in my bed some morning, and you'll have it to answer for. Do hear the horrid creature talk, said both ladies, laughing immoderately. Come, clear out you. I can't have you cluttering up the kitchen, said Dinah, in my way, foolin' round here. Aunt Dinah's glum, because she can't go to the ball, said Rosa. Don't want none o' your light-colored balls, said Dinah, cuttin' round, makin' believe you's white folks. Arter all, you's niggers, much as I am. Aunt Dinah greases her wool stiff every day to make it lie straight, said Jane. And it will be wool, after all, said Rosa, maliciously shaking down her long, silky curls. Well, in the Lord's sight, Aunt Wool is good as har any time, said Dinah. I'd like to have Mrs. say which is worth the most, a couple such as you, or one like me. Get out wid ye, you trumpery, I won't have you round. Here the conversation was interrupted in a twofold manner. St. Clair's voice was heard at the head of the stairs, asking Adolphe if he meant to stay all night with his shaving water, and Miss Ophelia, coming out of the dining room, said, Jane and Rosa, what are you wasting your time for here? Go in and attend to your muslins. Our friend Tom, who had been in the kitchen during the conversation with the old Rusk woman, had followed her out into the street. He saw her go on, giving every once in a while a suppressed groan. At last she set her basket down on a doorstep and began arranging the old, faded shawl which covered her shoulders. I'll carry your basket apiece, said Tom, compassionately. Why should ye? Said the woman. I don't want no help. You seem to be sick or in trouble or something, said Tom. I ain't sick, said the woman shortly. I wish, said Tom, looking at her earnestly, I wish I could persuade you to leave off drinking. Don't you know it will be the ruin of ye, body and soul? I knows I'm gwine to torment, said the woman sullenly. You don't need to tell me that, A.R. I's ugly, I's wicked, I's gwine straight to torment. Oh, Lord, I wish I's thar. Tom shuddered at these frightful words, spoken with a sullen, impassioned earnestness. Oh, Lord have mercy on ye. Poor critter. Ha'n't ye never heard of Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ, who's he? Why, he's the Lord, said Tom. I think I've heard tell o' the Lord, and the judgment and torment. I've heard o' that. But didn't anybody ever tell you of the Lord Jesus, that loved us poor sinners and died for us? Don't know nothin' 'bout that, said the woman. Nobody ha'n't never loved me, since my old man died. Where was you raised? Said Tom. Up in Kentuck. A man kept me to breed children for market and sold 'em as fast as they got big enough. Last of all, he sold me to a speculator, and my mossar got me o' him. What set you into this bad way of drinkin'? To get shet o' my misery. I had one child after I come here, and I thought then I'd have one to raise, 'cause mossar wasn't a speculator. It was de purtest little thing. And Mrs. she seemed to think a heap on't, at first. It never cried. It was likely and fat. But Mrs. tuck sick, and I tended her, and I tuck the fever, and my milk all left me, and the child it pined to skin and bone, and Mrs. wouldn't buy milk for it. She wouldn't hear to me when I telled her I hadn't milk. She said she knowed I could feed it on what other folks eat, and the child kinder pined, and cried, and cried, and cried, day and night, and got all gone to skin and bones, and Mrs. got sot egg in it, and she said 'twa'n't nothin' but crossness. She wished it was dead, she said, and she wouldn't let me have it o' nights, 'cause, she said, it kept me awake and made me good for nothing. She made me sleep in her room, and I had to put it away off in a little kind o' garret, and thar it cried itself to death one night. It did, and I tuck to drinkin' to keep its crying out of my ears. I did, and I will drink. I will, if I do go to torment for it. Mossar says I shall go to torment, and I tell him I've got there now. Oh, you poor critter, said Tom, haunt nobody never telled ye how the Lord Jesus loved ye, and died for ye? Haunt they telled ye that he'll help ye, and ye can go to heaven and have rest at last. I looks like gwine to heaven, said the woman. An't there where white folks is gwine? S'pose they'd have me there? I'd rather go to torment and get away from Mossar and Missus. I had so, she said, as, with her usual groan, she got her basket on her head and walked sullenly away. Tom turned and walked sorrowfully back to the house. In the court he met little Eva, a crown of tuberoses on her head, and her eyes radiant with delight.
Autant.
Here you are. I'm glad I found you. Papa says you may get out the ponies and take me in my little new carriage, she said, catching his hand. But what's the matter, Tom? You look sober. I feel bad, Miss Eva, said Tom sorrowfully. But I'll get the horses for you. But do tell me, Tom, what is the matter? I saw you talking to cross old Prue. Tom, in simple, earnest phrase, told Eva the woman's history. She did not exclaim, or wonder, or weep, as other children do. Her cheeks grew pale, and a deep, earnest shadow passed over her eyes. She laid both hands on her bosom, and sighed heavily. Chapter 19. Miss Ophelia's experiences and opinions continued. Tom, you needn't get me the horses. I don't want to go, she said. Why not, Miss Eva? These things sink into my heart, Tom, said Eva. They sink into my heart, she repeated earnestly. I don't want to go, and she turned from Tom and went into the house. A few days after, another woman came, in old Prue's place, to bring the rusks. Miss Ophelia was in the kitchen. Lor, said Dinah, what's got Prue? Prue isn't coming any more, said the woman, mysteriously. Why not? Said Dinah. She ain't dead, is she? We doesn't exactly know. She's down cellar, said the woman, glancing at Miss Ophelia. After Miss Ophelia had taken the rusks, Dinah followed the woman to the door. What has got Prue, anyhow? She said. The woman seemed desirous, yet reluctant, to speak, and answered, in a low, mysterious tone. Well, you mustn't tell nobody. Prue, she got drunk again, and they had her down cellar, and thar they left her all day, and I hearn 'em saying that the flies had got to her, and she's dead. Dinah held up her hands, and, turning, saw close by her side the spirit-like form of Evangeline, her large, mystic eyes dilated with horror, and every drop of blood driven from her lips and cheeks. Lord bless us! Miss Eva's gwine to faint away. What got us all to let her har such talk? Her Paul be rail mad. I shan't faint, Dinah, said the child firmly, and why shouldn't I hear it? It ain't so much for me to hear it, as for poor Prue to suffer it. Lord's sakes! It isn't for sweet, delicate young ladies like you, these your stories isn't. It's enough to kill 'em. Eva sighed again and walked upstairs with a slow and melancholy step. Miss Ophelia anxiously inquired the woman's story. Dinah gave a very garrulous version of it, to which Tom added the particulars which he had drawn from her that morning. "An abominable business, perfectly horrible," she exclaimed, as she entered the room where Street Clare lay reading his paper. "Pray, what iniquity has turned up now?" said he. "What now?" "Why, those folks have whipped Prue to death," said Miss Ophelia, going on, with great strength of detail, into the story and enlarging on its most shocking particulars. "I thought it would come to that, some time," said Street Clare, going on with his paper. "Thought so, and you going to do anything about it?" said Miss Ophelia. "Haven't you got any selectmen or anybody to interfere and look after such matters? It's commonly supposed that the property interest is a sufficient guard in these cases. If people choose to ruin their own possessions, I don't know what's to be done. It seems the poor creature was a thief and a drunkard, and so there won't be much hope to get up sympathy for her. It is perfectly outrageous. It is horrid, Augustine. It will certainly bring down vengeance upon you. My dear cousin, I didn't do it, and I can't help it. I would if I could. If low-minded, brutal people will act like themselves, what am I to do? They have absolute control. They are irresponsible despots. There would be no use in interfering. There is no law that amounts to anything practically for such a case. The best we can do is to shut our eyes and ears and let it alone. It's the only resource left us." "How can you shut your eyes and ears? How can you let such things alone?" "My dear child, what do you expect? Here is a whole class, debased, uneducated, indolent, provoking, put, without any sort of terms or conditions, entirely into the hands of such people as the majority in our world are, people who have neither consideration nor self-control, who haven't even an enlightened regard to their own interest, for that's the case with the largest half of mankind. Of course, in a community so organized, what can a man of honorable and humane feelings do but shut his eyes all he can and harden his heart? I can't buy every poor wretch I see. I can't turn knight-errant and undertake to redress every individual case of wrong in such a city as this. The most I can do is to try and keep out of the way of it." St. Clair's fine countenance was for a moment overcast. He looked annoyed, but suddenly calling up a gay smile, he said, "Come, cousin, don't stand there looking like one of the fates. You've only seen a peep through the curtain, a specimen of what is going on, the world over, in some shape or other. If we are to be prying and spying into all the dismals of life, we should have no heart to anything. 'Tis like looking too close into the details of Dinah's kitchen, and Street Clare lay back on the sofa and busied himself with his paper. Miss Ophelia sat down and pulled out her knitting work and sat there grim with indignation. She knit and knit, but while she mused the fire burned. At last she broke out, "I tell you, Augustine, I can't get over things so, if you can. It's a perfect abomination for you to defend such a system, that's my mind." "What now?" said Street Clare, looking up. "At it again, hey?" "I say it's perfectly abominable for you to defend such a system," said Miss Ophelia, with increasing warmth. "I defend it, my dear lady? Whoever said I did defend it?" said Street Clare. "Of course, you defend it, you all do, all you Southerners. What do you have slaves for if you don't? Are you such a sweet innocent as to suppose nobody in this world ever does what they don't think is right? Don't you, or didn't you ever, do anything that you did not think quite right?" "If I do, I repent of it, I hope," said Miss Ophelia, rattling her needles with energy. "So do I," said Street Claire, peeling his orange. "I'm repenting of it all the time." "What do you keep on doing it for?" "Didn't you ever keep on doing wrong after you'd repented, my good cousin?" "Well, only when I've been very much tempted," said Miss Ophelia. "Well, I'm very much tempted," said Street Claire. "That's just my difficulty. But I always resolve I won't, and I try to break off." "Well, I have been resolving I won't, off and on, these 10 years, said St. Claire, but I haven't, somehow, got clear. Have you got clear of all your sins, cousin?" "Cousin Augustine," said Miss Ophelia, seriously, and laying down her knitting work, "I suppose I deserve that you should reprove my shortcomings. I know all you say is true enough. Nobody else feels them more than I do, but it does seem to me, after all, there is some difference between me and you. It seems to me I would cut off my right hand sooner than keep on, from day to day, doing what I thought was wrong. But then, my conduct is so inconsistent with my profession, I don't wonder you reprove me." "Oh, now, cousin," said Augustine, sitting down on the floor and laying his head back in her lap, "don't take on so awfully serious. You know what a good-for-nothing, saucy boy I always was. I love to poke you up, that's all, just to see you get earnest. I do think you are desperately, distressingly good. It tires me to death to think of it." "But this is a serious subject, my boy Auguste," said Miss Ophelia, laying her hand on his forehead. "Dismally so," said he, "and well, I never want to talk seriously in hot weather. What with mosquitoes and all, a fellow can't get himself up to any very sublime moral flights, and I believe," said Street Claire, suddenly rousing himself up, "there's a theory now. I understand now why northern nations are always more virtuous than southern ones. I see into that whole subject." "Oh, Auguste, you're a sad rattlebrain." "Am I? Well, so I am, I suppose. But for once I will be serious, now, but you must hand me that basket of oranges. You see, you'll have to stay me with flagons and comfort me with apples, if I'm going to make this effort." "Now," said Augustine, drawing the basket up, "I'll begin. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for a fellow to hold 2 or 3 dozen of his fellow-worms in captivity, a decent regard to the opinions of society requires." "I don't see that you are growing more serious," said Miss Ophelia. "Wait, I'm coming on, you'll hear. The short of the matter is, cousin," said he, his handsome face suddenly settling into an earnest and serious expression, "on this abstract question of slavery there can, as I think, be but one opinion. Planters, who have money to make by it, clergymen, who have planters to please, politicians, who want to rule by it, may warp and bend language and ethics to a degree that shall astonish the world at their ingenuity. They can press nature and the Bible, and nobody knows what else, into the service. But, after all, neither they nor the world believe in it one particle the more. It comes from the devil, that's the short of it, and, to my mind, it's a pretty respectable specimen of what he can do in his own line." Miss Ophelia stopped her knitting and looked surprised, and Street Claire, apparently enjoying her astonishment, went on. "You seem to wonder, but if you will get me fairly at it, I'll make a clean breast of it. This cursed business, accursed of God and man, what is it? Strip it of all its ornament, run it down to the root and nucleus of the whole, and what is it? Why, because my brother Quashi is ignorant and weak, and I am intelligent and strong, because I know how and can do it, therefore I may steal all he has, keep it, and give him only such and so much as suits my fancy. Whatever is too hard, too dirty, too disagreeable for me, I may set Quashy to doing. Because I don't like work, Quashy shall work. Because the sun burns me, Quashy shall stay in the sun. Quashy shall earn the money, and I will spend it. Quashy shall lie down in every puddle, that I may walk over dry shod. Quashy shall do my will, and not his, all the days of his mortal life, and have such chance of getting to heaven at last as I find convenient. This I take to be about what slavery is. I defy anybody on earth to read our slave code as it stands in our law books and make anything else of it. Talk of the abuses of slavery. Humbug. The thing itself is the essence of all abuse. And the only reason why the land don't sink under it, like Sodom and Gomorrah, is because it is used in a way infinitely better than it is. For pity's sake, for shame's sake, because we are men born of women, and not savage beasts, many of us do not, and dare not. We would scorn to use the full power which our savage laws put into our hands. And he who goes the furthest, and does the worst, only uses within limits the power that the law gives him. St. Clair had started up, and, as his manner was when excited, was walking with hurried steps up and down the floor. His fine face, classic as that of a Greek statue, seemed actually to burn with the fervor of his feelings. His large blue eyes flashed, and he gestured with an unconscious eagerness. Miss Ophelia had never seen him in this mood before, and she sat perfectly silent. "I declare to you," said he, suddenly stopping before his cousin, "it's no sort of use to talk or to feel on this subject, but I declare to you, there have been times when I have thought, if the whole country would sink and hide all this injustice and misery from the light, I would willingly sink with it. When I have been traveling up and down on our boats or about on my collecting tours and reflected that every brutal, disgusting, mean, low-lived fellow I met was allowed by our laws to become absolute despot of as many men, women, and children as he could cheat, steal, or gamble money enough to buy, when I have seen such men in actual ownership of helpless children, of young girls and women, I have been ready to curse my country, to curse the human race." "Augustine, said Miss Ophelia, "I'm sure you've said enough. I never, in my life, heard anything like this, even at the North." "At the North," said St. Clair, with a sudden change of expression, and resuming something of his habitual careless tone. "Pooh! Your northern folks are cold-blooded. You are cool in everything. You can't begin to curse up hill and down as we can, when we get fairly at it." "Well, but the question is," said Miss Ophelia. "Oh, yes, to be sure, the question is, and a deuce of a question it is. How come you in this state of sin and misery? Well, I shall answer in the good old words you used to teach me Sundays. I came so by ordinary generation. My servants were my father's, and, what is more, my mother's, and now they are mine, they and their increase, which bids fair to be a pretty considerable item. My father, you know, came first from New England, and he was just such another man as your father, a regular old Roman, upright, energetic, noble-minded, with an iron will. Your father settled down in New England to rule over rocks and stones, and to force an existence out of nature, and mine settled in Louisiana to rule over men and women and force existence out of them." "My mother," said St. Clair, getting up and walking to a picture at the end of the room, and gazing upwards with a face fervent with veneration. She was divine. Don't look at me so, you know what I mean. She probably was of mortal birth, but as far as ever I could observe, there was no trace of any human weakness or error about her, and everybody that lives to remember her, whether bond or free, servant, acquaintance, relation, all say the same. Why, cousin, that mother has been all that has stood between me and utter unbelief for years. She was a direct embodiment and personification of the New Testament, a living fact to be accounted for, and to be accounted for in no other way than by its truth. Oh, mother! Mother, said Street Clare, clasping his hands in a sort of transport, and then suddenly checking himself, he came back, and seating himself on an ottoman, he went on. My brother and I were twins, and they say, you know, that twins ought to resemble each other, but we were in all points a contrast. He had black, fiery eyes, coal-black hair, and a strong, fine Roman profile and a rich brown complexion. I had blue eyes, golden hair, a Greek outline, and fair complexion. He was active and observing, I dreamy and inactive. He was generous to his friends and equals, but proud, dominant, overbearing to inferiors, and utterly unmerciful to whatever set itself up against him. Truthful we both were, he from pride and courage, I from a sort of abstract ideality. We loved each other about as boys generally do, off and on, and in general. He was my father's pet, and I my mother's. There was a morbid sensitiveness and acuteness of feeling in me on all possible subjects, of which he and my father had no kind of understanding, and with which they could have no possible sympathy. But mother did, and so, when I had quarreled with Alfred, and father looked sternly on me, I used to go off to mother's room and sit by her. I remember just how she used to look, with her pale cheeks, her deep, soft, serious eyes, her white dress. She always wore white, and I used to think of her whenever I read in Revelations about the saints that were arrayed in fine linen, clean and white. She had a great deal of genius of one sort and another, particularly in music, and she used to sit at her organ, playing fine old majestic music of the Catholic Church, and singing with a voice more like an angel than a mortal woman. And I would lay my head down on her lap, and cry, and dream, and feel, oh, immeasurably, things that I had no language to say. In those days, this matter of slavery had never been canvassed as it has now. Nobody dreamed of any harm in it. My father was a born aristocrat. I think, in some pre-existent state, he must have been in the higher circles of spirits and brought all his old court pride along with him, for it was in grain, bred in the bone, though he was originally of poor and not in any way of noble family. My brother was begotten in his image. Now an aristocrat, you know, the world over, has no human sympathies beyond a certain line in society. In England the line is in one place, in Burma in another, and in America in another, but the aristocrat of all these countries never goes over it. What would be hardship and distress and injustice in his own class is a cool matter of course in another one. My father's dividing line was that of color. Among his equals, never was a man more just and generous, but he considered the Negro, through all possible gradations of color, as an intermediate link between man and animals, and graded all his ideas of justice or generosity on this hypothesis. I suppose, to be sure, If anybody had asked him, plump and fair, whether they had human immortal souls, he might have hemmed and hawed and said yes. But my father was not a man much troubled with spiritualism. Religious sentiment he had none, beyond a veneration for God, as decidedly the head of the upper classes. Well, my father worked some 500 Negroes. He was an inflexible, driving, punctilious businessman. Everything was to move by system, to be sustained with unfailing accuracy and precision. Now, if you take into account that all this was to be worked out by a set of lazy, twaddling, shiftless laborers who had grown up all their lives, in the absence of every possible motive to learn how to do anything but shirk, as you Vermonters say, and you'll see that there might naturally be, on his plantation, a great many things that looked horrible and distressing to a sensitive child like me. Besides all, he had an overseer, a great, tall, slab-sided, two-fisted renegade son of Vermont, begging your pardon, who had gone through a regular apprenticeship in hardness and brutality, and taken his degree to be admitted to practice. My mother never could endure him, nor I, but he obtained an entire ascendancy over my father, and this man was the absolute despot of the estate. I was a little fellow then, but I had the same love that I have now for all kinds of human things, a kind of passion for the study of humanity, come in what shape it would. I was found in the cabins and among the field hands a great deal, and, of course, was a great favorite, and all sorts of complaints and grievances were breathed in my ear, and I told them to Mother, and we, between us, formed a sort of committee for a redress of grievances. We hindered and repressed a great deal of cruelty, and congratulated ourselves on doing a vast deal of good, till, as often happens, my zeal overacted. Stubbs complained to my father that he couldn't manage the hands, and must resign his position. Father was a fond, indulgent husband, but a man that never flinched from anything that he thought necessary, and so he put down his foot, like a rock, between us and the field hands. He told my mother, in language perfectly respectful and deferential, but quite explicit, that over the house servants she should be entire mistress, but that with the field hands he could allow no interference. He revered and respected her above all living beings, but he would have said it all the same to the Virgin Mary herself, if she had come in the way of his system. I used sometimes to hear my mother reasoning cases with him, endeavoring to excite his sympathies. He would listen to the most pathetic appeals with the most discouraging politeness and equanimity. It all resolves itself into this, he would say, must I part with Stubbs or keep him? Stubbs is the soul of punctuality, honesty, and efficiency, a thorough business hand, and as humane as the general run. We can't have perfection, and if I keep him, I must sustain his administration as a whole, even if there are, now and then, things that are exceptionable. All government includes some necessary hardness. General rules will bear hard on particular cases. This last maxim my father seemed to consider a settler in most alleged cases of cruelty. After he had said that, he commonly drew up his feet on the sofa, like a man that has disposed of a business, and betook himself to a nap, or the newspaper, as the case might be. The fact is, my father showed the exact sort of talent for a statesman. He could have divided Poland as easily as an orange, or trod on Ireland as quietly and systematically as any man living. At last my mother gave up, in despair. It never will be known, till the last account, what noble and sensitive natures like hers have felt, cast, utterly helpless, into what seems to them an abyss of injustice and cruelty, and which seems so to nobody about them. It has been an age of long sorrow of such natures, in such a hell-begotten sort of world as ours. What remained for her but to train her children in her own views and sentiments? Well, after all you say about training, children will grow up substantially what they are by nature, and only that. From the cradle, Alfred was an aristocrat, and as he grew up, instinctively, all his sympathies and all his reasonings were in that line, and all mother's exhortations went to the winds. As to me, they sunk deep into me. She never contradicted, in form, anything that my father said, or seemed directly to differ from him, but she impressed, burnt into my very soul, with all the force of her deep, earnest nature, an idea of the dignity and worth of the meanest human soul. I have looked in her face with solemn awe, when she would point up to the stars in the evening and say to me, "See there, Auguste. The poorest, meanest soul on our place will be living, when all these stars are gone forever, will live as long as God lives." She had some fine old paintings, one, in particular, of Jesus healing a blind man. They were very fine, and used to impress me strongly. "See there, Auguste," she would say, "the blind man was a beggar, poor and loathsome. Therefore, he would not heal him afar off. He called him to him, and put his hands on him. Remember this, my boy." If I had lived to grow up under her care, she might have stimulated me to I know not what of enthusiasm. I might have been a saint, reformer, martyr, but alas! Alas! I went from her when I was only 13, and I never saw her again. St. Clair rested his head on his hands, and did not speak for some minutes. After a while, he looked up and went on. "What poor, mean trash this whole business of human virtue is. A mere matter, for the most part, of latitude and longitude and geographical position, acting with natural temperament. The greater part is nothing but an accident. Your father, for example, settles in Vermont, in a town where all are, in fact, free and equal, becomes a regular church member and deacon, and in due time joins an abolition society, and thinks us all little better than heathens. Yet he is, for all the world, in constitution and habit, a duplicate of my father. I can see it leaking out in 50 different ways, just that same strong, overbearing, dominant spirit. You know very well how impossible it is to persuade some of the folks in your village that Squire Sinclair does not feel above them. The fact is, though he has fallen on democratic times and embraced a democratic theory, he is to the heart an aristocrat, as much as my father, who ruled over 500 or 600 slaves. Miss Ophelia felt rather disposed to cavil at this picture, and was laying down her knitting to begin, but St. Clair stopped her. "Now, I know every word you are going to say. I do not say they were alike, in fact. One fell into a condition where everything acted against the natural tendency, and the other where everything acted for it, and so one turned out a pretty willful, stout, overbearing old democrat, and the other a willful, stout old despot. If both had owned plantations in Louisiana, they would have been as like as two old bullets cast in the same mold." "What an undutiful boy you are," said Miss Ophelia. "I don't mean them any disrespect," said St. Clair. "You know reverence is not my forte. But, to go back to my history. When father died, He left the whole property to us twin boys, to be divided as we should agree. There does not breathe on God's earth a nobler, souled, more generous fellow than Alfred in all that concerns his equals, and we got on admirably with this property question, without a single unbrotherly word or feeling. We undertook to work the plantation together, and Alfred, whose outward life and capabilities had double the strength of mine, became an enthusiastic planter and a wonderfully successful one. But 2 years' trial satisfied me that I could not be a partner in that matter. To have a great gang of 700, whom I could not know personally, or feel any individual interest in, bought and driven, housed, fed, worked like so many horned cattle, strained up to military precision. The question of how little of life's commonest enjoyments would keep them in working order being a constantly recurring problem, the necessity of drivers and overseers, the ever-necessary whip, first, last, and only argument. The whole thing was insufferably disgusting and loathsome to me, and when I thought of my mother's estimate of one per human soul, it became even frightful. It's all nonsense to talk to me about slaves enjoying all this. To this day, I have no patience with the unutterable trash that some of your patronizing Northerners have made up, as in their zeal to apologize for our sins. We all know better. Tell me that any man living wants to work all his days, from day dawn till dark, under the constant eye of a master, without the power of putting forth one irresponsible volition on the same dreary, monotonous, unchanging toil, and all for 2 pairs of pantaloons and a pair of shoes a year, with enough food and shelter to keep him in working order. Any man who thinks that human beings can, as a general thing, be made about as comfortable that way as any other, I wish he might try it. I'd buy the dog and work him with a clear conscience. I always have supposed, said Miss Ophelia, that you, all of you, approved of these things and thought them right, according to Scripture. Humbug. We are not quite reduced to that yet. Alfred, who is as determined a despot as ever walked, does not pretend to this kind of defense. No, he stands, high and haughty, on that good old respectable ground, the right of the strongest, and he says, and I think quite sensibly, that the American planter is only doing, in another form, what the English aristocracy and capitalists are doing by the lower classes, that is, I take it, appropriating them, body and bone, soul and spirit, to their use and convenience. He defends both, and I think, at least, consistently. He says that there can be no high civilization without enslavement of the masses, either nominal or real. There must, he says, be a lower class, given up to physical toil and confined to an animal nature, and a higher one thereby acquires leisure and wealth for a more expanded intelligence and improvement, and becomes the directing soul of the lower. So he reasons, because, as I said, he is born an aristocrat, so I don't believe, because I was born a democrat. How in the world can the two things be compared? Said Miss Ophelia. The English laborer is not sold, traded, parted from his family, whipped. He is as much at the will of his employer as if he were sold to him. The slave owner can whip his refractory slave to death. The capitalist can starve him to death. As to family security, it is hard to say which is the worst, to have one's children sold, or see them starve to death at home. But it's no kind of apology for slavery to prove that it isn't worse than some other bad thing. I didn't give it for one, nay, I'll say, besides, that ours is the more bold and palpable infringement of human rights, actually buying a man up, like a horse, looking at his teeth, cracking his joints, and trying his paces, and then paying down for him. Having speculators, breeders, traders, and brokers in human bodies and souls sets the thing before the eyes of the civilized world in a more tangible form, though the thing done be, after all, in its nature, the same, that is, appropriating one set of human beings to the use and improvement of another, without any regard to their own. I never thought of the matter in this light, said Miss Ophelia. Well, I've traveled in England some, and I've looked over a good many documents as to the state of their lower classes, and I really think there is no denying Alfred when he says that his slaves are better off than a large class of the population of England. You see, you must not infer, from what I have told you, that Alfred is what is called a hard master, for he isn't. He is despotic and unmerciful to insubordination. He would shoot a fellow down with as little remorse as he would shoot a buck if he opposed him. But, in general, he takes a sort of pride in having his slaves comfortably fed and accommodated. When I was with him, I insisted that he should do something for their instruction, and, to please me, he did get a chaplain, and used to have them catechize Sunday, though, I believe, in his heart, that he thought it would do about as much good to set a chaplain over his dogs and horses. And the fact is that a mind stupefied and animalized by every bad influence from the hour of birth, spending the whole of every weekday in unreflecting toil, cannot be done much with by a few hours on Sunday. The teachers of Sunday schools among the manufacturing population of England and among plantation hands in our country could perhaps testify to the same result there and here. Yet some striking exceptions there are among us, from the fact that the Negro is naturally more impressible to religious sentiment than the white. Well, said Miss Ophelia, how came you to give up your plantation life? Well, we jogged on together some time, till Alfred saw plainly that I was no planter. He thought it absurd, after he had reformed and altered and improved everywhere, to suit my notions, that I still remained unsatisfied. The fact was, it was, after all, the thing that I hated, the using these men and women, the perpetuation of all this ignorance, brutality and vice, just to make money for me. Besides, I was always interfering in the details. Being myself one of the laziest of mortals, I had altogether too much fellow feeling for the lazy, and when poor, shiftless dogs put stones at the bottom of their cotton baskets to make them weigh heavier, or filled their sacks with dirt, with cotton at the top, it seemed so exactly like what I should do if I were they, I couldn't and wouldn't have them flogged for it. Well, of course, there was an end of plantation discipline, and Alf and I came to about the same point that I and my respected father did, years before. So he told me that I was a womanish sentimentalist and would never do for business life, and advised me to take the bank stock and the New Orleans family mansion and go to writing poetry and let him manage the plantation. So we parted and I came here. But why didn't you free your slaves? Well, I wasn't up to that. To hold them as tools for money-making, I could not. Have them to help spend money, you know, didn't look quite so ugly to me. Some of them were old house servants, to whom I was much attached, and the younger ones were children to the old. All were well satisfied to be as they were. He paused and walked reflectively up and down the room. There was, said Street Claire, a time in my life when I had plans and hopes of doing something in this world, more than to float and drift. I had vague, indistinct yearnings to be a sort of emancipator, to free my native land from this spot and stain. All young men have had such fever fits, I suppose, some time, but then— "Why didn't you?" said Miss Ophelia. "You ought not to put your hand to the plow and look back." "Oh, well, things didn't go with me as I expected, and I got the despair of living that Solomon did. I suppose it was a necessary incident to wisdom in us both, but somehow or other, instead of being actor and regenerator in society, I became a piece of driftwood and have been floating and eddying about ever since. Alfred scolds me every time we meet, and he has the better of me, I grant, for he really does something. His life is a logical result of his opinions, and mine is a contemptible non sequitur. See. My dear cousin, can you be satisfied with such a way of spending your probation?" Satisfied? Was I not just telling you I despised it? But then, to come back to this point, we were on this liberation business. I don't think my feelings about slavery are peculiar. I find many men who, in their hearts, think of it just as I do. The land groans under it, and, bad as it is for the slave, it is worse, if anything, for the master. It takes no spectacles to see that a great class of vicious, improvident, degraded people among us are an evil to us as well as to themselves. The capitalist and aristocrat of England cannot feel that as we do, because they do not mingle with the class they degrade as we do. They are in our houses, they are the associates of our children, and they form their minds faster than we can, for they are a race that children always will cling to and assimilate with. If Eva, now, was not more angel than ordinary, she would be ruined. We might as well allow the smallpox to run among them and think our children would not take it, as to let them be uninstructed and vicious, and think our children will not be affected by that. Yet our laws positively and utterly forbid any efficient general educational system, and they do it wisely, too, for just begin and thoroughly educate one generation, and the whole thing would be blown sky high. If we did not give them liberty, they would take it. "And what do you think will be the end of this?" said Miss Ophelia. "I don't know. One thing is certain, that there is a mustering among the masses, the world over, and there is a dies irae coming on, sooner or later. The same thing is working in Europe, in England, and in this country. My mother used to tell me of a millennium that was coming, when Christ should reign, and all men should be free and happy. And she taught me, when I was a boy, to pray, 'Thy kingdom come.' Sometimes I think all this sighing and groaning and stirring among the dry bones foretells what she used to tell me was coming. But who may abide the day of his appearing? Augustine, sometimes I think you are not far from the kingdom," said Miss Ophelia, laying down her knitting and looking anxiously at her cousin. "Thank you for your good opinion, but it's up and down with me, up to heaven's gate in theory, down in earth's dust in practice. But there's the tea bell. Do let's go, and don't say, now, I haven't had one downright serious talk, for once in my life." At table, Marie alluded to the incident of Prue. "I suppose you'll think, cousin," she said, "that we are all barbarians." "I think that's a barbarous thing," said Miss Ophelia, "but I don't think you are all barbarians." "Well, now," said Marie, "I know it's impossible to get along with some of these creatures. They're so bad they ought not to live. I don't feel a particle of sympathy for such cases. If they'd only behave themselves, it would not happen." "But, Mamma," said Eva, The poor creature was unhappy. That's what made her drink.
O fido é chique.
As if that were any excuse. I'm unhappy very often. I presume, she said, pensively, that I've had greater trials than ever she had. It's just because they are so bad. There's some of them that you cannot break in by any kind of severity. I remember Father had a man that was so lazy he would run away just to get rid of work and lie round in the swamps, stealing and doing all sorts of horrid things. That man was caught and whipped time and again, and it never did him any good, and the last time he crawled off, though he couldn't but just go, and died in the swamp. There was no sort of reason for it, for Father's hands were always treated kindly. I broke a fellow in once, said Street Claire, that all the overseers and masters had tried their hands on in vain. You, said Marie, well, I'd be glad to know when you ever did anything of the sort. Well, he was a powerful, gigantic fellow, a native-born African, and he appeared to have the rude instinct of freedom in him to an uncommon degree. He was a regular African lion. They called him Scipio. Nobody could do anything with him, and he was sold round from overseer to overseer, till at last Alfred bought him, because he thought he could manage him. Well, one day he knocked down the overseer, and was fairly off into the swamps. I was on a visit to Alf's plantation, for it was after we had dissolved partnership. Alfred was greatly exasperated, but I told him that it was his own fault, and laid him any wager that I could break the man, and finally it was agreed that, if I caught him, I should have him to experiment on. So they mustered out a party of some 6 or 7, with guns and dogs, for the hunt. People, you know, can get up just as much enthusiasm in hunting a man as a deer, if it is only customary. In fact, I got a little excited myself, though I had only put in as a sort of mediator, in case he was caught. Well, the dogs bayed and howled, and we rode and scampered, and finally we started him. He ran and bounded like a buck, and kept us well in the rear for some time, but at last he got caught in an impenetrable thicket of cane. Then he turned to bay, and I tell you he fought the dogs right gallantly. He dashed them to right and left, and actually killed 3 of them with only his naked fists, when a shot from a gun brought him down, and he fell, wounded and bleeding, almost at my feet. The poor fellow looked up at me with manhood and despair both in his eyes. I kept back the dogs and the party as they came pressing up, and claimed him as my prisoner. It was all I could do to keep them from shooting him in the flush of success, but I persisted in my bargain, and Alfred sold him to me. Well, I took him in hand, and in 1 fortnight I had him tamed down as submissive and tractable as heart could desire. What in the world did you do to him? Said Marie. Well, it was quite a simple process. I took him to my own room, had a good bed made for him, dressed his wounds, and tended him myself until he got fairly on his feet again. And, in process of time, I had free papers made out for him, and told him he might go where he liked. And did he go? Said Miss Ophelia. No. The foolish fellow tore the paper in 2, and absolutely refused to leave me. I never had a braver, better fellow, trusty and true as steel. He embraced Christianity afterwards, and became as gentle as a child. He used to oversee my place on the lake, and did it capitally, too. I lost him the first cholera season. In fact, he laid down his life for me. For I was sick, almost to death, and when, through the panic, everybody else fled, Scipio worked for me like a giant and actually brought me back into life again. But, poor fellow, he was taken right after, and there was no saving him. I never felt anybody's loss more. Eva had come gradually nearer and nearer to her father as he told the story, her small lips apart, her eyes wide and earnest with absorbing interest. As he finished, she suddenly threw her arms around his neck, burst into tears, and sobbed convulsively. "Eva, dear child." "What is the matter?" said Street Claire, as the child's small frame trembled and shook with the violence of her feelings. "This child," he added, "ought not to hear any of this kind of thing. She's nervous." "No, Papa, I'm not nervous," said Eva, controlling herself suddenly with the strength of resolution singular in such a child. "I'm not nervous, but these things sink into my heart." "What do you mean, Eva?" "I can't tell you, Papa. I think a great many thoughts. Perhaps someday I shall tell you." "Well, think away, dear. Only don't cry and worry your papa," said St. Claire. "Look here, see what a beautiful peach I have got for you." Eva took it and smiled, though there was still a nervous twitching about the corners of her mouth. "Come, look at the goldfish," said Street Claire, taking her hand and stepping onto the veranda. A few moments and merry laughs were heard through the silken curtains, as Eva and Street Claire were pelting each other with roses and chasing each other among the alleys of the court. There is danger that our humble friend Tom be neglected amid the adventures of the higher born, but if our readers will accompany us up to a little loft over the stable, they may, perhaps, learn a little of his affairs. It was a decent room, containing a bed, a chair, and a small, rough stand, where lay Tom's Bible and hymn book, and where he sits at present with his slate before him, intent on something that seems to cost him a great deal of anxious thought. The fact was that Tom's home yearnings had become so strong that he had begged a sheet of writing paper of Eva, and, mustering up all his small stock of literary attainment acquired by Massard George's instructions, he conceived the bold idea of writing a letter, and he was busy now on his slate, getting out his first draft. Tom was in a good deal of trouble, for the forms of some of the letters he had forgotten entirely, and of which he did remember, he did not know exactly which to use. And while he was working and breathing very hard, in his earnestness, Eva alighted, like a bird, on the round of his chair behind him, and peeped over his shoulder. "Oh, Uncle Tom, what funny things you are making there." "I'm trying to write to my poor old woman, Miss Eva, and my little children," said Tom, drawing the back of his hand over his eyes, "but somehow I'm feared I shan't make it out." "I wish I could help you, Tom. I've learned to write some. Last year I could make all the letters, but I'm afraid I've forgotten." So Eva put her little golden head close to his, and the two commenced a grave and anxious discussion, each one equally earnest and about equally ignorant, and, with a deal of consulting and advising over every word, the composition began, as they both felt very sanguine, to look quite like writing. "Yes, Uncle Tom, it really begins to look beautiful," said Eva, gazing delightedly on it. "How pleased your wife will be, and the poor little children. Oh, it's a shame you ever had to go away from them. I mean to ask Papa to let you go back sometime. Mrs. said that she would send down money for me as soon as they could get it together," said Tom. "I'm 'spectin' she will." Young Mossar George, he said he'd come for me, and he gave me this your dollar as a sign, and Tom drew from under his clothes the precious dollar. Oh, he'll certainly come then, said Eva. I'm so glad. And I wanted to send a letter, to let em know where I was, and tell poor Chloe that I was well off, 'cause she felt so dreadful, poor soul. I say, Tom, said St. Clair's voice, coming in the door at this moment. Tom and Eva both started. What's here? Said St. Clair, coming up and looking at the slate. Oh, it's Tom's letter. I'm helping him to write it, said Eva. Isn't it nice? I wouldn't discourage either of you, said St. Clair, but I rather think, Tom, you'd better get me to write your letter for you. I'll do it when I come home from my ride. It's very important he should write, said Eva, because his mistress is going to send down money to redeem him, Papa. He told me they told him so. St. Clair thought, in his heart, that this was probably only one of those things which good-natured owners say to their servants, to alleviate their horror of being sold, without any intention of fulfilling the expectation thus excited. But he did not make any audible comment upon it, only ordered Tom to get the horses out for a ride. Tom's letter was written in due form for him that evening, and safely lodged in the post office. Miss Ophelia still persevered in her labors in the housekeeping line. It was universally agreed, among all the household, from Dinah down to the youngest urchin, that Miss Ophelia was decidedly Curry's, a term by which a Southern servant implies that his or her betters don't exactly suit them. The higher circle in the family, to wit, Adolphe, Jane, and Rosa, agreed that she was no lady. Ladies never kept working about as she did, that she had no air at all, and they were surprised that she should be any relation of the St. Clairs. Even Marie declared that it was absolutely fatiguing to see Cousin Ophelia always so busy. And, in fact, Miss Ophelia's industry was so incessant as to lay some foundation for the complaint. She sewed and stitched away, from daylight till dark, with the energy of one who is pressed on by some immediate urgency, and then, when the light faded, and the work was folded away, with one turn out came the ever-ready knitting, work, and there she was again, going on as briskly as ever. It really was a labor to see her. Chapter 20. Topsy. One morning, while Miss Ophelia was busy in some of her domestic cares, St. Clair's voice was heard, calling her at the foot of the stairs. Come down here, cousin, I've something to show you. What is it? Said Miss Ophelia, coming down, with her sewing in her hand. I've made a purchase for your department, see here, said St. Clair, and, with a word, he pulled along a little Negro girl, about 8 or 9 years of age. She was one of the blackest of her race, and her round, shining eyes, glittering as glass beads, moved with quick and restless glances over everything in the room. Her mouth, half open with astonishment at the wonders of the new Mossar's parlor, displayed a white and brilliant set of teeth. Her woolly hair was braided in sundry little tails, which stuck out in every direction. The expression of her face was an odd mixture of shrewdness and cunning, over which was oddly drawn, like a kind of veil, an expression of the most doleful gravity and solemnity. She was dressed in a single filthy, ragged garment, made of bagging, and stood with her hands demurely folded before her. Altogether, there was something odd and goblin-like about her appearance, something, as Miss Ophelia afterward said, so heathenish as to inspire that good lady with utter dismay, and, turning to St. Clair, she said, "Augustine, what in the world have you brought that thing here for?" "For you to educate, to be sure, and train in the way she should go. I thought she was rather a funny specimen in the Jim Crow line. Here, Topsy," he added, giving a whistle, as a man would to call the attention of a dog, "give us a song, now, and show us some of your dancing." The black, glassy eyes glittered with a kind of wicked drollery, and the thing struck up, in a clear, shrill voice, an odd Negro melody, to which she kept time with her hands and feet, spinning round, clapping her hands, knocking her knees together in a wild, fantastic sort of time, and producing in her throat all those odd guttural sounds which distinguish the native music of her race, and finally, turning a somerset or two, and giving a prolonged closing note, as odd and unearthly as that of a steam whistle, she came suddenly down on the carpet and stood with her hands folded, and a most sanctimonious expression of meekness and solemnity over her face, only broken by the cunning glances which she shot askance from the corners of her eyes. Miss Ophelia stood silent, perfectly paralyzed with amazement. St. Clair, like a mischievous fellow as he was, appeared to enjoy her astonishment, and, addressing the child again, said, "Topsy, this is your new mistress. I'm going to give you up to her. See now that you behave yourself." "Yes, Mossar," said Topsy, with sanctimonious gravity, her wicked eyes twinkling as she spoke. "You're going to be good, Topsy, you understand," said St. Clair. "Oh yes, Mossar," said Topsy, with another twinkle, her hands still devoutly folded. "Now, Augustine, what upon earth is this for?" said Miss Ophelia. "Your house is so full of these little plagues, now, that a body can't set down their foot without treading on 'em. I get up in the morning, and find one asleep behind the door, and see one black head poking out from under the table, one lying on the doormat, and they are mopping and mowing and grinning between all the railings, and tumbling over the kitchen floor. What on earth did you want to bring this one for?" "For you to educate, didn't I tell you? You're always preaching about educating. I thought I would make you a present of a fresh-caught specimen, and let you try your hand on her, and bring her up in the way she should go. I don't want her, I am sure. I have more to do with them now than I want to. That's you Christians, all over. You'll get up a society, and get some poor missionary to spend all his days among just such heathen. But let me see one of you that would take one into your house with you, and take the labor of their conversion on yourselves. No, when it comes to that, they're dirty and disagreeable, and it's too much care, and so on." "Augustine, you know I didn't think of it in that light," said Miss Ophelia, evidently softening. "Well, it might be a real missionary work," said she, looking rather more favorably on the child. St. Clair had touched the right string. Miss Ophelia's conscientiousness was ever on the alert. "But," she added, "I really didn't see the need of buying this one. There are enough now in your house to take all my time and skill." "Well, then, cousin," said St. Clair, drawing her aside, "I ought to beg your pardon for my good-for-nothing speeches. You are so good, after all, that there's no sense in them. Why, the fact is, this concern belonged to a couple of drunken creatures that keep a low restaurant that I have to pass by every day, and I was tired of hearing her screaming, and them beating and swearing at her. She looked bright and funny, too, as if something might be made of her, so I bought her, and I'll give her to you. Try now and give her a good orthodox New England bringing up and see what it'll make of her. You know I haven't any gift that way, but I'd like you to try. Well, I'll do what I can, said Miss Ophelia, and she approached her new subject very much as a person might be supposed to approach a black spider, supposing them to have benevolent designs toward it. She's dreadfully dirty and half naked, she said. Well, take her downstairs and make some of them clean and clothe her up. Miss Ophelia carried her to the kitchen regions. Don't see what Mossar St. Clair wants of 'nother nigger, said Dinah, surveying the new arrival with no friendly air. Won't have her round under my feet, I know. Pah, said Rosa and Jane, with supreme disgust. Let her keep out of our way. What in the world Mossar wanted another of these low niggers for, I can't see. You go long. No more nigger dan you be, Miss Rosa, said Dinah, who felt this last remark a reflection on herself. You seem to tink yourself white folks. You ain't newy one, black nor white. I'd like to be one or twoer. Miss Ophelia saw that there was nobody in the camp that would undertake to oversee the cleansing and dressing of the new arrival, and so she was forced to do it herself, with some very ungracious and reluctant assistance from Jane. It is not for ears polite to hear the particulars of the first toilet of a neglected, abused child. In fact, in this world, multitudes must live and die in a state that it would be too great a shock to the nerves of their fellow mortals even to hear described. Miss Ophelia had a good, strong, practical deal of resolution, and she went through all the disgusting details with heroic thoroughness, though, it must be confessed, with no very gracious air, for endurance was the utmost to which her principles could bring her. When she saw, on the back and shoulders of the child, great welts and callous spots, ineffaceable marks of the system under which she had grown up thus far, her heart became pitiful within her. See there, said Jane, pointing to the marks. Don't that show she's a limb? We'll have fine works with her, I reckon. I hate these nigger young UNS. So disgusting. I wonder that Mossar would buy her. The young un alluded to her at all these comments with the subdued and doleful air which seemed habitual to her, only scanning, with a keen and furtive glance of her flickering eyes, the ornaments which Jane wore in her ears. When arrayed at last in a suit of decent and whole clothing, her hair cropped short to her head, Miss Ophelia, with some satisfaction, said she looked more Christian-like than she did, and in her own mind began to mature some plans for her instruction. Sitting down before her, she began to question her. How old are you, Topsy? Dunno, Mrs., said the image, with a grin that showed all her teeth. Don't know how old you are? Didn't anybody ever tell you? Who is your mother? Never had none, said the child, with another grin. Never had any mother? What do you mean? Where were you born? Never was born, persisted Topsy, with another grin that looked so goblin-like that, if Miss Ophelia had been at all nouveau, she might have fancied that she had got hold of some sooty gnome from the land of diablerie. But Miss Ophelia was not nervous, but plain and businesslike, and she said, with some sternness, You mustn't answer me in that way, child. I'm not playing with you. Tell me where you were born, and who your father and mother were. Never was born, reiterated the creature, more emphatically. Never had no father nor mother, nor nothin'. I was raised by a speculator, with lots of others. Old Auntie used to take car on us. The child was evidently sincere, and Jane, breaking into a short laugh, said, "Laws, missus, there's heaps of 'em. Speculators buys 'em up cheap when they's little and gets 'em raised for market." "How long have you lived with your master and mistress?" "Dunno, missus." "Is it a year or more or less?" "Dunno, missus." "Laws, missus, those low Negroes, they can't tell. They don't know anything about time," said Jane. "They don't know what a year is. They don't know their own ages." "Have you ever heard anything about God, Topsy?" The child looked bewildered, but grinned as usual. "Do you know who made you?" "Nobody, as I knows on," said the child, with a short laugh. The idea appeared to amuse her considerably, for her eyes twinkled, and she added, "I 'spect I growed. Don't think nobody never made me." "Do you know how to sew?" said Miss Ophelia, who thought she would turn her inquiries to something more tangible. "No, missus." "What can you do? What did you do for your master and mistress?" "Fetch water and wash dishes and rub knives and wait on folks." "Were they good to you?" "'Spect they was," said the child, scanning Miss Ophelia cunningly. Miss Ophelia rose from this encouraging colloquy. Street Claire was leaning over the back of her chair. "You find virgin soil there, cousin. Put in your own ideas. You won't find many to pull up." Miss Ophelia's ideas of education, like all her other ideas, were very set and definite, and of the kind that prevailed in New England a century ago, and which are still preserved in some very retired and unsophisticated parts, where there are no railroads. As nearly as could be expressed, they could be comprised in very few words: to teach them to mind when they were spoken to teach them the catechism, sewing and reading, and to whip them if they told lies. And though, of course, in the flood of light that is now poured on education, these are left far away in the rear, yet it is an undisputed fact that our grandmothers raised some tolerably fair men and women under this regime, as many of us can remember and testify. At all events, Miss Ophelia knew of nothing else to do, and, therefore, applied her mind to her heathen with the best diligence she could command. The child was announced and considered in the family as Miss Ophelia's girl, and, as she was looked upon with no gracious eye in the kitchen, Miss Ophelia resolved to confine her sphere of operation and instruction chiefly to her own chamber. With a self-sacrifice which some of our readers will appreciate, she resolved, instead of comfortably making her own bed, sweeping and dusting her own chamber, which she had hitherto done, in utter scorn of all offers of help from the chambermaids of the establishment, to condemn herself to the martyrdom of instructing Topsy to perform these operations. Ah, woe the day! Did any of our readers ever do the same, they will appreciate the amount of her self-sacrifice. Miss Ophelia began with Topsy by taking her into her chamber the first morning and solemnly commencing a course of instruction in the art and mystery of bed-making. Behold, then, Topsy, washed and shorn of all the little braided tails wherein her heart had delighted, arrayed in a clean gown, with well-starched apron, standing reverently before Miss Ophelia, with an expression of solemnity well befitting a funeral. "Now, Topsy, I'm going to show you just how my bed is to be made. I am very particular about my bed. You must learn exactly how to do it." "Yes, ma'am," says Topsy, with a deep sigh and a face of woeful earnestness. "Now, Topsy, look here. This is the hem of the sheet, this is the right side of the sheet, and this is the wrong. Will you remember?" Yes, ma'am, says Topsy with another sigh. Well, now, the undersheet you must bring over the bolster, so, and tuck it clear down under the mattress nice and smooth. So, do you see? Yes, ma'am, said Topsy with profound attention. But the upper sheet, said Miss Ophelia, must be brought down in this way, and tucked under firm and smooth at the foot, so, the narrow hem at the foot. Yes, ma'am, said Topsy, as before, but we will add, what Miss Ophelia did not see, that, during the time when the good lady's back was turned, in the zeal of her manipulations, the young disciple had contrived to snatch a pair of gloves and a ribbon, which she had adroitly slipped into her sleeves, and stood with her hands dutifully folded, as before. Now, Topsy, let's see you do this, said Miss Ophelia, pulling off the clothes and seating herself. Topsy, with great gravity and adroitness, went through the exercise completely to Miss Ophelia's satisfaction, smoothing the sheets, patting out every wrinkle, and exhibiting, through the whole process, a gravity and seriousness with which her instructress was greatly edified. By an unlucky slip, however, a fluttering fragment of the ribbon hung out of one of her sleeves, just as she was finishing, and caught Miss Ophelia's attention. Instantly she pounced upon it. What's this? You naughty, wicked child, you've been stealing this. The ribbon was pulled out of Topsy's own sleeve, yet was she not in the least disconcerted. She only looked at it with an air of the most surprised and unconscious innocence. Laws! Why, that AR's Miss Feely's ribbon, and it. How could it have got caught in my sleeve? Topsy, you naughty girl, don't you tell me a lie, you stole that ribbon. Mrs., I declare for't, I didn't. Never seed it till dis your blessed minute. Topsy, said Miss Ophelia, don't you know it's wicked to tell lies? I never tells no lies, Miss Feely, said Topsy, with virtuous gravity. It's just the truth I've been a-tellin' now, and ain't nothin' else. Topsy, I shall have to whip you, if you tell lies so. Laws, missus, if you's to whip all day, couldn't say no other way, said Topsy, beginning to blubber. I never seed dat AR, it must have got caught in my sleeve. Miss Feely must have left it on the bed, and it got caught in the clothes, and so got in my sleeve. Miss Ophelia was so indignant at the barefaced lie that she caught the child and shook her. Don't you tell me that again. The shake brought the gloves onto the floor from the other sleeve. There, you, said Miss Ophelia, will you tell me now, you didn't steal the ribbon? Topsy now confessed to the gloves, but still persisted in denying the ribbon. Now, Topsy, said Miss Ophelia, if you'll confess all about it, I won't whip you this time. Thus adjured, Topsy confessed to the ribbon and gloves, with woeful protestations of penitence. Well, now tell me. I know you must have taken other things since you have been in the house, for I let you run about all day yesterday. Now, tell me if you took anything, and I shan't whip you. Laws, missus. I took Miss Eva's red thing she wores on her neck. You did, you naughty child. Well, what else? I took Rose's earrings, them red ones. Go bring them to me this minute, both of 'em. Laws, missus. I can't, they's burned up. Burnt up, what a story. Go get 'em, or I'll whip you. Topsy, with loud protestations and tears and groans, declared that she could not. They's burned up, they was. What did you burn 'em up for? Said Miss Ophelia. 'Cause I's wicked, I is. I's mighty wicked, anyhow. I can't help it. Just at this moment, Eva came innocently into the room with the identical coral necklace on her neck. "Why, Eva, where did you get your necklace?" said Miss Ophelia. "Get it? Why, I've had it on all day," said Eva. "Did you have it on yesterday?" "Yes, and what is funny, Auntie, I had it on all night. I forgot to take it off when I went to bed." Miss Ophelia looked perfectly bewildered, the more so as Rosa, at that instant, came into the room with a basket of newly ironed linen poised on her head and the coral eardrops shaking in her ears. "I'm sure I can't tell anything what to do with such a child," she said in despair. "What in the world did you tell me you took those things for, Topsy?" "Why, Mrs. said I must fess, and I couldn't think of nothin' else to fess," said Topsy, rubbing her eyes. "But, of course, I didn't want you to confess things you didn't do," said Miss Ophelia. "That's telling a lie, just as much as the other." "Laws, now, is it?" said Topsy, with an air of innocent wonder. "La, there ain't any such thing as truth in that limb," said Rosa, looking indignantly at Topsy. "If I was Mossar Street Claire, I'd whip her till the blood run. I would, I'd let her catch it." "No, no, Rosa," said Eva, with an air of command, which the child could assume at times. "You mustn't talk so, Rosa. I can't bear to hear it." "Law sakes, Miss Eva, you's so good, you don't know nothing how to get along with niggers. There's no way but to cut 'em well up, I tell ye." "Rosa," said Eva, "hush. Don't you say another word of that sort," and the eye of the child flashed, and her cheek deepened its color. Rosa was cowed in a moment. "Miss Eva has got the Street Claire blood in her, that's plain. She can speak, for all the world, just like her papa," she said, as she passed out of the room. Eva stood looking at Topsy. There stood the two children, representatives of the two extremes of society. The fair, high-bred child, with her golden head, her deep eyes, her spiritual, noble brow and prince-like movements, and her black, keen, subtle, cringing, yet acute neighbor. They stood the representatives of their races. The Saxon, born of ages of cultivation, command, education, physical and moral eminence. The Afric, born of ages of oppression, submission, ignorance, toil, and vice. Something, perhaps, of such thoughts struggled through Eva's mind. But a child's thoughts are rather dim, undefined instincts, and in Eva's noble nature many such were yearning and working, for which she had no power of utterance. When Miss Ophelia expatiated on Topsy's naughty, wicked conduct, the child looked perplexed and sorrowful, but said sweetly, "Poor Topsy, why need you steal? You're going to be taken good care of, now. I'm sure I'd rather give you anything of mine than have you steal it." It was the first word of kindness the child had ever heard in her life, and the sweet tone and manner struck strangely on the wild, rude heart, and a sparkle of something like a tear shone in the keen, round, glittering eye. But it was followed by the short laugh and habitual grin. No, the ear that has never heard anything but abuse is strangely incredulous of anything so heavenly as kindness, and Topsy only thought Eva's speech something funny and inexplicable. She did not believe it. But what was to be done with Topsy? Miss Ophelia found the case a puzzler. Her rules for bringing up didn't seem to apply. She thought she would take time to think of it, and, by the way of gaining time, and in hopes of some indefinite moral virtues supposed to be inherent in dark closets, Miss Ophelia shut Topsy up in one till she had arranged her ideas further on the subject. "I don't see," said Miss Ophelia to St. Clair, "how I'm going to manage that child without whipping her." "Well, whip her, then, to your heart's content. I'll give you full power to do what you like." "Children always have to be whipped," said Miss Ophelia. "I never heard of bringing them up without." "Oh, well, certainly," said St. Clair. "Do as you think best. Only I'll make one suggestion. I've seen this child whipped with a poker, knocked down with a shovel or tongs, whichever came handiest, and seeing that she is used to that style of operation, I think your whippings will have to be pretty energetic to make much impression." "What is to be done with her, then?" said Miss Ophelia. "You have started a serious question," said St. Clair. "I wish you'd answer it. What is to be done with a human being that can be governed only by the lash? That fails. It's a very common state of things down here." "I'm sure I don't know. I never saw such a child as this." "Such children are very common among us, and such men and women, too." "How are they to be governed?" said St. Clair. "I'm sure it's more than I can say," said Miss Ophelia. "Or I either," said St. Clair. "The horrid cruelties and outrages that once and a while find their way into the papers, such cases as Prue's, for example, what do they come from? In many cases, it is a gradual hardening process on both sides, the owner growing more and more cruel, as the servant more and more callous. Whipping and abuse are like laudanum. You have to double the dose as the sensibilities decline. I saw this very early when I became an owner, and I resolved never to begin, because I did not know when I should stop, and I resolved, at least, to protect my own moral nature. The consequence is that my servants act like spoiled children, but I think that better than for us both to be brutalized together. You have talked a great deal about our responsibilities in educating, cousin. I really wanted you to try with one child, who is a specimen of thousands among us." "It is your system makes such children," said Miss Ophelia. "I know it, but they are made, they exist, and what is to be done with them?" "Well, I can't say I thank you for the experiment. But then, as it appears to be a duty, I shall persevere and try, and do the best I can," said Miss Ophelia, and Miss Ophelia, after this, did labor, with a commendable degree of zeal and energy, on her new subject. She instituted regular hours and employments for her, and undertook to teach her to read and to sew. In the former art, the child was quick enough. She learned her letters as if by magic, and was very soon able to read plain reading, but the sewing was a more difficult matter. The creature was as lithe as a cat, and as active as a monkey, and the confinement of sewing was her abomination, so she broke her needles, threw them slyly out of windows, or down in chinks of the walls. She tangled, broke, and dirted her thread, or, with a sly movement, would throw a spool away altogether. Her motions were almost as quick as those of a practiced conjurer, and her command of her face quite as great, and though Miss Ophelia could not help feeling that so many accidents could not possibly happen in succession, yet she could not, without a watchfulness which would leave her no time for anything else, detect her. Topsy was soon a noted character in the establishment. Her talent for every species of drollery, grimace, and mimicry, for dancing, tumbling, climbing, singing, whistling, imitating every sound that hit her fancy, seemed inexhaustible. In her play hours, she invariably had every child in the establishment at her heels, open-mouthed with admiration and wonder. Not excepting Miss Eva, who appeared to be fascinated by her wild diablerie, as a dove is sometimes charmed by a glittering serpent. Miss Ophelia was uneasy that Eva should fancy Topsy's society so much and implored Street Claire to forbid it. "Poh! Let the child alone," said Street Claire. "Topsy will do her good." "But so depraved a child, are you not afraid she will teach her some mischief?" "She can't teach her mischief. She might teach it to some children, but evil rolls off Eva's mind like dew off a cabbage leaf. Not a drop sinks in." "Don't be too sure," said Miss Ophelia. "I know I'd never let a child of mine play with Topsy." "Well, your children needn't," said Street Claire, "but mine may. If Eva could have been spoiled, it would have been done years ago." Topsy was at first despised and contemned by the upper servants. They soon found reason to alter their opinion. It was very soon discovered that whoever cast an indignity on Topsy was sure to meet with some inconvenient accident shortly after. Either a pair of earrings or some cherished trinket would be missing, or an article of dress would be suddenly found utterly ruined, or the person would stumble accidentally into a pail of hot water, or a libation of dirty slop would unaccountably deluge them from above when in full gala dress, and on all these occasions, when investigation was made, there was nobody found to stand sponsor for the indignity. Topsy was cited, and had up before all the domestic judicatories, time and again, but always sustained her examinations with most edifying innocence and gravity of appearance. Nobody in the world ever doubted who did the things, but not a scrap of any direct evidence could be found to establish the suppositions, and Miss Ophelia was too just to feel at liberty to proceed to any lengths without it. The mischiefs done were always so nicely timed, also, as further to shelter the aggressor. Thus, the times for revenge on Rosa and Jane, the two chambermaids, were always chosen in those seasons when, as not unfrequently happened, they were in disgrace with their mistress, when any complaint from them would of course meet with no sympathy. In short, Topsy soon made the household understand the propriety of letting her alone, and she was let alone accordingly. Topsy was smart and energetic in all manual operations, learning everything that was taught her with surprising quickness. With a few lessons, she had learned to do the proprieties of Miss Ophelia's chamber in a way with which even that particular lady could find no fault. Mortal hands could not lay spreads smoother, adjust pillows more accurately, sweep and dust and arrange more perfectly than Topsy, when she chose, but she didn't very often choose. If Miss Ophelia, after 3 or 4 days of careful and patient supervision, was so sanguine as to suppose that Topsy had at last fallen into her way, could do without overlooking, and so go off and busy herself about something else, Topsy would hold a perfect carnival of confusion for some 1 or 2 hours. Instead of making the bed, she would amuse herself with pulling off the pillowcases, butting her woolly head among the pillows, till it would sometimes be grotesquely ornamented with feathers sticking out in various directions. She would climb the posts, and hang head downward from the tops, flourish the sheets and spreads all over the apartment, dress the bolster up in Miss Ophelia's night clothes, and enact various scenic performances with that, singing and whistling and making grimaces at herself in the looking-glass, in short, as Miss Ophelia phrased it, raising Cain generally. On one occasion, Miss Ophelia found Topsy with her very best scarlet India Canton crepe shawl wound round her head for a turban, going on with her rehearsals before the glass in great style, Miss Ophelia having, with carelessness most unheard of in her, left the key for once in her drawer. "Topsy," she would say, when at the end of all patience, "what does make you act so?" "Dunno, missus, I specs 'cause I's so wicked." "I don't know anything what I shall do with you, Topsy." "Law, missus, you must whip me. My old Mrs. allers whipped me. I ain't used to workin' unless I gets whipped." "Why, Topsy, I don't want to whip you. You can do well if you've a mind to. What is the reason you won't?" "Laws, missus, I's used to whippin'. I specs it's good for me." Miss Ophelia tried the recipe, and Topsy invariably made a terrible commotion, screaming, groaning, and imploring, though half an hour afterwards, when roosted on some projection of the balcony, and surrounded by a flock of admiring young UNS, she would express the utmost contempt of the whole affair. "Law, Miss Feely whip, wouldn't kill a skeeter her whippins. Oughter see how old Mossar made the flesh fly, old Mossar knowed how." Topsy always made great capital of her own sins and enormities, evidently considering them as something peculiarly distinguishing. "Law, you niggers," she would say to some of her auditors, "does you know you's all sinners? Well, you is, everybody is. White folks is sinners, too, Miss Feely says so, but I specs niggers is the biggest ones, but lor, ye ain't any on ye up to me. I's so awful wicked there can't nobody do nothin' with me. I used to keep old missus a-swearin' at me half the time. I specs I's the wickedest critter in the world," and Topsy would cut a somerset, and come up brisk and shining on to a higher perch, and evidently plume herself on the distinction. Miss Ophelia busied herself very earnestly on Sundays, teaching Topsy the catechism. Topsy had an uncommon verbal memory, and committed with a fluency that greatly encouraged her instructress. "What good do you expect it is going to do her?" said Street Claire. "Why, it always has done children good. It's what children always have to learn, you know," said Miss Ophelia. "Understand it or not," said Street Claire. "Oh, children never understand it at the time, but after they are grown up it'll come to them." "Mine hasn't come to me yet," said Street Claire, "though I'll bear testimony that you put it into me pretty thoroughly when I was a boy." "Ah, you were always good at learning, Augustine." "I used to have great hopes of you," said Miss Ophelia. "Well, haven't you now?" said Street Claire. "I wish you were as good as you were when you were a boy, Augustine." "So do I, that's a fact, cousin," said Street Claire. "Well, go ahead and catechize Topsy. Maybe you'll make out something yet." Topsy, who had stood like a black statue during this discussion, with hands decently folded, now, at a signal from Miss Ophelia, went on. "Our first parents, being left to the freedom of their own will, fell from the state wherein they were created." Topsy's eyes twinkled, and she looked inquiringly. "What is it, Topsy?" said Miss Ophelia. "Please, missus, was dat our state Kennuck?" "What state, Topsy?" "Dat state dey fell out of. I used to hear Mossar tell how we came down from Kentuck." St. Clair laughed. "You'll have to give her a meaning, or she'll make one," said he. "There seems to be a theory of emigration suggested there."
"Oh."
"Augustine, be still," said Miss Ophelia. "How can I do anything if you will be laughing?" "Well, I won't disturb the exercises again, on my honor," and Street Clair took his paper into the parlor and sat down till Topsy had finished her recitations. They were all very well, only that now and then she would oddly transpose some important words and persist in the mistake, in spite of every effort to the contrary, and Street Clare, after all his promises of goodness, took a wicked pleasure in these mistakes, calling Topsy to him whenever he had a mind to amuse himself, and getting her to repeat the offending passages, in spite of Miss Ophelia's remonstrances. "How do you think I can do anything with a child, if you will go on so, Augustine?" she would say. "Well, it is too bad, I won't again, but I do like to hear the droll little image stumble over those big words." "But you confirm her in the wrong way." "What's the odds? One word is as good as another to her. You wanted me to bring her up right, and you ought to remember she is a reasonable creature, and be careful of your influence over her." "Oh, dismal. So I ought, but, as Topsy herself says, I's so wicked." In very much this way Topsy's training proceeded, for a year or two, Miss Ophelia worrying herself, from day to day, with her, as a kind of chronic plague, to whose inflictions she became, in time, as accustomed, as persons sometimes do to the neuralgia or sick headache. St. Clair took the same kind of amusement in the child that a man might in the tricks of a parrot or a pointer. Topsy, whenever her sins brought her into disgrace in other quarters, always took refuge behind his chair, and Street Clair, in one way or other, would make peace for her. From him she got many a stray picayune, which she laid out in nuts and candies, and distributed, with careless generosity, to all the children in the family, for Topsy, to do her justice, was good-natured and liberal, and only spiteful in self-defense. She is fairly introduced into our corps de ballet, and will figure, from time to time, in her turn with other performers. Chapter 21. Kentuck. Our readers may not be unwilling to glance back, for a brief interval, at Uncle Tom's Cabin, on the Kentucky farm, and see what has been transpiring among those whom he had left behind. It was late in the summer afternoon, and the doors and windows of the large parlor all stood open, to invite any stray breeze that might feel in a good humor to enter. Mr. Shelby sat in a large hall opening into the room and running through the whole length of the house, to a balcony on either end. Leisurely tipped back in one chair, with his heels in another, he was enjoying his after-dinner cigar. Mrs. Shelby sat in the door, busy about some fine sewing. She seemed like one who had something on her mind, which she was seeking an opportunity to introduce. "Do you know," she said, "that Chloe has had a letter from Tom?" Has she? Tom's got some friend there, it seems." "How is the old boy?" "He has been bought by a very fine family, I should think," said Mrs. Shelby, "is kindly treated, and has not much to do." Well, I'm glad of it, very glad," said Mr. Shelby heartily. "Tom, I suppose, will get reconciled to a southern residence, hardly want to come up here again." "On the contrary, he inquires very anxiously," said Mrs. Shelby, "when the money for his redemption is to be raised." "I'm sure I don't know," said Mr. Shelby. "Once get business running wrong, there does seem to be no end to it. It's like jumping from one bog to another, all through a swamp, borrow of one to pay another, and then borrow of another to pay one, and these confounded notes falling due before a man has time to smoke a cigar and turn round, dunning letters and dunning messages, all scamper and hurry-scurry. It does seem to me, my dear, that something might be done to straighten matters." Suppose we sell off all the horses and sell one of your farms and pay up square. Oh, ridiculous, Emily. You are the finest woman in Kentucky, but still you haven't sense to know that you don't understand business. Women never do and never can. But at least, said Mrs. Shelby, could not you give me some little insight into yours, a list of all your debts, at least, and of all that is owed to you, and let me try and see if I can't help you to economize. Oh, bother. Don't plague me, Emily. I can't tell exactly. I know somewhere about what things are likely to be, but there's no trimming and squaring my affairs, as Chloe trims crust off her pies. You don't know anything about business, I tell you. And Mr. Shelby, not knowing any other way of enforcing his ideas, raised his voice, a mode of arguing very convenient and convincing when a gentleman is discussing matters of business with his wife. Mrs. Shelby ceased talking with something of a sigh. The fact was that though her husband had stated she was a woman, she had a clear, energetic, practical mind and a force of character every way superior to that of her husband, so that it would not have been so very absurd a supposition to have allowed her capable of managing as Mr. Shelby supposed. Her heart was set on performing her promise to Tom and Aunt Chloe, and she sighed as discouragements thickened around her. Don't you think we might in some way contrive to raise that money? Poor Aunt Chloe. Her heart is so set on it. I'm sorry if it is. I think I was premature in promising. I'm not sure now, but it's the best way to tell Chloe and let her make up her mind to it. Tom will have another wife in a year or two, and she had better take up with somebody else. Mr. Shelby, I have taught my people that their marriages are as sacred as ours. I never could think of giving Chloe such advice. It's a pity, wife, that you have burdened them with a morality above their condition and prospects. I always thought so. It's only the morality of the Bible, Mr. Shelby. Well, Emily, I don't pretend to interfere with your religious notions, only they seem extremely unfitted for people in that condition. They are, indeed, said Mrs. Shelby, and that is why, from my soul, I hate the whole thing. I tell you, my dear, I cannot absolve myself from the promises I make to these helpless creatures. If I can get the money no other way, I will take music scholars. I could get enough, I know, and earn the money myself. You wouldn't degrade yourself that way, Emily? I never could consent to it. Degrade? Would it degrade me as much as to break my faith with the helpless? No, indeed. Well, you are always heroic and transcendental, said Mr. Shelby, but I think you had better think before you undertake such a piece of quixotism. Here the conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Aunt Chloe at the end of the veranda. If you please, Mrs., said she. Well, Chloe, what is it? Said her mistress, rising and going to the end of the balcony. If Mrs. would come and look at dis your lot o' poetry. Chloe had a particular fancy for calling poultry poetry, an application of language in which she always persisted, notwithstanding frequent corrections and advisings from the young members of the family. La sakes, she would say, I can't see. One jis good as tea, poetry sithin good, anyhow, and so poetry Chloe continued to call it. Mrs. Shelby smiled as she saw a prostrate lot of chickens and ducks, over which Chloe stood, with a very grave face of consideration. I'm a-thinkin' whether Mrs. would be a-havin' a chicken pie o' dese year. Really, Aunt Chloe, I don't much care. Serve them any way you like. Chloe stood handling them over abstractedly. It was quite evident that the chickens were not what she was thinking of. At last, with the short laugh with which her tribe often introduce a doubtful proposal, she said, "Laws me, missus. What should Massar and Mrs. be a troublin' theirselves 'bout de money and not a usin' what's right in der hands?" And Chloe laughed again. "I don't understand you, Chloe," said Mrs. Shelby, nothing doubting, from her knowledge of Chloe's manner, that she had heard every word of the conversation that had passed between her and her husband. "Why, laws me, missus," said Chloe, laughing again, "other folks hires out der niggers and makes money on 'em. Don't keep sich a tribe eatin' 'em out of house and home." "Well, Chloe, who do you propose that we should hire out?" "Laws, I ain't a proposin' nothin', only Sam he said der was one of dese yer perfectioners, dey calls 'em in Louisville, said he wanted a good hand at cake and pastry, and said he'd give $4 a week to one, he did." "Well, Chloe." "Well, laws, I's a-thinkin', missus, it's time Sally was put along to be doin' something. Sally's been under my care, now, dis some time, and she does most as well as me, considerin', and if missus would only let me go, I would help fetch up de money. I ain't afraid to put my cake, nor pies nuther, 'longside no perfectioners." "Confectioners, Chloe." "Law sakes, missus, 'tant no odds, words is so curries, can't never get 'em right." "But, Chloe, do you want to leave your children?" "Laws, missus, de boys is big enough to do day's works. Dey does well enough, and Sally, she'll take de baby. She's such a pert young un. She won't take no lookin' arter." "Louisville is a good way off." "Law sakes, who's afeard? It's down river, somewhere near my old man, perhaps," said Chloe, speaking the last in the tone of a question, and looking at Mrs. Shelby. "No, Chloe, it's many 100 miles off," said Mrs. Shelby. Chloe's countenance fell. "Never mind, your going there shall bring you nearer, Chloe. Yes, you may go, and your wages shall every cent of them be laid aside for your husband's redemption." As when a bright sunbeam turns a dark cloud to silver, so Chloe's dark face brightened immediately. It really shone. "Laws, if missus isn't too good, I was thinkin' of dat ar very thing, 'cause I shouldn't need no clothes, nor shoes, nor nothin'. I could save every cent." "How many weeks is der in a year, missus?" 52, said Mrs. Shelby. "Laws, now, dearest, and $4 for each on 'em. Why, how much dat ar be?" $208, said Mrs. Shelby. "Why," said Chloe, with an accent of surprise and delight, "and how long would it take me to work it out, missus?" "Some 4 or 5 years, Chloe, but then you needn't do it all. I shall add something to it. I wouldn't hear to Mrs. givin' lessons nor nothin'. Massar's quite right in dat ar, toldn't do, no ways. I hope none our family ever be brought to dat ar while I's got hands." "Don't fear, Chloe, I'll take care of the honor of the family," said Mrs. Shelby, smiling. "But when do you expect to go?" "Well, I want 'spectin' nothin', only Sam. He's a-gwine to de river with some colts, and he said I could go 'long with him, so I just put my things together. If missus was willin', I'd go with Sam tomorrow morning, if missus would write my pass and write me a commendation." "Well, Chloe, I'll attend to it, if Mr. Shelby has no objections. I must speak to him." Mrs. Shelby went upstairs, and Aunt Chloe, delighted, went out to her cabin to make her preparation. Law sakes, Massar George. You didn't know I's a-gwine to Louisville to morrow, she said to George, as, entering her cabin, he found her busy in sorting over her baby's clothes. I thought I'd just look over Sis's things and get 'em straightened up. But I'm gwine, Massar George, gwine to have $4 a week, and Mrs. is gwine to lay it all up to buy back my old man again. Phew, said George, here's a stroke of business, to be sure. How are you going? Tomorrow, wid Sam. And now, Massar George, I knows you'll sit down and write to my old man and tell him all about it, won't ye? To be sure, said George, Uncle Tom'll be right glad to hear from us. I'll go right in the house for paper and ink, and then, you know, Aunt Chloe, I can tell about the new colts and all. Sartin, Massar George, you go long, and I'll get ye up a bit o' chicken or some sich. You won't have many more suppers, would you, poor old auntie? Chapter 22. The grass withereth, the flowers fadeth. Life passes with us all, a day at a time, so it passed with our friend Tom, till 2 years were gone. Though parted from all his soul held dear, and though often yearning for what lay beyond, still was he never positively and consciously miserable, for so well is the harp of human feeling strung, that nothing but a crash that breaks every string can wholly mar its harmony, and, on looking back to seasons which in review appear to us as those of deprivation and trial, we can remember that each hour, as it glided, brought its diversions and alleviations, so that, though not happy wholly, we were not, either, wholly miserable. Tom read, in his only literary cabinet, of one who had learned in whatsoever state he was, therewith to be content. It seemed to him good and reasonable doctrine, and accorded well with the settled and thoughtful habit which he had acquired from the reading of that same book. His letter homeward, as we related in the last chapter, was in due time answered by Master George, in a good, round, schoolboy hand that Tom said might be read most across the room. It contained various refreshing items of home intelligence, with which our reader is fully acquainted, stated how Aunt Chloe had been hired out to a confectioner in Louisville, where her skill in the pastry line was gaining wonderful sums of money, all of which, Tom was informed, was to be laid up to go to make up the sum of his redemption money. Mose and Pete were thriving, and the baby was trotting all about the house, under the care of Sally and the family generally. Tom's cabin was shut up for the present, but George expatiated brilliantly on ornaments and additions to be made to it when Tom came back. The rest of this letter gave a list of George's school studies, each one headed by a flourishing capital, and also told the names of 4 new colts that appeared on the premises since Tom left, and stated, in the same connection, that father and mother were well. The style of the letter was decidedly concise and terse, but Tom thought it the most wonderful specimen of composition that had appeared in modern times. He was never tired of looking at it, and even held a council with Eva on the expediency of getting it framed, to hang up in his room. Nothing but the difficulty of arranging it so that both sides of the pages would show at once stood in the way of this undertaking. The friendship between Tom and Eva had grown with the child's growth. It would be hard to say what place she held in the soft, impressible heart of her faithful attendant. He loved her as something frail and earthly, yet almost worshipped her as something heavenly and divine. He gazed on her as the Italian sailor gazes on his image of the child Jesus, with a mixture of reverence and tenderness, and to humor her graceful fancies, and meet those thousand simple wants which invest childhood like a many-colored rainbow, was Tom's chief delight. In the market at morning, his eyes were always on the flower stalls for rare bouquets for her, and the choicest peach or orange was slipped into his pocket to give to her when he came back. And the sight that pleased him most was her sunny head looking out the gate for his distant approach, and her childish question, "Well, Uncle Tom, what have you got for me today?" Nor was Eva less zealous in kind offices in return. Though a child, she was a beautiful reader, a fine musical ear, a quick poetic fancy, and an instinctive sympathy with what is grand and noble, made her such a reader of the Bible as Tom had never before heard. At first, she read to please her humble friend, but soon her own earnest nature threw out its tendrils and wound itself around the majestic book, and Eva loved it because it woke in her strange yearnings and strong, dim emotions, such as impassioned, imaginative children love to feel. The parts that pleased her most were the revelations and the prophecies, parts whose dim and wondrous imagery and fervent language impressed her the more, that she questioned vainly of their meaning, and she and her simple friend, the old child and the young one, felt just alike about it. All that they knew was that they spoke of a glory to be revealed, a wondrous something yet to come, wherein their soul rejoiced, yet knew not why, and though it be not so in the physical, yet in moral science that which cannot be understood is not always profitless. For the soul awakes, a trembling stranger, between two dim eternities, the eternal past, the eternal future. The light shines only on a small space around her, therefore, she needs must yearn towards the unknown, and the voices and shadowy movings which come to her from out the cloudy pillar of inspiration have each one echoes and answers in her own expecting nature. Its mystic imagery is so many talismans and gems inscribed with unknown hieroglyphics. She folds them in her bosom, and expects to read them when she passes beyond the veil. At this time in our story, the Whole Street Clare establishment is, for the time being, removed to their villa on Lake Pontchartrain. The heats of summer had driven all who were able to leave the sultry and unhealthy city to seek the shores of the lake and its cool sea breezes. St. Clair's villa was an East Indian cottage, surrounded by light verandas of bamboo work and opening on all sides into gardens and pleasure grounds. The common sitting room opened on to a large garden, fragrant with every picturesque plant and flower of the tropics, where winding paths ran down to the very shores of the lake, whose silvery sheet of water lay there, rising and falling in the sunbeams. A picture never for an hour the same, yet every hour more beautiful. It is now one of those intensely golden sunsets which kindles the whole horizon into one blaze of glory and makes the water another sky. The lake lay in rosy or golden streaks, save where white-winged vessels glided hither and thither, like so many spirits, and little golden stars twinkled through the glow, and looked down at themselves as they trembled in the water. Tom and Eva were seated on a little mossy seat in an arbor at the foot of the garden. It was Sunday evening, and Eva's Bible lay open on her knee. She read, "And I saw a sea of glass mingled with fire." "Tom," said Eva, suddenly stopping and pointing to the lake, "there 'tis." "What, Miss Eva?" "Don't you see there?" said the child, pointing to the glassy water, which, as it rose and fell, reflected the golden glow of the sky. "There's a sea of glass mingled with fire." "True enough, Miss Eva," said Tom, and Tom sang. "Oh, had I the wings of the morning, I'd fly away to Canaan's shore. Bright angels should convey me home to the New Jerusalem." "Where do you suppose New Jerusalem is, Uncle Tom?" said Eva. "Oh, up in the clouds, Miss Eva." "Then I think I see it," said Eva. "Look in those clouds. They look like great gates of pearl, and you can see beyond them far, far off. It's all gold." "Tom, sing about spirits bright." Tom sung the words of a well-known Methodist hymn, "I see a band of spirits bright that taste the glories there. They all are robed in spotless white, and conquering palms they bear." "Uncle Tom, I've seen them," said Eva. Tom had no doubt of it at all. It did not surprise him in the least. If Eva had told him she had been to heaven, he would have thought it entirely probable. "They come to me sometimes in my sleep, those spirits," and Eva's eyes grew dreamy, and she hummed, in a low voice, "They're all robed in spotless white, and conquering palms they bear." "Uncle Tom," said Eva, "I'm going there." "Where, Miss Eva?" The child rose and pointed her little hand to the sky. The glow of evening lit her golden hair and flushed cheek with a kind of unearthly radiance, and her eyes were bent earnestly on the skies. "I'm going there," she said, "to the spirits bright, Tom. I'm going before long." The faithful old heart felt a sudden thrust, and Tom thought how often he had noticed, within 6 months, that Eva's little hands had grown thinner, and her skin more transparent, and her breath shorter, and how, when she ran or played in the garden, as she once could for hours, she became soon so tired and languid. He had heard Miss Ophelia speak often of a cough that all her medicaments could not cure, and even now that fervent cheek and little hand were burning with hectic fever, and yet the thought that Eva's words suggested had never come to him till now. Has there ever been a child like Eva? Yes, there have been, but their names are always on gravestones, and their sweet smiles, their heavenly eyes, their singular words and ways, are among the buried treasures of yearning hearts. In how many families do you hear the legend that all the goodness and graces of the living are nothing to the peculiar charms of one who is not? It is as if heaven had an especial band of angels, whose office it was to sojourn for a season here and endear to them the wayward human heart, that they might bear it upward with them in their homeward flight. When you see that deep, spiritual light in the eye, when the little soul reveals itself in words sweeter and wiser than the ordinary words of children, hope not to retain that child, for the seal of heaven is on it, and the light of immortality looks out from its eyes. Even so, beloved Eva, fair star of thy dwelling, thou art passing away, but they that love thee dearest know it not. The colloquy between Tom and Eva was interrupted by a hasty call from Miss Ophelia. "Eva, Eva, why, child, the dew is falling. You mustn't be out there." Eva and Tom hastened in. Miss Ophelia was old and skilled in the tactics of nursing. She was from New England and knew well the first guileful footsteps of that soft, insidious disease, which sweeps away so many of the fairest and loveliest, and, before one fiber of life seems broken, seals them irrevocably for death. She had noted the slight, dry cough, the daily brightening cheek, nor could the luster of the eye, and the airy buoyancy born of fever, deceive her. She tried to communicate her fears to St. Clair, but he threw back her suggestions with a restless petulance, unlike his usual careless good humor. "Don't be croaking, cousin, I hate it," he would say. "Don't you see that the child is only growing? Children always lose strength when they grow fast. But she has that cough."
Oh,
"Nonsense of that cough, it is not anything. She has taken a little cold, perhaps." Well, that was just the way Eliza Jane was taken, and Ellen and Maria Sanders.
oh,
Stop these hobgoblin nurse legends. You old hands got so wise that a child cannot cough or sneeze, but you see desperation and ruin at hand. Only take care of the child, keep her from the night air, and don't let her play too hard, and she'll do well enough. So St. Clair said, but he grew nervous and restless. He watched Eva feverishly day by day, as might be told by the frequency with which he repeated over that the child was quite well, that there wasn't anything in that cough. It was only some little stomach affection, such as children often had. But he kept by her more than before, took her oftener to ride with him, brought home every few days some receipt or strengthening mixtures. Not, he said, that the child needed it, but then it would not do her any harm. If it must be told, the thing that struck a deeper pang to his heart than anything else was the daily increasing maturity of the child's mind and feelings. While still retaining all a child's fanciful graces, yet she often dropped, unconsciously, words of such a reach of thought and strange unworldly wisdom that they seemed to be an inspiration. At such times, St. Clair would feel a sudden thrill and clasp her in his arms, as if that fond clasp could save her, and his heart rose up with wild determination to keep her, never to let her go. The child's whole heart and soul seemed absorbed in works of love and kindness. Impulsively generous she had always been, but there was a touching and womanly thoughtfulness about her now that everyone noticed. She still loved to play with Topsy and the various colored children, but she now seemed rather a spectator than an actor of their plays, and she would sit for half an hour at a time, laughing at the odd tricks of Topsy, and then a shadow would seem to pass across her face. Her eyes grew misty, and her thoughts were afar. "Mamma," she said, suddenly, to her mother, one day, "why don't we teach our servants to read?" "What a question, child. People never do." "Why don't they?" said Eva. "Because it is no use for them to read. It don't help them to work any better, and they are not made for anything else." "But they ought to read the Bible, Mama, to learn God's will."
oh,
"They can get that read to them all they need." "It seems to me, Mama, the Bible is for everyone to read themselves. They need it a great many times when there is nobody to read it." "Eva, you're an odd child," said her mother. "Miss Ophelia has taught Topsy to read," continued Eva. "Yes, and you see how much good it does. Topsy is the worst creature I ever saw." "Here's poor Mammy," said Eva. "She does love the Bible so much and wishes so she could read. And what will she do when I can't read to her?" Marie was busy, turning over the contents of a drawer as she answered, "Well, of course, by and by, Eva, you will have other things to think of, besides reading the Bible round to servants. Not but that is very proper. I've done it myself, when I had health. But when you come to be dressing and going into company, you won't have time. See here," she added, "these jewels I'm going to give you when you come out. I wore them to my first ball. I can tell you, Eva, I made a sensation. Eva took the jewel case and lifted from it a diamond necklace. Her large, thoughtful eyes rested on them, but it was plain her thoughts were elsewhere. "How sober you look, child," said Marie. "Are these worth a great deal of money, Mama?" "To be sure, they are. Father sent to France for them. They are worth a small fortune." "I wish I had them," said Eva, "to do what I pleased with." "What would you do with them?" "I'd sell them and buy a place in the Free States and take all our people there and hire teachers to teach them to read and write." Eva was cut short by her mother's laughing. "Set up a boarding school. Wouldn't you teach them to play on the piano and paint on velvet?" "I'd teach them to read their own Bible and write their own letters and read letters that are written to them," said Eva, steadily. "I know, Mama, it does come very hard on them that they can't do these things. Tom feels it. Mammy does, a great many of them do. I think it's wrong." Come, Eva, you're only a child. "You don't know anything about these things," said Marie. "Besides, your talking makes my head ache." Marie always had a headache on hand for any conversation that did not exactly suit her. Eva stole away, but after that, she assiduously gave Mammy reading lessons. Chapter 23.
Henrique.
About this time, St. Clair's brother, Alfred, with his eldest son, a boy of 12, spent a day or two with the family at the lake. No sight could be more singular and beautiful than that of these twin brothers. Nature, instead of instituting resemblances between them, had made them opposites on every point, yet a mysterious tie seemed to unite them in a closer friendship than ordinary. They used to saunter, arm in arm, up and down the alleys and walks of the garden. Augustine, with his blue eyes and golden hair, his ethereally flexible form and vivacious features, and Alfred, dark-eyed, with haughty Roman profile, firmly knit limbs, and decided bearing. They were always abusing each other's opinions and practices, and yet never a whit the less absorbed in each other's society. In fact, the very contrariety seemed to unite them, like the attraction between opposite poles of the magnet. Enrique, the eldest son of Alfred, was a noble, dark-eyed, princely boy, full of vivacity and spirit, and, from the first moment of introduction, seemed to be perfectly fascinated by the spirituelle graces of his cousin Evangeline. Eva had a little pet pony of a snowy whiteness. It was easy as a cradle and as gentle as its little mistress, and this pony was now brought up to the back veranda by Tom, while a little mulatto boy of about 13 led along a small black Arabian, which had just been imported at a great expense for Enrique. Enrique had a boy's pride in his new possession, and, as he advanced and took the reins out of the hands of his little groom, he looked carefully over him, and his brow darkened. "What's this, Dodo, you little lazy dog? You haven't rubbed my horse down this morning." "Yes, Mossar," said Dodo submissively. "He got that dust on his own self." "You rascal, shut your mouth," said Enrique, violently raising his riding whip. "How dare you speak?" The boy was a handsome, bright-eyed mulatto of just Enrique's size, and his curling hair hung round a high, bold forehead. He had white blood in his veins, as could be seen by the quick flush in his cheek and the sparkle of his eye, as he eagerly tried to speak. "Massar Enrique," he began. Enrique struck him across the face with his riding whip, and, seizing one of his arms, forced him onto his knees, and beat him till he was out of breath. "There, you impudent dog. Now will you learn not to answer back when I speak to you? Take the horse back, and clean him properly. I'll teach you your place." "Young Mossar," said Tom. I specs what he was gwine to say was, that the horse would roll when he was bringing him up from the stable. He's so full of spirits. That's the way he got that dirt on him. I looked to his cleaning. "You hold your tongue till you're asked to speak," said Enrique, turning on his heel and walking up the steps to speak to Eva, who stood in her riding dress. "Dear cousin, I'm sorry this stupid fellow has kept you waiting," he said. "Let's sit down here on this seat till they come." "What's the matter, cousin? You look sober." "How could you be so cruel and wicked to poor Dodo?" said Eva. "Cruel, wicked," said the boy with unaffected surprise. "What do you mean, dear Eva?" "I don't want you to call me dear Eva. When you do so," said Eva. "Dear cousin, you don't know Dodo. It's the only way to manage him. He's so full of lies and excuses. The only way is to put him down at once, not let him open his mouth. That's the way Papa manages." But Uncle Tom said it was an accident, and he never tells what isn't true. "He's an uncommon old nigger, then," said Enrique. "Dodo will lie as fast as he can speak. You frighten him into deceiving if you treat him so." "Why, Eva, you've really taken such a fancy to Dodo that I shall be jealous. But you beat him, and he didn't deserve it." "Oh, well, it may go for some time when he does, and don't get it. A few cuts never come amiss with Dodo. He's a regular spirit, I can tell you, but I won't beat him again before you, if it troubles you." Eva was not satisfied, but found it in vain to try to make her handsome cousin understand her feelings. Dodo soon appeared with the horses. "Well, Dodo, you've done pretty well this time," said his young master with a more gracious air. "Come now and hold Miss Eva's horse while I put her onto the saddle." Dodo came and stood by Eva's pony. His face was troubled. His eyes looked as if he had been crying. Enrique, who valued himself on his gentlemanly adroitness in all matters of gallantry, soon had his fair cousin in the saddle, and, gathering the reins, placed them in her hands. But Eva bent to the other side of the horse, where Dodo was standing, and said, as he relinquished the reins, "That's a good boy, Dodo. Thank you." Dodo looked up in amazement into the sweet young face. The blood rushed to his cheeks, and the tears to his eyes. "Here, Dodo," said his master imperiously. Dodo held the horse, while his master mounted. "There's a picayune for you to buy candy with, Dodo," said Enrique. "Go get some." And Enrique cantered down the walk after Eva. Dodo stood looking after the two children. One had given him money, and one had given him what he wanted far more, a kind word, kindly spoken. Dodo had been only a few months away from his mother. His master had bought him at a slave warehouse for his handsome face, to be a match to the handsome pony, and he was now getting his breaking in at the hands of his young master. The scene of the beating had been witnessed by the two brothers St. Clair from another part of the garden. Augustine's cheek flushed, but he only observed, with his usual sarcastic carelessness, "I suppose that's what we may call Republican education, Alfred?" "Enrique is a devil of a fellow when his blood's up," said Alfred carelessly. "I suppose you consider this an instructive practice for him," said Augustine dryly. "I couldn't help it if I didn't." Enrique is a regular little tempest. His mother and I have given him up long ago. But then, that Dodo is a perfect sprite. No amount of whipping can hurt him. And this by way of teaching Enrique the first verse of a Republican's catechism. All men are born free and equal. Poe, said Alfred, one of Tom Jefferson's pieces of French sentiment and humbug. It's perfectly ridiculous to have that going the rounds among us to this day. I think it is, said Street Claire, significantly. Because, said Alfred, we can see plainly enough that all men are not born free, nor born equal. They are born anything else. For my part, I think half this Republican talk sheer humbug. It is the educated, the intelligent, the wealthy, the refined, who ought to have equal rights, and not the canaille. If you can keep the canaille of that opinion, said Augustine. They took their turn once in France. Of course, they must be kept down consistently, steadily, as I should, said Alfred, setting his foot hard down, as if he were standing on somebody. It makes a terrible slip when they get up, said Augustine, in St. Domingo, 10 for instance. Poe, said Alfred, will take care of that in this country. We must set our face against all this educating, elevating talk that is getting about now. The lower class must not be educated. That is past praying for, said Augustine. Educated they will be, and we have only to say how. Our system is educating them in barbarism and brutality. We are breaking all humanizing ties and making them brute beasts, and if they get the upper hand, such we shall find them. They never shall get the upper hand, said Alfred. That's right, said Street Claire. Put on the steam, fasten down the escape valve and sit on it and see where you'll land. Well, said Alfred, we will see. I'm not afraid to sit on the escape valve, as long as the boilers are strong and the machinery works well. The nobles in Louis XVI's time thought just so, and Austria and Pius IX think so now. 11 and some pleasant morning, you may all be caught up to meet each other in the air, when the boilers burst. Dies declare a bit, said Alfred, laughing. I tell you, said Augustine, if there is anything that is revealed with the strength of a divine law in our times, it is that the masses are to rise, and the underclass become the upper one. That's one of your red Republican humbugs, Augustine. Why didn't you ever take to the stump? You'd make a famous stump orator. Well, I hope I'll be dead before this millennium of your greasy masses comes on. Greasy or not greasy, they will govern you when their time comes, said Augustine, and they will be just such rulers as you make them. The French noblesse chose to have the people sans culottes, and they had sans culotte governors to their heart's content. The people of Haiti. Oh, come, Augustine. As if we hadn't had enough of that abominable, contemptible Haiti. The Haitians were not Anglo-Saxons. If they had been, there would have been another story. The Anglo-Saxon is the dominant race of the world, and is to be so. Well, there is a pretty fair infusion of Anglo-Saxon blood among our slaves, now, said Augustine. There are plenty among them who had only enough of the African to give a sort of tropical warmth and fervor to our calculating firmness and foresight. If ever the street Domingo hour comes, Anglo-Saxon blood will lead on the day. Sons of white fathers, with all our haughty feelings burning in their veins, will not always be bought and sold and traded. They will rise and raise with them their mother's race. Stuff, nonsense. Well, said Augustine, there goes an old saying to this effect, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be. They ate, they drank, they planted, they builded, and knew not till the flood came and took them. On the whole, Augustine, I think your talents might do for a circuit rider, said Alfred, laughing. Never you fear for us. Possession is our 9 points. We've got the power. This subject race, said he, stamping firmly, is down and shall stay down. We have energy enough to manage our own powder. Sons trained like your Enrique will be grand guardians of your powder. Magazines, said Augustine, so cool and self-possessed. The proverb says, they that cannot govern themselves cannot govern others. There is a trouble there, said Alfred, thoughtfully. There's no doubt that our system is a difficult one to train children under. It gives too free scope to the passions altogether, which, in our climate, are hot enough. I find trouble with Enrique. The boy is generous and warm-hearted, but a perfect firecracker when excited. I believe I shall send him north for his education, where obedience is more fashionable, and where he will associate more with equals and less with dependents. Since training children is the staple work of the human race, said Augustine, I should think it something of a consideration that our system does not work well there. It does not for some things, said Alfred. For others, again, it does. It makes boys manly and courageous, and the very vices of an abject race tend to strengthen in them the opposite virtues. I think Enrique now has a keener sense of the beauty of truth from seeing lying and deception the universal badge of slavery. A Christian-like view of the subject, certainly, said Augustine. It's true, Christian-like or not, and is about as Christian-like as most other things in the world, said Alfred. That may be, said Street Claire. Well, there's no use in talking, Augustine. I believe we've been round and round this old track 500 times, more or less. What do you say to a game of backgammon? The two brothers ran up the veranda steps and were soon seated at a light bamboo stand, with the backgammon board between them. As they were setting their men, Alfred said, I tell you, Augustine, if I thought as you do, I should do something. I dare say you would, you are one of the doing sort, but what? Why, elevate your own servants, for a specimen, said Alfred, with a half-scornful smile. You might as well set Mount Etna on them flat, and tell them to stand up under it, as tell me to elevate my servants under all the superincumbent mass of society upon them. One man can do nothing against the whole action of a community. Education, to do anything, must be a state education, or there must be enough agreed in it to make a current. You take the first throw, said Alfred, and the brothers were soon lost in the game, and heard no more till the scraping of horses' feet was heard under the veranda. There come the children, said Augustine, rising. Look here, Alf. Did you ever see anything so beautiful? And, in truth, it was a beautiful sight. Enrique, with his bold brow and dark, glossy curls and glowing cheek, was laughing gaily as he bent towards his fair cousin as they came on. She was dressed in a blue riding dress with a cap of the same color. Exercise had given a brilliant hue to her cheeks and heightened the effect of her singularly transparent skin and golden hair. Good heavens! What perfectly dazzling beauty, said Alfred. I tell you, Auguste, won't she make some hearts ache one of these days? She will, too truly. God knows I'm afraid so, said Street Claire in a tone of sudden bitterness, as he hurried down to take her off her horse. Eva, darling, you're not much tired, he said, as he clasped her in his arms. "No, Papa," said the child, but her short, hard breathing alarmed her father. "How could you ride so fast, dear? You know it's bad for you." "I felt so well, Papa, and liked it so much I forgot." St. Clair carried her in his arms into the parlor and laid her on the sofa. "Enrique, you must be careful of Eva," said he. "You mustn't ride fast with her." "I'll take her under my care," said Enrique, seating himself by the sofa and taking Eva's hand. Eva soon found herself much better. Her father and uncle resumed their game, and the children were left together. "Do you know, Eva, I'm so sorry Papa is only going to stay 2 days here, and that I shan't see you again for ever so long. If I stay with you, I'd try to be good and not be cross to Dodo and so on. I don't mean to treat Dodo ill, but you know I've got such a quick temper. I'm not really bad to him, though. I give him a picayune now and then, and you see he dresses well. I think, on the whole, Dodo's pretty well off." "Would you think you were well off if there were not one creature in the world near you to love you?" Well, of course not. And you have taken Dodo away from all the friends he ever had, and now he is not a creature to love him. Nobody can be good that way." "Well, I can't help it, as I know of. I can't get his mother, and I can't love him myself, nor anybody else, as I know of." "Why can't you?" said Eva. "Love Dodo. Why, Eva, you wouldn't have me. I may like him well enough, but you don't love your servants." "I do, indeed." "How odd. Don't the Bible say we must love everybody?" "Oh, the Bible. To be sure, it says a great many such things, but then, nobody ever thinks of doing them, you know, Eva. Nobody does." Eva did not speak. Her eyes were fixed and thoughtful for a few moments. "At any rate," she said, "dear cousin, do love poor Dodo, and be kind to him for my sake." "I could love anything for your sake, dear cousin, for I really think you are the loveliest creature that I ever saw." And Enrique spoke with an earnestness that flushed his handsome face. Eva received it with perfect simplicity, without even a change of feature, merely saying, "I'm glad you feel so, dear Enrique. I hope you will remember." The dinner bell put an end to the interview. Chapter 24. Foreshadowings. 2 days after this, Alfred St. Clair and Augustine parted, and Eva, who had been stimulated by the society of her young cousin to exertions beyond her strength, began to fail rapidly. St. Clair was at last willing to call in medical advice, a thing from which he had always shrunk, because it was the admission of an unwelcome truth. But for a day or two, Eva was so unwell as to be confined to the house, and the doctor was called. Marie St. Clair had taken no notice of the child's gradually decaying health and strength, because she was completely absorbed in studying out 2 or 3 new forms of disease to which she believed she herself was a victim. It was the first principle of Marie's belief that nobody ever was or could be so great a sufferer as herself, and, therefore, she always repelled quite indignantly any suggestion that anyone around her could be sick. She was always sure, in such a case, that it was nothing but laziness or want of energy, and that, if they had had the suffering she had, they would soon know the difference. Miss Ophelia had several times tried to awaken her maternal fears about Eva, but to no avail. "I don't see as anything ails the child," she would say. "She runs about and plays. But she has a cough." "Cough? You don't need to tell me about a cough. I've always been subject to a cough all my days. When I was of Eva's age, they thought I was in a consumption. Night after night, Mammy used to sit up with me.
Oh,
Eva's cough is not anything, but she gets weak and is short-breathed. La, I've had that years and years. It's only a nervous affection. But she sweats so nights. Well, I have these 10 years. Very often, night after night, my clothes will be wringing wet. There won't be a dry thread in my night clothes, and the sheets will be so that Mammy has to hang them up to dry. Eva doesn't sweat anything like that. Miss Ophelia shut her mouth for a season. But now that Eva was fairly and visibly prostrated, and a doctor called, Marie, all on a sudden, took a new turn. She knew it, she said. She always felt it, that she was destined to be the most miserable of mothers. Here she was, with her wretched health, and her only darling child going down to the grave before her eyes, and Marie routed up Mammy nights, and rumpused and scolded, with more energy than ever, all day, on the strength of this new misery. "My dear Marie, don't talk so," said Street Claire. "You ought not to give up the case so at once. You have not a mother's feelings, St. Clair. You never could understand me. You don't now. But don't talk so, as if it were a gone case. I can't take it as indifferently as you can, St. Clair. If you don't feel when your only child is in this alarming state, I do. It's a blow too much for me, with all I was bearing before." "It's true," said Street Clair, "that Eva is very delicate, that I always knew, and that she has grown so rapidly as to exhaust her strength, and that her situation is critical. But just now she is only prostrated by the heat of the weather, and by the excitement of her cousin's visit, and the exertions she made. The physician says there is room for hope." "Well, of course, if you can look on the bright side, pray do. It's a mercy if people haven't sensitive feelings in this world. I am sure I wish I didn't feel as I do. It only makes me completely wretched. I wish I could be as easy as the rest of you." And the rest of them had good reason to breathe the same prayer, for Marie paraded her new misery as the reason and apology for all sorts of inflictions on every one about her. Every word that was spoken by anybody, everything that was done or was not done everywhere, was only a new proof that she was surrounded by hard-hearted, insensible beings who were unmindful of her peculiar sorrows. Poor Eva heard some of these speeches, and nearly cried her little eyes out, in pity for her mamma, and in sorrow that she should make her so much distress. In a week or two, there was a great improvement of symptoms, one of those deceitful lulls, by which her inexorable disease so often beguiles the anxious heart, even on the verge of the grave. Eva's step was again in the garden, in the balconies. She played and laughed again, and her father, in a transport, declared that they should soon have her as hearty as anybody. Miss Ophelia and the physician alone felt no encouragement from this elusive truce. There was one other heart, too, that felt the same certainty, and that was the little heart of Eva. What is it that sometimes speaks in the soul so calmly, so clearly, that its earthly time is short? Is it the secret instinct of decaying nature, or the soul's impulsive throb, as immortality draws on? Be it what it may, it rested in the heart of Eva, a calm, sweet, prophetic certainty that heaven was near, calm as the light of sunset, sweet as the bright stillness of autumn. There her little heart reposed, only troubled by sorrow for those who loved her so dearly. For the child, though nursed so tenderly, and though life was unfolding before her with every brightness that love and wealth could give, had no regret for herself in dying. In that book which she and her simple old friend had read so much together, she had seen and taken to her young heart the image of one who loved the little child, and, as she gazed and mused, he had ceased to be an image and a picture of the distant past, and come to be a living, all-surrounding reality. His love enfolded her childish heart with more than mortal tenderness, and it was to him, she said, she was going, and to his home. But her heart yearned with sad tenderness for all that she was to leave behind. Her father most, for Eva, though she never distinctly thought so, had an instinctive perception that she was more in his heart than any other. She loved her mother because she was so loving a creature, and all the selfishness that she had seen in her only saddened and perplexed her, for she had a child's implicit trust that her mother could not do wrong. There was something about her that Eva never could make out, and she always smoothed it over with thinking that, after all, it was Mama, and she loved her very dearly indeed. She felt, too, for those fond, faithful servants, to whom she was as daylight and sunshine. Children do not usually generalize, but Eva was an uncommonly mature child, and the things that she had witnessed of the evils of the system under which they were living had fallen, one by one, into the depths of her thoughtful, pondering heart. She had vague longings to do something for them, to bless and save not only them, but all in their condition, longings that contrasted sadly with the feebleness of her little frame. "Uncle Tom," she said one day, when she was reading to her friend, "I can understand why Jesus wanted to die for us." "Why, Miss Eva?" "Because I felt so, too." "What is it, Miss Eva? I don't understand." "I can't tell you, but when I saw those poor creatures on the boat, you know, when you came up and some had lost their mothers, and some their husbands, and some mothers cried for their little children, and when I heard about poor Prue, oh, wasn't that dreadful? And a great many other times I felt that I would be glad to die, if my dying could stop all this misery. I would die for them, Tom, if I could," said the child earnestly, laying her little thin hand on his. Tom looked at the child with awe, and when she, hearing her father's voice, glided away, he wiped his eyes many times as he looked after her. "It's just no use trying to keep Miss Eva here," he said to Mammy, whom he met a moment after. "She's got the Lord's mark in her forehead." "Ah, yes, yes," said Mammy, raising her hands. "I've allers said so. She wasn't never like a child that's to live. There was allers something deep in her eyes. I've told Mrs. so, many the time. It's a comin' true. We all sees it, dear, little, blessed lamb." Eva came tripping up the veranda steps to her father. It was late in the afternoon, and the rays of the sun formed a kind of glory behind her as she came forward in her white dress, with her golden hair and glowing cheeks, her eyes unnaturally bright with the slow fever that burned in her veins. St. Clair had called her to show a statuette that he had been buying for her, but her appearance, as she came on, impressed him suddenly and painfully. There is a kind of beauty so intense, yet so fragile, that we cannot bear to look at it. Her father folded her suddenly in his arms and almost forgot what he was going to tell her. "Eva, dear, you're better nowadays, are you not?" "Papa," said Eva, with sudden firmness, "I've had things I wanted to say to you a great while. I want to say them now, before I get weaker." St. Clair trembled as Eva seated herself in his lap. She laid her head on his bosom and said, "It's all no use, Papa, to keep it to myself any longer. The time is coming that I am going to leave you. I am going and never to come back," and Eva sobbed. "Oh, now, my dear little Eva," said St. Clair, trembling as he spoke, but speaking cheerfully, "you've got nervous and low-spirited. You mustn't indulge such gloomy thoughts. See here, I've bought a statuette for you." "No, Papa," said Eva, putting it gently away, "don't deceive yourself. I am not any better, I know it perfectly well, and I am going before long. I am not nervous, I am not low-spirited. If it were not for you, Papa, and my friends, I should be perfectly happy. I want to go, I long to go." "Why, dear child, what has made your poor little heart so sad? You have had everything to make you happy that could be given you. I had rather be in heaven, though only for my friend's sake I would be willing to live. There are a great many things here that make me sad, that seem dreadful to me. I had rather be there, but I don't want to leave you. It almost breaks my heart." "What makes you sad and seems dreadful, Eva?" "Oh, things that are done and done all the time. I feel sad for our poor people. They love me dearly, and they are all good and kind to me. I wish, Papa, they were all free." "Why, Eva, child, don't you think they are well enough off now?" "Oh, but, Papa, if anything should happen to you, what would become of them?" "There are very few men like you, Papa. Uncle Alfred isn't like you, and Mama isn't, and then think of poor old Prue's owners. What horrid things people do and can do." Eva shuddered. "My dear child, you are too sensitive. I'm sorry I ever let you hear such stories." "Oh, that's what troubles me, Papa. You want me to live so happy, and never to have any pain, never suffer anything, not even hear a sad story, when other poor creatures have nothing but pain and sorrow all their lives. It seems selfish. I ought to know such things, I ought to feel about them. Such things always sank into my heart. They went down deep. I've thought and thought about them. Papa, isn't there any way to have all slaves made free?" "That's a difficult question, dearest. There's no doubt that this way is a very bad one. A great many people think so. I do myself. I heartily wish that there were not a slave in the land, but then I don't know what is to be done about it." "Papa, you are such a good man, and so noble and kind, and you always have a way of saying things that is so pleasant. Couldn't you go all round and try to persuade people to do right about this? When I am dead, Papa, then you will think of me, and do it for my sake. I would do it if I could." "When you are dead, Eva," said St. Clair passionately. "Oh, child, don't talk to me so. You are all I have on earth." Poor old Prue's child was all that she had, and yet she had to hear it crying, and she couldn't help it. "Papa, these poor creatures love their children as much as you do me.
Oh,
Do something for them. There's poor Mammy loves her children. I've seen her cry when she talked about them. And Tom loves his children, and it's dreadful, Papa, that such things are happening all the time." There, darling," said St. Clair soothingly. "Only don't distress yourself, and don't talk of dying, and I will do anything you wish. And promise me, dear father, that Tom shall have his freedom." As soon as she stopped and said, in a hesitating tone, "I am gone." "Yes, dear, I will do anything in the world, anything you could ask me to." "Dear Papa," said the child, laying her burning cheek against his. "How I wish we could go together." "Where, dearest?" said Street Claire. "To our Savior's home. It's so sweet and peaceful there. It is all so loving there." The child spoke unconsciously, as of a place where she had often been. "Don't you want to go, Papa?" she said. St. Clair drew her closer to him, but was silent. "You will come to me," said the child, speaking in a voice of calm certainty which she often used unconsciously. "I shall come after you. I shall not forget you." The shadows of the solemn evening closed round them deeper and deeper, as Street Clair sat silently holding the little frail form to his bosom. He saw no more the deep eyes, but the voice came over him as a spirit voice, and, as in a sort of judgment vision, his whole past life rose in a moment before his eyes, his mother's prayers and hymns, his own early yearnings and aspirings for good, and, between them and this hour, years of worldliness and skepticism, and what man calls respectable living. We can think much, very much, in a moment. St. Clair saw and felt many things, but spoke nothing, and, as it grew darker, he took his child to her bedroom, and, when she was prepared for rest, he sent away the attendants and rocked her in his arms and sung to her till she was asleep. Chapter 25. The Little Evangelist. It was Sunday afternoon. St. Clair was stretched on a bamboo lounge in the veranda, solacing himself with a cigar. Marie lay reclined on a sofa, opposite the window opening on the veranda, closely secluded, under an awning of transparent gauze, from the outrages of the mosquitoes, and languidly holding in her hand an elegantly bound prayer book. She was holding it because it was Sunday, and she imagined she had been reading it, though, in fact, she had been only taking a succession of short naps with it open in her hand. Miss Ophelia, who, after some rummaging, had hunted up a small Methodist meeting within riding distance, had gone out, with Tom as driver, to attend it, and Eva had accompanied them. "I say, Augustine," said Marie after dozing a while, "I must send to the city after my old Dr. Posey. I'm sure I've got the complaint of the heart." "Well, why need you send for him? This doctor that attends Eva seems skillful." "I would not trust him in a critical case," said Marie, "and I think I may say mine is becoming so. I've been thinking of it, these 2 or 3 nights past. I have such distressing pains and such strange feelings." "Oh, Marie, you are blue. I don't believe it's heart complaint." "I dare say you don't," said Marie. "I was prepared to expect that. You can be alarmed enough if Eva coughs or has the least thing the matter with her, but you never think of me. If it's particularly agreeable to you to have heart disease, why, I'll try and maintain you have it," said Street Clair. "I didn't know it was." "Well, I only hope you won't be sorry for this when it's too late," said Marie. "But, believe it or not, my distress about Eva, and the exertions I have made with that dear child, have developed what I have long suspected." What the exertions were which Marie referred to, it would have been difficult to state. St. Clair quietly made this commentary to himself, and went on smoking, like a hard-hearted wretch of a man as he was, till a carriage drove up before the veranda, and Eva and Miss Ophelia alighted. Miss Ophelia marched straight to her own chamber, to put away her bonnet and shawl, as was always her manner, before she spoke a word on any subject, while Eva came, at St. Clair's call, and was sitting on his knee, giving him an account of the services they had heard. They soon heard loud exclamations from Miss Ophelia's room, which, like the one in which they were sitting, opened onto the veranda, and violent reproof addressed to somebody. "What new witchcraft has Tops been brewing?" asked Street Claire. "That commotion is of her raising, I'll be bound." And in a moment after, Miss Ophelia, in high indignation, came dragging the culprit along. "Come out here, now," she said. "I will tell your master." "What's the case now?" asked Augustine. "The case is that I cannot be plagued with this child any longer. It's past all bearing. Flesh and blood cannot endure it. Here I locked her up and gave her a hymn to study, and what does she do but spy out where I put my key, and has gone to my bureau and got a bonnet trimming and cut it all to pieces to make dolls' jackets. I never saw anything like it in my life." "I told you, cousin," said Marie, "that you'd find out that these creatures can't be brought up without severity." "If I had my way now," she said, looking reproachfully at St. Clair, "I'd send that child out and have her thoroughly whipped. I'd have her whipped till she couldn't stand." "I don't doubt it," said Street Clair. "Tell me of the lovely rule of woman." "I never saw above a dozen women that wouldn't half kill a horse or a servant, either, if they had their own way with them, let alone a man." "There is no use in this shilly-shally way of yours, St. Clair," said Marie. "Cousin is a woman of sense, and she sees it now as plain as I do." Miss Ophelia had just the capability of indignation that belongs to the thorough-paced housekeeper, and this had been pretty actively roused by the artifice and wastefulness of the child. In fact, many of my lady readers must own that they should have felt just so in her circumstances, but Marie's words went beyond her, and she felt less heat. "I wouldn't have the child treated so for the world," she said, "but I am sure, Augustine, I don't know what to do. I've taught and taught. I've talked till I'm tired. I've whipped her. I've punished her in every way I can think of, and still she's just what she was at first." "Come here, Tops, you monkey," said Street Clair, calling the child up to him. Topsy came up, her round, hard eyes glittering and blinking with a mixture of apprehensiveness and their usual odd drollery. "What makes you behave so?" said Street Clair, who could not help being amused with the child's expression. "Specs it's my wicked heart," said Topsy, demurely. "Miss Feely says so." "Don't you see how much Miss Ophelia has done for you? She says she has done everything she can think of." "Lor, yes, Mossar. Old Mrs. used to say so, too. She whipped me a heap harder, and used to pull my har and knock my headache in the door, but it didn't do me no good. I specs, if they's to pull every spear o' har out o' my head, it wouldn't do no good, neither. I's so wicked. Laws, I's nothin' but a nigger no ways." "Well, I shall have to give her up," said Miss Ophelia. "I can't have that trouble any longer." "Well, I'd just like to ask one question," said Street Clair. "What is it?" "Why, if your gospel is not strong enough to save one heathen child that you can have at home here all to yourself, what's the use of sending one or two poor missionaries off with it among thousands of just such? I suppose this child is about a fair sample of what thousands of your heathen are." Miss Ophelia did not make an immediate answer, and Eva, who had stood a silent spectator of the scene thus far, made a silent sign to Topsy to follow her. There was a little glass room at the corner of the veranda, which Street Clair used as a sort of reading room, and Eva and Topsy disappeared into this place. "What's Eva going about now?" said Street Clair. "I mean to see." And, advancing on tiptoe, He lifted up a curtain that covered the glass door and looked in. In a moment, laying his finger on his lips, he made a silent gesture to Miss Ophelia to come and look. There sat the two children on the floor with their side faces towards them. Topsy, with her usual air of careless drollery and unconcern, but opposite to her, Eva, her whole face fervent with feeling and tears in her large eyes. "What does make you so bad, Topsy? Why won't you try and be good? Don't you love anybody, Topsy?" "Dunno nothing 'bout love. I loves candy and sich, that's all," said Topsy. "But you love your father and mother." "Never had none, you know." "I telled you that, Miss Eva." "Oh, I know," said Eva, sadly. "But hadn't you any brother, or sister, or aunt, or—" "No, none on 'em. Never had nothing nor nobody." "But, Topsy, if you'd only try to be good, you might." "Couldn't never be nothin' but a nigger if I was ever so good," said Topsy. "If I could be skinned and come white, I'd try then." "But people can love you if you are black, Topsy. Miss Ophelia would love you if you were good." Topsy gave the short, blunt laugh that was her common mode of expressing incredulity. "Don't you think so?" said Eva. "No, she can't bar me 'cause I'm a nigger. She'd soon have a toad touch her. There can't nobody love niggers, and niggers can't do nothin'." "I don't care," said Topsy, beginning to whistle. "Oh, Topsy, poor child, I love you," said Eva, with a sudden burst of feeling and laying her little thin, white hand on Topsy's shoulder. "I love you because you haven't had any father or mother or friends, because you've been a poor, abused child. I love you and I want you to be good. I am very unwell, Topsy, and I think I shan't live a great while, and it really grieves me to have you be so naughty. I wish you would try to be good for my sake. It's only a little while I shall be with you." The round, keen eyes of the black child were overcast with tears. Large, bright drops rolled heavily down, one by one, and fell on the little white hand. Yes, in that moment, a ray of real belief, a ray of heavenly love, had penetrated the darkness of her heathen soul. She laid her head down between her knees and wept and sobbed, while the beautiful child, bending over her, looked like the picture of some bright angel stooping to reclaim a sinner. "Poor Topsy," said Eva. "Don't you know that Jesus loves all alike? He is just as willing to love you as me. He loves you just as I do, only more, because he is better. He will help you to be good, and you can go to heaven at last, and be an angel forever, just as much as if you were white. Only think of it, Topsy. You can be one of those spirits bright Uncle Tom sings about." "Oh, dear Miss Eva, said the child. I will try, I will try. I never did care nothin' about it before." St. Clair, at this instant, dropped the curtain. "It puts me in mind of Mother," he said to Miss Ophelia. "It is true what she told me. If we want to give sight to the blind, we must be willing to do as Christ did, call them to us, and put our hands on them." "I've always had a prejudice against Negroes," said Miss Ophelia, "and it's a fact. I never could bear to have that child touch me, but I didn't think she knew it." "Trust any child to find that out," said St. Clair. "There's no keeping it from them. But I believe that all the trying in the world to benefit a child, and all the substantial favors you can do them, will never excite one emotion of gratitude, while that feeling of repugnance remains in the heart. It's a queer kind of a fact, but so it is." "I don't know how I can help it," said Miss Ophelia. "They are disagreeable to me, This child in particular, how can I help feeling so? Eva does, it seems. Well, she's so loving. After all, though, she's no more than Christ-like, said Miss Ophelia. I wish I were like her. She might teach me a lesson. It wouldn't be the first time a little child had been used to instruct an old disciple, if it were so, said Street Claire. Chapter 26. Death. Weep not for those whom the veil of the tomb, in life's early morning, hath hid from our eyes. Eva's bedroom was a spacious apartment, which, like all the other rooms in the house, opened on to the broad veranda. The room communicated, on one side, with her father and mother's apartment, on the other, with that appropriated to Miss Ophelia. St. Clair had gratified his own eye and taste in furnishing this room in a style that had a peculiar keeping with the character of her for whom it was intended. The windows were hung with curtains of rose-colored and white muslin. The floor was spread with a matting which had been ordered in Paris, to a pattern of his own device, having rounded a border of rosebuds and leaves, and a centerpiece with full-blown roses. The bedstead, chairs, and lounges were of bamboo, wrought in peculiarly graceful and fanciful patterns. Over the head of the bed was an alabaster bracket, on which a beautiful sculptured angel stood, with drooping wings, holding out a crown of myrtle leaves. From this depended, over the bed, light curtains of rose-colored gauze, striped with silver, supplying that protection from mosquitoes which is an indispensable addition to all sleeping accommodation in that climate. The graceful bamboo lounges were amply supplied with cushions of rose-colored damask, while over them, depending from the hands of sculptured figures, were gauze curtains similar to those of the bed. A light, fanciful bamboo table stood in the middle of the room, where a Parian vase, wrought in the shape of a white lily, with its buds, stood, ever filled with flowers. On this table lay Eva's books and little trinkets, with an elegantly wrought alabaster writing stand, which her father had supplied to her when he saw her trying to improve herself in writing. There was a fireplace in the room, and on the marble mantel above stood a beautifully wrought statuette of Jesus receiving little children, and on either side marble vases, for which it was Tom's pride and delight to offer bouquets every morning. 2 or 3 exquisite paintings of children, in various attitudes, embellished the wall. In short, the eye could turn nowhere without meeting images of childhood, of beauty, and of peace. Those little eyes never opened, in the morning light, without falling on something which suggested to the heart soothing and beautiful thoughts. The deceitful strength which had buoyed Eva up for a little while was fast passing away. Seldom and more seldom her light footstep was heard in the veranda, and oftener she was found reclined on a little lounge by the open window, her large, deep eyes fixed on the rising and falling waters of the lake. It was towards the middle of the afternoon, as she was so reclining, her Bible half open, her little transparent fingers lying listlessly between the leaves. Suddenly she heard her mother's voice, in sharp tones, in the veranda. "What now, you baggage? What new piece of mischief? You've been picking the flowers, hey?" And Eva heard the sound of a smart slap. "Law, missus, they's for Miss Eva," she heard a voice say, which she knew belonged to Topsy. "Miss Eva? A pretty excuse. You suppose she wants your flowers, you good-for-nothing nigger. Get along off with you." In a moment, Eva was off from her lounge and in the veranda. "Oh, don't, mother. I should like the flowers. Do give them to me. I want them." Why, Eva, your room is full now. I can't have too many, said Eva. Topsy, do bring them here. Topsy, who had stood sullenly, holding down her head, now came up and offered her flowers. She did it with a look of hesitation and bashfulness, quite unlike the eldritch boldness and brightness which was usual with her. It's a beautiful bouquet, said Eva, looking at it. It was rather a singular one, a brilliant scarlet geranium, and one single white japonica, with its glossy leaves. It was tied up with an evident eye to the contrast of color, and the arrangement of every leaf had carefully been studied. Topsy looked pleased, as Eva said, Topsy, you arrange flowers very prettily. Here, she said, is this vase I haven't any flowers for. I wish you'd arrange something every day for it. Well, that's odd, said Marie. What in the world do you want that for? Never mind, Mamma. You'd as lief as not Topsy should do it, had you not? Of course, anything you please, dear. Topsy, you hear your young mistress. See that you mind. Topsy made a short courtesy and looked down, and as she turned away, Eva saw a tear roll down her dark cheek. You see, Mamma, I knew poor Topsy wanted to do something for me, said Eva to her mother. Oh, nonsense. It's only because she likes to do mischief. She knows she mustn't pick flowers, so she does it. That's all there is to it. But if you fancy to have her pluck them, so be it. Mamma, I think Topsy is different from what she used to be. She's trying to be a good girl. She'll have to try a good while before she gets to be good, said Marie, with a careless laugh. Well, you know, Mamma, poor Topsy. Everything has always been against her. Not since she's been here, I'm sure. If she hasn't been talked to and preached to and every earthly thing done that anybody could do, and she's just so ugly and always will be, you can't make anything of the creature. But, Mamma, it's so different to be brought up as I've been, with so many friends, so many things to make me good and happy, and to be brought up as she's been, all the time, till she came here. Most likely, said Marie, yawning. Dear me, how hot it is. Mamma, you believe, don't you, that Topsy could become an angel as well as any of us if she were a Christian? Topsy, what a ridiculous idea. Nobody but you would ever think of it. I suppose she could, though. But, Mamma, isn't God her Father as much as ours? Isn't Jesus her Savior? Well, that may be. I suppose God made everybody, said Marie. Where is my smelling bottle? It's such a pity, oh. Such a pity, said Eva, looking out on the distant lake and speaking half to herself. What's a pity? Said Marie. Why, that anyone who could be a bright angel and live with angels should go all down, 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 and nobody help them, oh dear. Well, we can't help it. It's no use worrying, Eva. I don't know what's to be done. We ought to be thankful for our own advantages. I hardly can be, said Eva. I'm so sorry to think of poor folks that haven't any. That's odd enough, said Marie. I'm sure my religion makes me thankful for my advantages. Mamma, said Eva, I want to have some of my hair cut off, a good deal of it. What for? Said Marie. Mamma, I want to give some away to my friends, while I am able to give it to them myself. Won't you ask Annie to come and cut it for me? Marie raised her voice and called Miss Ophelia from the other room. The child half rose from her pillow as she came in and, shaking down her long golden brown curls, said, rather playfully, Come, Auntie, shear the sheep. What's that? Said Street Claire, who just then entered with some fruit he had been out to get for her. "Papa, I just want Ani to cut off some of my hair. There's too much of it, and it makes my head hot. Besides, I want to give some of it away." Miss Ophelia came, with her scissors. "Take care, don't spoil the looks of it," said her father. "Cut underneath, where it won't show. Eva's curls are my pride."
O Papa,
said Eva sadly. "Yes, and I want them kept handsome against the time I take you up to your uncle's plantation, to see Cousin Enrique," said Street Claire in a gay tone. "I shall never go there, Papa. I am going to a better country." "Oh, do believe me. Don't you see, Papa, that I get weaker every day?" "Why do you insist that I shall believe such a cruel thing, Eva?" said her father. "Only because it is true, Papa, and if you will believe it now, perhaps you will get to feel about it as I do." St. Clair closed his lips and stood gloomily eyeing the long, beautiful curls, which, as they were separated from the child's head, were laid, one by one, in her lap. She raised them up, looked earnestly at them, twined them around her thin fingers, and looked, from time to time, anxiously at her father. "It's just what I've been foreboding," said Marie. "It's just what has been preying on my health, from day to day, bringing me downward to the grave, though nobody regards it. I have seen this long. St. Clair, you will see, after a while, that I was right." "Which will afford you great consolation, no doubt," said Street Clair in a dry, bitter tone. Marie lay back on a lounge and covered her face with her cambric handkerchief. Eva's clear blue eyes looked earnestly from one to the other. It was the calm, comprehending gaze of a soul half loosed from its earthly bonds. It was evident she saw, felt, and appreciated the difference between the two. She beckoned with her hand to her father. He came and sat down by her. "Papa, my strength fades away every day, and I know I must go. There are some things I want to say and do, that I ought to do, and you are so unwilling to have me speak a word on this subject. But it must come, there's no putting it off. Do be willing I should speak now." "My child, I am willing," said Street Clair, covering his eyes with one hand and holding up Eva's hand with the other. "Then I want to see all our people together. I have some things I must say to them," said Eva. "Well," said Street Clair in a tone of dry endurance. Miss Ophelia dispatched a messenger, and soon the whole of the servants were convened in the room. Eva lay back on her pillows, her hair hanging loosely about her face, her crimson cheeks contrasting painfully with the intense whiteness of her complexion and the thin contour of her limbs and features, and her large, soul-like eyes fixed earnestly on every one. The servants were struck with a sudden emotion. The spiritual face, the long locks of hair cut off and lying by her, her father's averted face, and Marie's sobs, struck at once upon the feelings of a sensitive and impressible race, and, as they came in, they looked one on another, sighed, and shook their heads. There was a deep silence, like that of a funeral. Eva raised herself and looked long and earnestly round at every one. All looked sad and apprehensive. Many of the women hid their faces in their aprons. "I sent for you all, my dear friends," said Eva, "because I love you. I love you all, and I have something to say to you, which I want you always to remember. I am going to leave you. In a few more weeks, you will see me no more." Here the child was interrupted by bursts of groans, sobs, and lamentations, which broke from all present, and in which her slender voice was lost entirely. She waited a moment, And then, speaking in a tone that checked the sobs of all, she said, "If you love me, you must not interrupt me so. Listen to what I say. I want to speak to you about your souls. Many of you, I am afraid, are very careless. You are thinking only about this world. I want you to remember that there is a beautiful world where Jesus is. I am going there, and you can go there. It is for you as much as me. But if you want to go there, you must not live idle, careless, thoughtless lives. You must be Christians. You must remember that each one of you can become angels and be angels forever. If you want to be Christians, Jesus will help you. You must pray to him. You must read." The child checked herself, looked piteously at them, and said sorrowfully, "Oh dear, you can't read, poor souls," and she hid her face in the pillow and sobbed, while many a smothered sob from those she was addressing, who were kneeling on the floor, aroused her. "Never mind," she said, raising her face and smiling brightly through her tears. "I have prayed for you, and I know Jesus will help you, even if you can't read. Try all to do the best you can. Pray every day. Ask him to help you, and get the Bible read to you whenever you can, and I think I shall see you all in heaven." "Amen," was the murmured response from the lips of Tom and Mammy and some of the elder ones who belonged to the Methodist Church. The younger and more thoughtless ones, for the time completely overcome, were sobbing with their heads bowed upon their knees. "I know," said Eva, "you all love me." "Yes, oh yes. Indeed we do." "Lord bless her," was the involuntary answer of all. "Yes, I know you do. There isn't one of you that hasn't always been very kind to me, and I want to give you something that, when you look at, you shall always remember me. I'm going to give all of you a curl of my hair, and when you look at it, think that I loved you and am gone to heaven, and that I want to see you all there." It is impossible to describe the scene as, with tears and sobs, they gathered around the little creature and took from her hands what seemed to them a last mark of her love. They fell on their knees, they sobbed and prayed and kissed the hem of her garment, and the older ones poured forth words of endearment, mingled in prayers and blessings, after the manner of their susceptible race. As each one took their gift, Miss Ophelia, who was apprehensive for the effect of all this excitement on her little patient, signed to each one to pass out the apartment. At last, all were gone but Tom and Mammy. "Here, Uncle Tom," said Eva, "is a beautiful one for you." "Oh, I am so happy, Uncle Tom, to think I shall see you in heaven, for I'm sure I shall. And Mammy, dear, good, kind Mammy," she said, fondly throwing her arms round her old nurse, "I know you'll be there, too." "Oh, Miss Eva, don't see how I can live without you, nohow," said the faithful creature. "'Pears like it's just taking everything off the place to once it," and Mammy gave way to a passion of grief. Miss Ophelia pushed her and Tom gently from the apartment and thought they were all gone, but as she turned, Topsy was standing there. "Where did you start up from?" she said suddenly. "I was here," said Topsy, wiping the tears from her eyes. "Oh, Miss Eva, I've been a bad girl, but won't you give me one too?" "Yes," purred Topsy. "To be sure I will. There, every time you look at that, think that I love you and wanted you to be a good girl." "Oh, Miss Eva, I is tryin'," said Topsy earnestly, "but lor, it's so hard to be good. 'Pears like I ain't used to it, no ways." "Jesus knows it, Topsy. He is sorry for you. He will help you." Topsy, with her eyes hid in her apron, was silently passed from the apartment by Miss Ophelia, but as she went, she hid the precious curl in her bosom. All being gone, Miss Ophelia shut the door. That worthy lady had wiped away many tears of her own during the scene, but concern for the consequence of such an excitement to her young charge was uppermost in her mind. St. Clair had been sitting, during the whole time, with his hand shading his eyes, in the same attitude. When they were all gone, he sat so still.
"Papa,"
said Eva gently, laying her hand on his. He gave a sudden start and shiver, but made no answer. "Dear Papa," said Eva. "I cannot," said St. Clair, rising. "I cannot have it so. The Almighty hath dealt very bitterly with me," and St. Clair pronounced these words with a bitter emphasis indeed. "Augustine has not got a right to do what he will with his own," said Miss Ophelia. "Perhaps so, but that doesn't make it any easier to bear," said he, with a dry, hard, tearless manner as he turned away. "Papa, you break my heart," said Eva, rising and throwing herself into his arms. "You must not feel so," and the child sobbed and wept with a violence which alarmed them all, and turned her father's thoughts at once to another channel. "There, Eva, there, dearest. Hush, hush. I was wrong, I was wicked. I will feel anyway, do anyway, only don't distress yourself. Don't sob so. I will be resigned. I was wicked to speak as I did." Eva soon lay like a weary dove in her father's arms, and he, bending over her, soothed her by every tender word he could think of. Marie rose and threw herself out of the apartment into her own, when she fell into violent hysterics. "You didn't give me a curl, Eva," said her father, smiling sadly. "They're all yours, Papa," said she, smiling, "yours and Mamma's, and you must give dear Auntie as many as she wants. I only gave them to our poor people myself, because you know, Papa, they might be forgotten when I am gone, and because I hoped it might help them remember." "You're a Christian, are you not, Papa?" said Eva, doubtfully. "Why do you ask me?" "I don't know. You are so good, I don't see how you can help it." "What is being a Christian, Eva?" "Loving Christ most of all," said Eva. "Do you, Eva?" "Certainly I do." "You never saw him," said St. Clair. "That makes no difference," said Eva. "I believe him, and in a few days I shall see him," and the young face grew fervent, radiant with joy. St. Clair said no more. It was a feeling which he had seen before in his mother, but no chord within vibrated to it. Eva, after this, declined rapidly. There was no more any doubt of the event. The fondest hope could not be blinded. Her beautiful room was avowedly a sick room, and Miss Ophelia day and night performed the duties of a nurse, and never did her friends appreciate her value more than in that capacity. With so well-trained a hand and eye, such perfect adroitness and practice in every art which could promote neatness and comfort, and keep out of sight every disagreeable incident of sickness, with such a perfect sense of time, such a clear, untroubled head, such exact accuracy in remembering every prescription and direction of the doctors, she was everything to him. They who had shrugged their shoulders at her little peculiarities and setnesses, so unlike the careless freedom of Southern manners, acknowledged that now she was the exact person that was wanted. Uncle Tom was much in Eva's room. The child suffered much from nervous restlessness, and it was a relief to her to be carried, and it was Tom's greatest delight to carry her little frail form in his arms, resting on a pillow, now up and down her room, now out into the veranda. And when the fresh sea breezes blew from the lake, and the child felt freshest in the morning, he would sometimes walk with her under the orange trees in the garden or, sitting down in some of their old seats, sing to her their favorite old hymns. Her father often did the same thing, but his frame was slighter, and when he was weary, Eva would say to him, "Oh, Papa, let Tom take me. Poor fellow. It pleases him, and you know it's all he can do now, and he wants to do something." "So do I, Eva," said her father. "Well, Papa, you can do everything and are everything to me. You read to me, you sit up nights, and Tom has only this one thing, and his singing, and I know, too, he does it easier than you can. He carries me so strong." The desire to do something was not confined to Tom. Every servant in the establishment showed the same feeling, and in their way did what they could. Poor Mammy's heart yearned towards her darling, but she found no opportunity, night or day, as Marie declared that the state of her mind was such, it was impossible for her to rest, and, of course, it was against her principles to let anyone else rest. 20 times in a night, Mammy would be roused to rub her feet, to bathe her head, to find her pocket handkerchief, to see what the noise was in Eva's room, to let down a curtain because it was too light, or to put it up because it was too dark, and in the daytime. When she longed to have some share in the nursing of her pet, Marie seemed unusually ingenious in keeping her busy anywhere and everywhere all over the house, or about her own person, so that stolen interviews and momentary glimpses were all she could obtain. "I feel it my duty to be particularly careful of myself, now," she would say, "feeble as I am, and with the whole care and nursing of that dear child upon me." "Indeed, my dear," said Street Claire, "I thought our cousin relieved you of that." "You talk like a man, St. Clair, just as if a mother could be relieved of the care of a child in that state. But then, it's all alike. No one ever knows what I feel. I can't throw things off, as you do." St. Clair smiled. You must excuse him. He couldn't help it, for St. Clair could smile yet. For so bright and placid was the farewell voyage of the little spirit, by such sweet and fragrant breezes was the small bark borne towards the heavenly shores, that it was impossible to realize that it was death that was approaching. The child felt no pain, only a tranquil, soft weakness, daily and almost insensibly increasing, and she was so beautiful, so loving, so trustful, so happy, that one could not resist the soothing influence of that air of innocence and peace which seemed to breathe around her. St. Clair found a strange calm coming over him. It was not hope, that was impossible. It was not resignation. It was only a calm resting in the present, which seemed so beautiful that he wished to think of no future. It was like that hush of spirit which we feel amid the bright, mild woods of autumn, when the bright, hectic flush is on the trees, and the last lingering flowers by the brook, and we joy in it all the more, because we know that soon it will all pass away. The friend who knew most of Eva's own imaginings and foreshadowings was her faithful bearer, Tom. To him she said what she would not disturb her father by saying. To him she imparted those mysterious intimations which the soul feels as the cords begin to unbind, ere it leaves its clay forever. Tom, at last, would not sleep in his room, but lay all night in the outer veranda, ready to rouse at every call. Uncle Tom, What alive have you taken to sleeping anywhere and everywhere, like a dog for? Said Miss Ophelia. I thought you was one of the orderly sort, that liked to lie in bed in a Christian way. I do, Miss Feely, said Tom, mysteriously. I do, but now, well, what now? We mustn't speak loud. Massar Street Clare won't hear on't. But, Miss Feely, you know there must be somebody watchin' for the bridegroom. What do you mean, Tom? You know it says in Scripture, at midnight there was a great cry made. Behold, the bridegroom cometh. That's what I'm 'spectin' now every night, Miss Feely, and I couldn't sleep out o' hearin' no ways. Why, Uncle Tom, what makes you think so? Miss Eva, she talks to me. The Lord, He sends His messenger in the soul. I must be there, Miss Feely, for when that our blessed child goes into the kingdom, they'll open the door so wide, we'll all get a look in at the glory, Miss Feely. Uncle Tom, did Miss Eva say she felt more unwell than usual tonight? No, but she telled me this morning she was coming nearer. There's them that tells it to the child, Miss Feely. It's the angels. It's the trumpet sound afore the break o' day, said Tom, quoting from a favorite hymn. This dialogue passed between Miss Ophelia and Tom between 10 and 11 one evening, after her arrangements had all been made for the night, when, on going to bolt her outer door, she found Tom stretched along by it, in the outer veranda. She was not nervous or impressible, but the solemn, heartfelt manner struck her. Eva had been unusually bright and cheerful that afternoon, and had sat raised in her bed, and looked over all her little trinkets and precious things, and designated the friends to whom she would have them given, and her manner was more animated, and her voice more natural, than they had known it for weeks. Her father had been in the evening, and had said that Eva appeared more like her former self than ever she had done since her sickness, and when he kissed her for the night, he said to Miss Ophelia, "Cousin, we may keep her with us, after all. She is certainly better," and he had retired with a lighter heart in his bosom than he had had there for weeks. But at midnight, strange, mystic hour, when the veil between the frail present and the eternal future grows thin, then came the messenger. There was a sound in that chamber, first of one who stepped quickly. It was Miss Ophelia, who had resolved to sit up all night with her little charge, and who, at the turn of the night, had discerned what experienced nurses significantly call a change. The outer door was quickly opened, and Tom, who was watching outside, was on the alert in a moment. "Go for the doctor, Tom." "Lose not a moment," said Miss Ophelia, and, stepping across the room, she rapped at St. Clair's door. "Cousin," she said, "I wish you would come." Those words fell on his heart like clods upon a coffin. Why did they? He was up and in the room in an instant, and bending over Eva, who still slept. What was it he saw that made his heart stand still? Why was no word spoken between the two? Thou canst say, who hast seen that same expression on the face dearest to thee, that look indescribable, hopeless, unmistakable, that says to thee that thy beloved is no longer thine. On the face of the child, however, there was no ghastly imprint, only a high and almost sublime expression, the overshadowing presence of spiritual natures, the dawning of a mortal life in that childish soul. They stood there so still, gazing upon her, that even the ticking of the watch seemed too loud. In a few moments, Tom returned, with the doctor. He entered, gave one look, and stood silent as the rest. "When did this change take place?" said he in a low whisper to Miss Ophelia. "About the turn of the night," was the reply. Marie, roused by the entrance of the doctor, appeared, hurriedly, from the next room. "Augustine, cousin, oh, what—" she hurriedly began. "Hush," said Street Claire hoarsely, "she is dying." Mammy heard the words and flew to awaken the servants. The house was soon roused. Lights were seen, footsteps heard, anxious faces thronged the veranda and looked tearfully through the glass doors. But St. Clair heard and said nothing. He saw only that look on the face of the little sleeper. Oh, if she would only wake and speak once more, he said, and, stooping over her, he spoke in her ear, "Eva, darling." The large blue eyes unclosed. A smile passed over her face. She tried to raise her head and to speak. "Do you know me, Eva?" "Dear Papa," said the child, with a last effort, throwing her arms about his neck. In a moment they dropped again, and, as Street Clair raised his head, he saw a spasm of mortal agony pass over the face. She struggled for breath and threw up her little hands. "Oh, God, this is dreadful," he said, turning away in agony and wringing Tom's hand, scarce conscious what he was doing. "Oh, Tom, my boy, it is killing me." Tom had his master's hands between his own, and, with tears streaming down his dark cheeks, looked up for help where he had always been used to look. "Pray that this may be cut short," said Street Clair. "This wrings my heart." "Oh, bless the Lord." It's over, dear Mossar," said Tom. "Look at her." The child lay panting on her pillows as one exhausted, the large clear eyes rolled up and fixed. What said those eyes that spoke so much of heaven? Earth was past and earthly pain, but so solemn, so mysterious, was the triumphant brightness of that face, that it checked even the sobs of sorrow. They pressed around her in breathless stillness. "Eva," said Street Clair gently. She did not hear. "Oh, Eva, tell us what you see." "What is it?" said her father. A bright, a glorious smile passed over her face, and she said, brokenly, "Oh." Love, joy, peace, gave one sigh, and passed from death unto life. Farewell, beloved child. The bright, eternal doors have closed after thee. We shall see thy sweet face no more. Oh, woe for them who watch thy entrance into heaven, when they shall wake and find only the cold gray sky of daily life, and thou gone forever. Chapter 27. This is the last of earth. John Q. Adams. The statuettes and pictures in Eva's room were shrouded in white napkins, and only hushed breathings and muffled footfalls were heard there, and the light stole in solemnly through windows partially darkened by closed blinds. The bed was draped in white, and there, beneath the drooping angel figure, lay a sleeping form, sleeping never to awaken. There she lay, robed in one of the simple white dresses she had been wont to wear when living. The rose-colored light through the curtains cast over the icy coldness of death a warm glow. The heavy eyelashes drooped softly on the pure cheek. The head was turned a little to one side, as if in natural sleep, but there was diffused over every lineament of the face that high celestial expression, that mingling of rapture and repose, which showed it was no earthly or temporary sleep, but the long, sacred rest which he giveth to his beloved. There is no death to such as thou, dear Eva. Neither darkness nor shadow of death, only such a bright fading as when the morning star fades in the golden dawn. Thine is the victory without the battle, the crown without the conflict. So did Street Clair think, as, with folded arms, he stood there gazing. Who shall say what he did think? For, from the hour that voices had said, in the dying chamber, she is gone, it had been all a dreary mist, a heavy dimness of anguish. He had heard voices around him, he had had questions asked, and answered them. They had asked him when he would have the funeral, and where they should lay her, and he had answered impatiently that he cared not. Adolphe and Rosa had arranged the chamber. Volatile, fickle, and childish as they generally were, they were soft-hearted and full of feeling, and, while Miss Ophelia presided over the general details of order and neatness, it was their hands that added those soft, poetic touches to the arrangements, that took from the death room the grim and ghastly air which too often marks a New England funeral. There were still flowers on the shelves, all white, delicate, and fragrant, with graceful, drooping leaves. Eva's little table, covered with white, bore on it her favorite vase, with a single white moss rosebud in it. The folds of the drapery, the fall of the curtains, had been arranged and rearranged by Adolphe and Rosa with that nicety of eye which characterizes their race. Even now, while Street Clair stood there thinking, little Rosa tripped softly into the chamber with a basket of white flowers. She stepped back when she saw St. Clair and stopped respectfully, but seeing that he did not observe her, she came forward to place them around the dead. St. Clair saw her as in a dream, while she placed in the small hands a fair Cape jessamine, and, with admirable taste, disposed other flowers around the couch. The door opened again, and Topsy, her eyes swelled with crying, appeared, holding something under her apron. Rosa made a quick, forbidding gesture, but she took a step into the room. "You must go out," said Rosa, in a sharp, positive whisper. "You haven't any business here." "Oh, do let me." "I brought a flower, such a pretty one," said Topsy, holding up a half-blown tea rosebud. "Do let me put just one there." "Get along," said Rosa, more decidedly. "Let her stay," said Street Clair, suddenly stamping his foot. "She shall come." Rosa suddenly retreated, and Topsy came forward and laid her offering at the feet of the corpse. Then suddenly, with a wild and bitter cry, she threw herself on the floor alongside the bed, and wept and moaned aloud. Miss Ophelia hastened into the room, and tried to raise and silence her, but in vain. "Oh, Miss Eva! Oh, Miss Eva! I wish I's dead, too, I do." There was a piercing wildness in the cry. The blood flushed into St. Clair's white, marble-like face, and the first tears he had shed since Eva died stood in his eyes. "Get up, child," said Miss Ophelia, in a softened voice. "Don't cry so. Miss Eva is gone to heaven. She is an angel." "But I can't see her," said Topsy. "I never shall see her," and she sobbed again. They all stood a moment in silence. "She said she loved me," said Topsy. "She did. Oh dear. Oh dear. There ain't nobody left now, there ain't." "That's true enough," said Street Clair. "But do," he said to Miss Ophelia, "see if you can't comfort the poor creature." "I just wish I hadn't never been born," said Topsy. "I didn't want to be born, no ways, and I don't see no use on't." Miss Ophelia raised her gently, but firmly, and took her from the room, but as she did so, some tears fell from her eyes. "Topsy, you poor child," she said, as she led her into her room. "Don't give up. I can love you, though I am not like that dear little child. I hope I've learnt something of the love of Christ from her. I can love you, I do, and I'll try to help you to grow up a good Christian girl." Miss Ophelia's voice was more than her words, and more than that were the honest tears that fell down her face. From that hour, she acquired an influence over the mind of the destitute child that she never lost. "Oh, my Eva, whose little hour on earth did so much of good," thought St. Claire, "what account have I to give for my long years?" There were, for a while, soft whisperings and footfalls in the chamber, as one after another stole in, to look at the dead, and then came the little coffin, and then there was a funeral, and carriages drove to the door, and strangers came and were seated. And there were white scarfs and ribbons and crape bands, and mourners dressed in black crape, and there were words read from the Bible and prayers offered, and St. Claire lived and walked and moved, as one who has shed every tear, to the last he saw only one thing, that golden head in the coffin, but then he saw the cloth spread over it, the lid of the coffin closed, and he walked, when he was put beside the others, down to a little place at the bottom of the garden, and there, by the mossy seat where she and Tom had talked and sung and read so often, was the little grave. St. Clair stood beside it, looked vacantly down. He saw them lower the little coffin. He heard, dimly, the solemn words, "I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live." And, as the earth was cast in and filled up the little grave, he could not realize that it was his Eva that they were hiding from his sight. Nor was it, not Eva, but only the frail seed of that bright, immortal form with which she shall yet come forth in the day of the Lord Jesus. And then all were gone, and the mourners went back to the place which should know her no more, and Marie's room was darkened, and she lay on the bed, sobbing and moaning in uncontrollable grief, and calling every moment for the attentions of all her servants. Of course, they had not time to cry. Why should they? The grief was her grief, and she was fully convinced that nobody on earth could, or would feel it as she did. St. Clair did not shed a tear, she said. He didn't sympathize with her. It was perfectly wonderful to think how hard-hearted and unfeeling he was, when he must know how she suffered. So much are people the slave of their eye and ear, that many of the servants really thought that Mrs. was the principal sufferer in the case, especially as Marie began to have hysterical spasms, and sent for the doctor, and at last declared herself dying. And in the running and scampering, and bringing up hot bottles, and heating of flannels, and chafing and fussing that ensued, there was quite a diversion. Tom, however, had a feeling at his own heart that drew him to his master. He followed him wherever he walked, wistfully and sadly, and when he saw him sitting, so pale and quiet, in Eva's room, holding before his eyes her little open Bible, though seeing no letter or word of what was in it, there was more sorrow to Tom in that still, fixed, tearless eye than in all Marie's moans and lamentations. In a few days the St. Clair family were back again in the city, Augustine, with the restlessness of grief, longing for another scene, to change the current of his thoughts. So they left the house and garden, with its little grave, and came back to New Orleans, and Street Claire walked the streets busily, and strove to fill up the chasm in his heart with hurry and bustle, and change of place, and people who saw him in the street, or met him at the cafe, knew of his loss only by the weed on his hat, for there he was, smiling and talking and reading the newspaper and speculating on politics and attending to business matters, and who could see that all this smiling outside was but a hollow shell over a heart that was a dark and silent sepulchre? "Mr. Street Claire is a singular man," said Marie to Miss Ophelia in a complaining tone. "I used to think if there was anything in the world he did love, it was our dear little Eva, but he seems to be forgetting her very easily. I cannot ever get him to talk about her. I really did think he would show more feeling." "Still waters run deepest, they used to tell me," said Miss Ophelia oracularly. "Oh, I don't believe in such things. It's all talk. If people have feeling, they will show it. They can't help it. But then, it's a great misfortune to have feeling. I'd rather have been made like Street Claire. My feelings prey upon me so." "Sure, Mrs. Mossar Street Claire is gettin' thin as a shader. They say, he don't never eat nothin'," said Mammy. "I know he don't forget Miss Eva. I know there couldn't nobody. Dear, little blessed creeter," she added, wiping her eyes. "Well, at all events, he has no consideration for me," said Marie. "He hasn't spoken one word of sympathy, and he must know how much more a mother feels than any man can." "The heart knoweth its own bitterness," said Miss Ophelia gravely. "That's just what I think. I know just what I feel, nobody else seems to. Eva used to, but she is gone," and Marie lay back on her lounge and began to sob disconsolately. Marie was one of those unfortunately constituted mortals in whose eyes whatever is lost and gone assumes a value which it never had in possession. Whatever she had, she seemed to survey only to pick flaws in it, but once fairly away, there was no end to her valuation of it. While this conversation was taking place in the parlor, another was going on in St. Clair's library. Tom, who was always uneasily following his master about, had seen him go to his library some hours before, and, after vainly waiting for him to come out, determined, at last, to make an errand in. He entered softly. St. Clair lay on his lounge at the further end of the room. He was lying on his face, with Eva's Bible open before him, at a little distance. Tom walked up and stood by the sofa. He hesitated, and while he was hesitating, St. Clair suddenly raised himself up. The honest face, so full of grief, and with such an imploring expression of affection and sympathy, struck his master. He laid his hand on Tom's and bowed down his forehead on it. "Oh, Tom, my boy, the whole world is as empty as an eggshell." "I know it, Mossar, I know it," said Tom, "but, oh, if Mossar could only look up where our dear Miss Eva is, up to the dear Lord Jesus." "Ah, Tom, I do look up, but the trouble is I don't see anything when I do. I wish I could." Tom sighed heavily. "It seems to be given to children and poor, honest fellows, like you, to see what we can't," said Street Clair. "How comes it?" "Thou hast hid from the wise and prudent, and revealed unto babes," murmured Tom. "Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight." "Tom, I can't believe, I've got the habit of doubting," said Street Clair. "I want to believe this Bible, and I can't." Dear Masar, pray to the good Lord. Lord, I believe. Help thou my unbelief. Who knows anything about anything, said Street Clare, his eyes wandering dreamily, and speaking to himself. Was all that beautiful love and faith only one of the ever-shifting phases of human feeling, having nothing real to rest on, passing away with a little breath? And is there no more Eva, no heaven, no Christ, nothing? Oh, dear Masar, there is. I know it. I'm sure of it, said Tom, falling on his knees. Do, dear Masar, believe it. How do you know there's any Christ, Tom? You never saw the Lord. Felt him in my soul, Masar, feel him now. Oh, Masar, when I was sold away from my old woman and the Chilen, I was just Amos broke up. I felt as if there weren't nothing left. And then the good Lord, he stood by me, and he says, fear not, Tom, and he brings light and joy into a poor feller's soul. Makes all peace, and I's so happy, and loves everybody, and feels willin' just to be the Lord's, and have the Lord's will done, and be put just where the Lord wants to put me. I know it couldn't come from me, 'cause I's a poor, complainin' creeter. It comes from the Lord, and I know he's willin' to do for Masar. Tom spoke with fast-running tears and choking voice. St. Clair leaned his head on his shoulder and wrung the hard, faithful, black hand. Tom, you love me, he said. I's willin' to lay down my life, this blessed day, to see Masar a Christian. Poor, foolish boy, said Street Clair, half raising himself. I'm not worth the love of one good, honest heart, like yours. Oh, Masar, there's more than me loves you. The blessed Lord Jesus loves you. How do you know that, Tom? Said Street Clair. Feels it in my soul.
Oh, Masar.
The love of Christ, that possesseth knowledge. Singular, said Street Clair, turning away, that the story of a man that lived and died 1800 years ago can affect people so yet. But he was no man, he added suddenly. No man ever had such long and living power. Oh, that I could believe what my mother taught me, and pray as I did when I was a boy. If Masar pleases, said Tom, Miss Eva used to read this so beautifully. I wish Masar be so good as read it. Don't get no readin', hardly, now Miss Eva's gone. The chapter was the 11th of John, the touching account of the raising of Lazarus. St. Clair read it aloud, often pausing to wrestle down feelings which were roused by the pathos of the story. Tom knelt before him, with clasped hands, and with an absorbed expression of love, trust, adoration, on his quiet face. Tom, said his master, this is all real to you. I can just fairly see it, Masar, said Tom. I wish I had your eyes, Tom. I wish, to the dear Lord, Masar had. But, Tom, you know that I have a great deal more knowledge than you. What if I should tell you that I don't believe this Bible?
O Masar,
said Tom, holding up his hands, with a deprecating gesture. Wouldn't it shake your faith some, Tom? Not a grain, said Tom. Why, Tom, you must know I know the most. Oh, Masar, haven't you just read how he hides from the wise and prudent and reveals unto babes? But Masar wasn't in earnest, for sartain, now, said Tom, anxiously. No, Tom, I was not. I don't disbelieve, and I think there is reason to believe, and still I don't. It's a troublesome bad habit I've got, Tom. If Masar would only pray. How do you know I don't, Tom? Does Masar? I would, Tom, if there was anybody there when I pray, but it's all speaking unto nothing when I do. But come, Tom, you pray now and show me how." Tom's heart was full. He poured it out in prayer, like waters that have been long suppressed. One thing was plain enough. Tom thought there was somebody to hear, whether there was or not. In fact, St. Clair felt himself borne, on the tide of his faith and feeling, almost to the gates of that heaven he seemed so vividly to conceive. It seemed to bring him nearer to Eva. "Thank you, my boy," said St. Clair, when Tom rose. "I like to hear you, Tom, but go now and leave me alone. Some other time, I'll talk more." Tom silently left the room. Chapter 28. Reunion. Week after week glided away in the St. Clair mansion, and the waves of life settled back to their usual flow, where that little bark had gone down. For how imperiously, how coolly, in disregard of all one's feeling, does the hard, cold, uninteresting course of daily realities move on. Still must we eat, and drink, and sleep, and wake again, still bargain, buy, sell, ask and answer questions, pursue, in short, 1,000 shadows, though all interest in them be over, the cold mechanical habit of living remaining, after all vital interest in it has fled. All the interests and hopes of St. Clair's life had unconsciously wound themselves around this child. It was for Eva that he had managed his property. It was for Eva that he had planned the disposal of his time. And to do this and that for Eva, to buy, improve, alter, and arrange or dispose something for her, had been so long his habit, that now she was gone, there seemed nothing to be thought of and nothing to be done. True, there was another life, a life which, once believed in, stands as a solemn, significant figure before the otherwise unmeaning ciphers of time, changing them to orders of mysterious, untold value. St. Clair knew this well, and often, in many a weary hour, he heard that slender, childish voice calling him to the skies, and saw that little hand pointing to him the way of life. But a heavy lethargy of sorrow lay on him. He could not arise. He had one of those natures which could better and more clearly conceive of religious things from its own perceptions and instincts than many a matter of fact and practical Christian. The gift to appreciate and the sense to feel the finer shades and relations of moral things often seems an attribute of those whose whole life shows a careless disregard of them. Hence Moore, Byron, Goethe often speak words more wisely descriptive of the true religious sentiment than another man, whose whole life is governed by it. In such minds, disregard of religion is a more fearful treason, a more deadly sin. St. Clair had never pretended to govern himself by any religious obligation, and a certain fineness of nature gave him such an instinctive view of the extent of the requirements of Christianity that he shrank, by anticipation, from what he felt would be the exactions of his own conscience, if he once did resolve to assume them. For so inconsistent is human nature, especially in the ideal, that not to undertake a thing at all seems better than to undertake and come short. Still, St. Clair was, in many respects, another man. He read his little Eva's Bible seriously and honestly. He thought more soberly and practically of his relations to his servants, enough to make him extremely dissatisfied with both his past and present course, and one thing he did soon after his return to New Orleans, and that was to commence the legal steps necessary to Tom's emancipation, which was to be perfected as soon as he could get through the necessary formalities. Meantime, he attached himself to Tom more and more, every day. In all the wide world, there was nothing that seemed to remind him so much of Eva, and he would insist on keeping him constantly about him, and fastidious and unapproachable as he was with regard to his deeper feelings, he almost thought aloud to Tom. Nor would anyone have wondered at it, who had seen the expression of affection and devotion with which Tom continually followed his young master. "Well, Tom," said Street Clare, the day after he had commenced the legal formalities for his enfranchisement, "I'm going to make a free man of you. So have your trunk packed and get ready to set out for Kentucky." The sudden light of joy that shone in Tom's face as he raised his hands to heaven, his emphatic "Bless the Lord," rather discomposed Street Clare. He did not like it that Tom should be so ready to leave him. "You haven't had such very bad times here, that you need be in such a rapture, Tom," he said, dryly.
No, mas é.
"Tant that, it's bein' a free man. That's what I'm joyin' for." "Why, Tom, don't you think, for your own part, you've been better off than to be free?" "No, indeed, Mossar Street Clare," said Tom, with a flash of energy. "No, indeed." "Why, Tom, you couldn't possibly have earned, by your work, such clothes and such living as I have given you." "Knows all that, Mossar Street Clare. Mossar has been too good, but, Mossar, I'd rather have poor clothes, poor house, poor everything, and have mine, than have the best, and have any man's else. I had so, Mossar. I think it's nature, Mossar." "I suppose so, Tom, and you'll be going off and leaving me in a month or so," he added, rather discontentedly. "Though why you shouldn't, no mortal knows," he said, in a gayer tone, and, getting up, he began to walk the floor. "Not while Mossar is in trouble," said Tom. "I'll stay with Mossar as long as he wants me, so as I can be any use." "Not while I'm in trouble, Tom," said Street Clare, looking sadly out of the window. "And when will my trouble be over?" "When Mossar St. Clair's a Christian," said Tom. "And you really mean to stay by till that day comes?" said Street Clare, half smiling as he turned from the window and laid his hand on Tom's shoulder. "Ah, Tom, you soft, silly boy. I won't keep you till that day. Go home to your wife and children, and give my love to all." "I'se faith to believe that day will come," said Tom, earnestly and with tears in his eyes. "The Lord has a work for Mossar." "A work, hey?" said Street Clare. "Well, now, Tom, give me your views on what sort of a work it is. Let's hear." "Why, even a poor fellow like me has a work from the Lord, and Mossar Street Clare, that has larning and riches and friends, how much he might do for the Lord." "Tom, you seem to think the Lord needs a great deal done for him," said Street Clare, smiling. "We does for the Lord when we does for his critters," said Tom. "Good theology, Tom, better than Dr. B. preaches, I dare swear," said St. Clare. The conversation was here interrupted by the announcement of some visitors. Marie Street Clare felt the loss of Eva as deeply as she could feel anything, and, as she was a woman that had a great faculty of making everybody unhappy when she was, her immediate attendants had still stronger reason to regret the loss of their young mistress, whose winning ways and gentle intercessions had so often been a shield to them from the tyrannical and selfish exactions of her mother. Poor old Mammy, in particular, whose heart, severed from all natural domestic ties, had consoled itself with this one beautiful being, was almost heartbroken. She cried day and night, and was, from excess of sorrow, less skillful and alert in her ministrations on her mistress than usual, which drew down a constant storm of invectives on her defenseless head. Miss Ophelia felt the loss, but in her good and honest heart, it bore fruit unto everlasting life. She was more softened, more gentle, and, though equally assiduous in every duty, it was with a chastened and quiet air, as one who communed with her own heart not in vain. She was more diligent in teaching Topsy, taught her mainly from the Bible, did not any longer shrink from her touch, or manifest an ill-repressed disgust, because she felt none. She viewed her now through the softened medium that Eva's hand had first held before her eyes, and saw in her only an immortal creature, whom God had sent to be led by her to glory and virtue. Topsy did not become at once a saint, but the life and death of Eva did work a marked change in her. The callous indifference was gone. There was now sensibility, hope, desire, and the striving for good, a strife irregular, interrupted, suspended oft, but yet renewed again. One day, when Topsy had been sent for by Miss Ophelia, she came, hastily thrusting something into her bosom. "What are you doing there, you limb?" "You've been stealing something, I'll be bound," said the imperious little Rosa, who had been sent to call her, seizing her, at the same time, roughly by the arm. "You go long, Miss Rosa," said Topsy, pulling from her. "Tant none o' your business." "None o' your SC," said Rosa. "I saw you hiding something, I know your tricks," and Rosa seized her arm, and tried to force her hand into her bosom, while Topsy, enraged, kicked and fought valiantly for what she considered her rights. The clamor and confusion of the battle drew Miss Ophelia and Street Claire both to the spot. "She's been stealing," said Rosa. "I haunt neither," vociferated Topsy, sobbing with passion. "Give me that, whatever it is," said Miss Ophelia firmly. Topsy hesitated, but, on a second order, pulled out of her bosom a little parcel done up in the foot of one of her own old stockings. Miss Ophelia turned it out. There was a small book, which had been given to Topsy by Eva, containing a single verse of scripture, arranged for every day in the year, and in a paper the curl of hair that she had given her on that memorable day when she had taken her last farewell. St. Clair was a good deal affected at the sight of it. The little book had been rolled in a long strip of black crepe, torn from the funeral weeds. "What did you wrap this round the book for?" said Street Clair, holding up the crepe. "'Cause 'twas Miss Eva." "Oh, don't take Em away, please," she said, and, sitting flat down on the floor and putting her apron over her head, she began to sob vehemently. It was a curious mixture of the pathetic and the ludicrous, the little old stocking, black crepe, textbook, fair, soft curl, and Topsy's utter distress. St. Clair smiled, but there were tears in his eyes as he said, Come, don't cry. You shall have them," and, putting them together, he threw them into her lap and drew Miss Ophelia with him into the parlor. "I really think you can make something of that concern," he said, pointing with his thumb backward over his shoulder. "Any mind that is capable of a real sorrow is capable of good. You must try and do something with her." "The child has improved greatly," said Miss Ophelia. "I have great hopes of her, but, Augustine," she said, laying her hand on his arm, "one thing I want to ask. Whose is this child to be, yours or mine?" "Why, I gave her to you," said Augustine. "But not legally. I want her to be mine legally, said Miss Ophelia. Phew. Cousin, said Augustine. What will the Abolition Society think? They'll have a day of fasting appointed for this backsliding if you become a slaveholder. Oh, nonsense. I want her mine, that I may have a right to take her to the free states and give her her liberty, that all I am trying to do be not undone. Oh, cousin, what an awful, doing evil that good may come. I can't encourage it. I don't want you to joke, but to reason, said Miss Ophelia. There is no use in my trying to make this child a Christian child, unless I save her from all the chances and reverses of slavery, and if you really are willing I should have her, I want you to give me a deed of gift, or some legal paper. Well, well, said Street Clare, I will, and he sat down and unfolded a newspaper to read. But I want it done now, said Miss Ophelia. What's your hurry? Because now is the only time there ever is to do a thing in, said Miss Ophelia. Come, now, here's paper, pen, and ink. Just write a paper. St. Clair, like most men of his class of mind, cordially hated the present tense of action, generally, and, therefore, he was considerably annoyed by Miss Ophelia's downrightness. Why, what's the matter? Said he. Can't you take my word? One would think you had taken lessons of the Jews, coming at a fellow so. I want to make sure of it, said Miss Ophelia. You may die, or fail, and then Topsy be hustled off to auction, spite of all I can do. Really, you are quite provident. Well, seeing I'm in the hands of a Yankee, there is nothing for it but to concede, and Street Clare rapidly wrote off a deed of gift, which, as he was well versed in the forms of law, he could easily do, and signed his name to it in sprawling capitals, concluding by a tremendous flourish. There, isn't that black and white now, Miss Vermont? He said, as he handed it to her. Good boy, said Miss Ophelia, smiling. But must it not be witnessed? Oh, bother, yes. Here, he said, opening the door into Marie's apartment. Marie, cousin wants your autograph. Just put your name down here. What's this? Said Marie as she ran over the paper. Ridiculous. I thought cousin was too pious for such horrid things, she added, as she carelessly wrote her name. But if she has a fancy for that article, I am sure she's welcome. There, now she's yours, body and soul, said Street Clare, handing the paper. No more mine now than she was before, said Miss Ophelia. Nobody but God has a right to give her to me, but I can protect her now. Well, she's yours by a fiction of law, then, said Street Clare, as he turned back into the parlor and sat down to his paper. Miss Ophelia, who seldom sat much in Marie's company, followed him into the parlor, having first carefully laid away the paper. Augustine, she said, suddenly, as she sat knitting, have you ever made any provision for your servants in case of your death? No, said Street Clare as he read on. Then all your indulgence to them may prove a great cruelty by and by. St. Clare had often thought the same thing himself, but he answered negligently, Well, I mean to make a provision by and by. When? Said Miss Ophelia. Oh, one of these days. What if you should die first? Cousin, what's the matter? Said Street Clare, laying down his paper and looking at her. Do you think I show symptoms of yellow fever or cholera, that you are making post-mortem arrangements with such zeal? In the midst of life we are in death, said Miss Ophelia. St. Clare rose up, and laying the paper down, carelessly, walked to the door that stood open on the veranda to put an end to a conversation that was not agreeable to him. Mechanically, he repeated the last word again. Death. And as he leaned against the railings and watched the sparkling water as it rose and fell in the fountain, and as in a dim and dizzy haze saw flowers and trees and vases of the courts, he repeated again the mystic words so common in every mouth, yet of such fearful power. Death. Strange that there should be such a word, he said, and such a thing, and we ever forget it, that one should be living, warm, and beautiful, full of hopes, desires, and wants, one day, and the next be gone, utterly gone, and forever. It was a warm, golden evening, and as he walked to the other end of the veranda, he saw Tom busily intent on his Bible, pointing, as he did so, with his finger to each successive word, and whispering them to himself with an earnest air. "Want me to read to you, Tom?" said Street Clare, seating himself carelessly by him. "If Massar pleases," said Tom. Gratefully, Massar makes it so much plainer. St. Clair took the book and glanced at the place, and began reading one of the passages which Tom had designated by the heavy marks around it. It ran as follows. "When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all his holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats." St. Clair read on in an animated voice, till he came to the last of the verses. "Then shall the king say unto them on his left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. I was sick and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they answer unto him, Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he say unto them, Inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these my brethren, ye did it not to me." St. Clair seemed struck with this last passage, for he read it twice, the second time slowly, and as if he were revolving the words in his mind. "Tom," he said, "these folks that get such hard measure seem to have been doing just what I have, living good, easy, respectable lives, and not troubling themselves to inquire how many of their brethren were hungry or athirst or sick or in prison." Tom did not answer. St. Clair rose up and walked thoughtfully up and down the veranda, seeming to forget everything in his own thoughts. So absorbed was he that Tom had to remind him twice that the tea bell had rung before he could get his attention. St. Clair was absent and thoughtful all tea time. After tea, he and Marie and Miss Ophelia took possession of the parlor, almost in silence. Marie disposed herself on a lounge, under a silken mosquito curtain, and was soon sound asleep. Miss Ophelia silently busied herself with her knitting. St. Clair sat down to the piano, and began playing a soft and melancholy movement with the Aeolian accompaniment. He seemed in a deep reverie, and to be soliloquizing to himself by music. After a little, he opened one of the drawers, took out an old music book whose leaves were yellow with age, and began turning it over. "There," he said to Miss Ophelia, "this was one of my mother's books, and here is her handwriting. Come and look at it. She copied and arranged this from Mozart's Requiem." Miss Ophelia came accordingly. It was something she used to sing often, said Street Claire. I think I can hear her now. He struck a few majestic chords and began singing that grand old Latin piece, the Dies Irae. Tom, who was listening in the outer veranda, was drawn by the sound to the very door, where he stood earnestly. He did not understand the words, of course, but the music and manner of singing appeared to affect him strongly, especially when Street Claire sang the more pathetic parts. Tom would have sympathized more heartily if he had known the meaning of the beautiful words. Recordare Jesu Pi. Tantus labor non sit cassis. G. St. Clair threw a deep and pathetic expression into the words, for the shadowy veil of years seemed drawn away, and he seemed to hear his mother's voice leading his. Voice and instrument seemed both living, and threw out with vivid sympathy those strains which the ethereal Mozart first conceived as his own dying requiem. When Street Claire had done singing, he sat leaning his head upon his hand a few moments, and then began walking up and down the floor. What a sublime conception is that of a last judgment, said he, a righting of all the wrongs of ages, a solving of all moral problems by an unanswerable wisdom. It is, indeed, a wonderful image. It is a fearful one to us, said Miss Ophelia. It ought to be to me, I suppose, said Street Claire, stopping thoughtfully. I was reading to Tom, this afternoon, that chapter in Matthew that gives an account of it, and I have been quite struck with it. One should have expected some terrible enormities charged to those who are excluded from heaven as the reason, but no, they are condemned for not doing positive good, as if that included every possible harm. Perhaps, said Miss Ophelia, it is impossible for a person who does no good not to do harm. And what, said Street Claire, speaking abstractedly, but with deep feeling, what shall be said of one whose own heart, whose education, and the wants of society have called in vain to some noble purpose, who has floated on, a dreamy, neutral spectator of the struggles, agonies, and wrongs of man, when he should have been a worker? I should say, said Miss Ophelia, that he ought to repent and begin now. Always practical and to the point, said Street Claire, his face breaking out into a smile. You never leave me any time for general reflections, cousin. You always bring me short up against the actual present. You have a kind of eternal now always in your mind. Now is all the time I have anything to do with, said Miss Ophelia. Dear little Eva, poor child, said Street Claire, she had set her little simple soul on a good work for me. It was the first time since Eva's death that he had ever said as many words as these of her, and he spoke now evidently repressing very strong feeling. My view of Christianity is such, he added, that I think no man can consistently profess it without throwing the whole weight of his being against this monstrous system of injustice that lies at the foundation of all our society, and, if need be, sacrificing himself in the battle. That is, I mean that I could not be a Christian otherwise, though I have certainly had intercourse with a great many enlightened and Christian people who did no such thing, and I confess that the apathy of religious people on this subject, their want of perception of wrongs that filled me with horror, have engendered in me more skepticism than any other thing. If you knew all this, said Miss Ophelia, why didn't you do it? Oh, because I have had only that kind of benevolence which consists in lying on a sofa and cursing the church and clergy for not being martyrs and confessors. One can see, you know, very easily how others ought to be martyrs. Well, are you going to do differently now? Said Miss Ophelia. God only knows the future, said Street Claire. I am braver than I was, because I have lost all, and he who has nothing to lose can afford all risks. And what are you going to do? My duty, I hope, to the poor and lowly as fast as I find it out, said Street Claire, beginning with my own servants, for whom I have yet done nothing, and, perhaps, at some future day, it may appear that I can do something for a whole class, something to save my country from the disgrace of that false position in which she now stands before all civilized nations. Do you suppose it possible that a nation ever will voluntarily emancipate? Said Miss Ophelia. I don't know, said Street Claire. This is a day of great deeds. Heroism and disinterestedness are rising up here and there in the earth. The Hungarian nobles set free millions of serfs at an immense pecuniary loss, and perhaps among us may be found generous spirits who do not estimate honor and justice by dollars and cents. I hardly think so, said Miss Ophelia. But suppose we should rise up tomorrow and emancipate. Who would educate these millions and teach them how to use their freedom? They never would rise to do much among us. The fact is, we are too lazy and unpractical ourselves ever to give them much of an idea of that industry and energy which is necessary to form them into men. They will have to go north, where labor is the fashion, the universal custom, and tell me, now, is there enough Christian philanthropy among your northern states to bear with the process of their education and elevation? You send thousands of dollars to foreign missions, but could you endure to have the heathen sent into your towns and villages and give your time and thoughts and money to raise them to the Christian standard? That's what I want to know. If we emancipate, are you willing to educate? How many families in your town would take in a Negro man and woman, teach them, bear with them, and seek to make them Christians? How many merchants would take Adolphe if I wanted to make him a clerk, or mechanics if I wanted him taught a trade? If I wanted to put Jane and Rosa to a school, how many schools are there in the northern states that would take them in? How many families that would board them? And yet they are as white as many a woman, north or south. You see, cousin, I want justice done us. We are in a bad position. We are the more obvious oppressors of the Negro, but the unchristian prejudice of the North is an oppressor almost equally severe. Well, cousin, I know it is so, said Miss Ophelia. I know it was so with me, till I saw that it was my duty to overcome it. But I trust one have overcome it, and I know there are many good people at the North, who in this matter need only to be taught what their duty is to do it. It would certainly be a greater self-denial to receive heathen among us than to send missionaries to them, but I think we would do it. You would, I know, said Street Claire. I'd like to see anything you wouldn't do, if you thought it your duty.